No. I'm not late. I'm perfectly on time. It's showtime. Hi everyone. Welcome to my stream today. I was just trying to do some last minute coordination with Nikhil. He had a late night last night. He was working on his Vite talk, which yes was supposed to be already submitted. He's running a little bit late on that, and I was helping him a little bit, and we were up. Well, for me it was nothing, but we were up to like 5 a.m. his time, trying to get it going until we realized that the stream that he was recording actually wasn't recording audio, and then he just was like, "Oh, I'm done. I gotta go to sleep," which is really unfortunate because he did a very good pass over it. For those who don't know, VConf is coming up October 5th, I believe, and it's all pre-recorded. So lots of fun. Yeah, come if you're joining on the stream now, come say hi. Yeah, we are an hour early today for Nikhil's sake. He's streaming, joining us from India, which is 12 and a half hours ahead of where I'm at. So this way he gets to join on at 11:30 instead of like 12:30, like after midnight. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Yeah, people expect me to talk a lot about Svelte ruins. We'll talk a little bit about it. Definitely in This Week in JavaScript. But yeah, we're a little bit early today. Not that necessarily helped Nikhil. I got a suspicion that he fell asleep this evening for him. It's this morning for me. So yeah, we're going to give him a few minutes to join on. We're going to give a few minutes for everyone else to join on. Actually, I probably should go on Twitter right now, remind people that the stream is starting, because as I said, it is an hour early. A bunch of people are used to the stream starting at 12 Pacific, 3 p.m. Eastern. We are here 1 hour earlier than usual. So yeah, let me do the retweet right now. I'm going to share my screen. Quote tweet. We're live. Right. It's funny. I always do the original as the YouTube because it has the thumbnail preview. But then when I do the we're live, I always do my my Twitch handle, which, man, I gotta get better at Twitch. It's very clear after the Primogen raid last week. Like I just suck at Twitch. All right, let me get that go. Let's people get past the pre-rolls. Nice. Yeah, honestly, my Twitter notifications have been off the through the roof since the Svelte release. It's so funny because we're in one of those cycles right now where like Solid's heads down, really trying hard to work on these new features and new things coming up. Prepping RFCs, proposals, talking with people, kind of figuring out things. So we have not been pushing the Twitter. We have not been pushing the articles that hard or like promoting stuff really very hard at all right now. And then this whole Svelte release was like just a huge boost to Solid out of nowhere, which we'll talk about a little later. But it means that like everybody's talking and it's a lot of conversation. Yeah. But yeah, I'm doing pretty good. If you can tell. It's been energized. I like when these kind of discussions happen, and I'm going to obviously talk about this a lot more, but like it's incredible to just have seen what's happened the last few years. All right. I came here for This Week in JavaScript. I'm sure a lot of people did as well. Yeah. Good. I'm glad you like that. Originally I was intending the stream to go a little bit more deeper on the decisions that I was making. Like I didn't get to go as deep as I wanted to. And I took a very long time getting to where I wanted to get to. The problem was at the exact moment where I was like, okay, now let me lay out like the really hard part of the problem. The Primogen stream came through and it was just like, I was like, okay, now I got to bring everyone like, another, like, we had an okay crowd going, a couple hundred people, but then suddenly it's like, okay, here's what, 1,600 people, even if half of them go, which was the case. I had to like suddenly bring, another 600 people up to speed on what we were talking about, which meant that I didn't get to go quite as deep as I wanted to, because I really thought it would be interesting to get into like the actual like trade-offs and challenges that I was really thinking about in my head at the really micro level, like the detail level, where instead I kind of just got to present the general problem space, which also interesting. I do like streams like that. I've done that before. I was actually hoping we'd get to a point where we could be like, okay, well, let's think about this solution and like run it through the scenarios, and let's think about this solution. I was hoping it would be kind of like a new type of stream, but instead it resembled a lot of my previous solo streams. But I mean, there's value in that as well. How much of development is playing catch up with other frameworks? Yeah, I don't know. That's not something I've really concerned myself with so much. I've never really done. Yeah, I don't know. I think if I was an application developer and I was like building an app in a particular framework and added new features, I think I would feel like a lot of my application development time was like, oh no, now I have to convert everything to hooks or whatever the newest thing is, or the latest state library or whatever. As a framework author, I do pay a lot of attention to what other frameworks are doing, but it's more like architecturally, like holistically, like where the vision aligns. So a lot of times before I step into a place, I have a good idea of, what makes sense for the different types of solutions, and I kind of approach it that way. And since Solid is relatively new, I haven't been in a place where I really need to play catch up. Like catch up on lots of like ecosystem and, bigger stuff. But like in terms of fundamentally where things are going, we've been at the front because we're newer. It's harder when you have users to actually not be at the front. So yeah, I mean, for us, a lot of the times I get the luxury of where we're ahead, and where we're not ahead, we're only a tiny bit behind. So I get to just look at everyone else's solutions and then like kind of find the right solution for us. So it's I never really feel that pressure. It's not like because we're still relatively. It's hard to say. We're not new. We've been around for like. I've been doing this for 7 years, but I just feel like maybe the patterns are good. We haven't really ever felt ourselves caught out where we like can't do something. It's usually just a matter of figuring out like what is the best solution for fine-grained reactivity or for solid. Yeah. Do you screen? Yeah. I mean, it is a bit like that, isn't it? Yeah. How do you differentiate from? Yeah. I just. Yeah. It was just. We've been very fortunate. We were so different from the beginning, although no one actually realized it. I think they're realizing it now. I think that's a funny thing that like we didn't. Look, from a marketing standpoint, yeah, we need to differentiate, but I can't concern myself with that because like. People get it or they don't get it, and yes, people focus on that. That's not what I'm focused on. It's like I knew the technology was different enough that like and compelling enough that it hasn't been something that I've been very interested in. I suppose it's interesting now because if everyone else is now doing the same stuff we're doing, then like maybe you'd think, oh, how do you differentiate in this world where everyone's now doing the same thing? But like we were doing this 5 years ago. Like it's not like we haven't moved on from there. So like. Everyone's like their own pace, an own place in the kind of cycle. All right. Yes. Yeah. It's for Nikhil. Yeah. We'll talk about that too, because like, I think vibes are important. I did a survey a while ago, and Rich is right. Most people don't care about important stuff when they choose frameworks. They don't care about mechanics, transparency, any of this stuff. Like I did this poll and people said syntax was like how they chose their framework. And I was like, that's nuts. It's like, but again, maybe like there's a lot of truth to that. Like on the positive, syntax is easy. It's so funny. It's one of those weird things. It's like semi-easy to change because it's not the hard part. Like changing an architecture is a hard part. Changing syntax is trivial, except for the tooling side of things. It's a challenge. But the thing is, if someone else already built the tool, then it's dirt simple. Like JSX. Like if we want to like have Svelte templates, and Svelte already has the tool chain. You just go, okay, no problem, Svelte. Right. Obviously, that's less compelling now that Svelte has a similar reactive system. But like people were doing that before. They were basically like taking Svelte style templates and compiling them to Solid because it would be faster that way. But I never had any interest in that on the Solid side, because it was kind of like the fact that you could, because you had those primitives, that was more important to me. But everyone has like their own gauge of where these things are. Yeah, we'll talk about that a bit more later. Yeah. I started splitting them off like a year ago, and then I never ended getting around to publishing them into their own separate videos, because they often don't work completely separate from the stream. They usually reference it. I hope the timestamps are good enough for some people. I mean, you're right. If I publish them separately, I think I'd get more eyeballs. Right now, our format, it's kind of crazy to me that every week 3,000 plus people check out this stream after the fact on YouTube, not live, but after the fact watch, and it's like a 4.5 hour stream. Like, how do we consistently have so many viewers? The average watch time on my streams is high. It's like almost 30 minutes. Like, the average person watching the stream watches, it longer than most people's whole videos are. So like, we have good metrics on that side. It makes you wonder, like, if it was actually in a more consumable fashion, would the channel be 10 times more popular? Maybe. But again, I don't know if I have time for that. I'm pretty happy. Let me see here. I wanted to check something. Look at this, 9,999 subscribers. We are so close to 10,000 subscribers. So yeah, I don't know. A few more people subscribe, like video, do whatever you need to. I would love to get to 10,000 subscribers on YouTube. But again, it's crazy when you consider the viewership of a lot of the streams. Are typically around 3,000 to 4,000. Let me go back and switch it to popular or whatever. Like, it's like, obviously these ones are super thing, but you find that the vast majority of streams, okay, I mean, I'm still in the fives, four. There's a lot in this 3,000 to 4,000 range. And there's only 9,000 subscribers. So I don't know how the views work exactly, but it means that out of our subscribers, most of these people actually, watch every video. So, I mean, or at least a portion of every video, which is kind of cool. It's kind of nuts. Yeah, I know. Yeah, if there's any win here, it's that I think people will finally understand how revolutionary signals in Solid were and how different it is from React. Like, yeah. Anyway. Yeah, someone's been working on SWC plugin. The reason I chose Babel was honestly because it like literally worked with everything. Like, it was just very easy. You could, like, every tool chain in existence at that point chose Babel. It's kind of funny how it's kind of flipped back. Babel's actually more advanced than SWC in a few places, which has made it hard. The guys working on the SWC version of the plugin actually had to like kind of fake some stuff because it's not quite as optimal as the output. The thing you have to understand for me is, I understand build time is important, but I've never cared about build time as much as I've cared about what the end user gets. Like, UX always more important than DX in my book, almost always. I mean, there's a scale where that triples back on you, but like, generally speaking, I care what the end user gets more than anything. Which is probably why we're not as popular as we should be. A lot of people are like, oh, the DX, because that gets the front of the funnel, all the people join on. I want to make sure that the product you build is the best possible product you can make, and that's what Solid does. But yeah, I mean, I'm not a Rust programmer, so like, people have been playing with Rust and doing that. I chose Babel because I was able to iterate on stuff as a lot faster because I can do the JavaScript stuff. I don't know what other compilers are built on. If they're writing in JavaScript, maybe they're a little bit faster than Babel. I worked on the Marco team, which had a custom compiler, and they actually went to Babel just so that they could get more compatibility with other tools. I don't know how much I'm too concerned with. Like, if you're a Svelte user and you already have a compilation step, I don't know if I'd actually be that concerned. Yeah, thanks. Here's the prop for this thing. As far as I know, this only works for client side. You can't do SSR with this yet, but they've done an amazing job with the SWC plugin. Yeah. Anyways, I've killed enough time. I've seen that my guest has actually showed up. Hopefully he's still awake. But we need to, let me look, give me 2 seconds. Just because I want to make sure that I spell his name properly, unlike David, who made the first version of our poster, did not spell his name properly. And I would like to welcome Nikhil to the stage here. How's it going?
Hi Ryan, everybody. Wait, is there an echo?
Okay, yeah, there is an echo. For some reason, yeah, give me 2 seconds. I just got to change my settings. For some reason, StreamYard is playing back my audio through my speakers, which is coming through. Give me 2 seconds. I want the speaker to be here. Okay, talk again.
Hello.
There we go. That should be fixed, right?
Yeah, I can't hear the echo, but I don't know about the other people.
Yeah, they'll be fine. All right.
Hey everybody.
How's it going, Nikhil? It's been, only a few months. What possibly could have changed in the last few months?
Things move fast.
Yeah, no, for sure.
Yeah, I like to sprint through things instead of doing one thing for very long. You know
Yeah.
that.
For those of you who aren't aware, Nikhil Saraf, member of the Solid Core team, but also has done amazing work across different ecosystems as well, working with a lot of stuff in Vite, with React. He's going to talk about some of that stuff today, involved in stuff like Bling. Obviously, he major contributor to SolidStart. But yeah, this guy's been trying to make a meta framework in some sorts for the last few years now.
Almost. Yeah. He's like 2 years almost now.
Yeah. And we're very fortunate to have him around here. He kind of became legendary in the Solid community because his first week of using Solid, he ported Solid 3 fiber. Like he just went, oh, okay. And it was fun. It was a good test because the universal render was pretty new. Yeah, we'd only released it a month before, and you're like, oh yeah, sure, I'll just port all of React 3 fiber over.
Was my the first proper integration outside your own examples?
Pretty much. I mean, some people, yeah, I don't think anyone really played with it. And you did multiple. You did ink, you did Solid Ink, like React Ink, and you did
and MDX.
Yeah, we have a whole stream on this actually, which was the first Keel stream. It was back when I was still doing stuff very, very late at night.
Yeah.
I can't even remember.
It's my sweet spot. Just when everybody else is sleeping.
Yeah, you were over here at the time, so it was also your late at night, whereas now it's my morning and your evening.
I think my time has stayed the same.
Yeah, I'm trying to find that original stream because it was great. It was it was so funny. You came on the stream after only being in our community for like 2 weeks. Yeah, here it is.
Yeah, I think I was the second guest or first guest. I think before that you were just doing solo kind of streams.
Exactly. Yeah. Yeah. A lot of theory and stuff. Yeah. So this will be your fourth.
I think.
Yeah, fourth appearance. Yeah, fourth appearance.
Nice.
Yeah. I just posted that first stream up here, which was a fun one.
And back then, David wasn't doing his fun kind of thumbnails. So I think that one has like a boring, just solid logo in the middle kind of thumbnail.
Yeah.
I think it needs a redo from David. Get a fresh thumbnail out there, get the clicks up. I've heard people do A/B testing with their thumbnails as well. They keep changing their thumbnails every few days.
Yeah.
See what works well.
Yeah. I mean, Theo was notorious for doing that. The thing is, as I was mentioning a few minutes ago, I don't know if my stream's ever going to have the content isn't as consumable enough to actually have that make a huge difference. Yeah. I'm looking at I see exactly what you're talking about. Let me just throw the screen in here for a second. The solid logo plus 3JS. That was about the ability of thumbnails I had in me at that time. But it's a great stream because it introduced the world to Nikhil. But you still have more of a story to even tell than that, because even then I didn't have your full story. You were just like, yeah, I joined the Solid community, I want to do this cool stuff. We had you back again, and that was when we unveiled the really cool features that we had working on with SolidStart. This is when
server functions.
Yeah, server functions, and I think, did we even talk about islands then? Like, and
That's what I was thinking, because I feel like I've done a stream where we talked about islands and that stuff,
yeah.
but then that would be number 5 then. So I might be miscounting.
No, I think it was part of this stream. It was brand new. I was like, oh, we're not ready to show that. And you're like, yeah, I'm ready to show that. Like you just took
Really?
over again. Yeah. I thought the stream was over and then you're like, okay, I could,
Oh, yes, 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 yes. But that
yeah.
was wait, we had done like that long ago. I thought
Yeah.
that was like towards the end of the year,
This
but
was,
no.
yeah, I
The
mean,
stream happened. Oh yeah, no, the stream happened also like September or October because we kept
yeah,
delaying it. Like we wanted to do the
yeah,
beta launch properly. Like
right, right. So that was all about SolidStart. And then, um,
then the React one.
yeah, you weren't actually in this string bringing the bling
Yeah,
with, but big part of bling, which was taking those server function ideas and moving them into so they could be used in any Vite thing. And
yeah, yeah, yeah.
we talked about you trying to build your own competitor to Next.js. No, not exactly. You were frustrated that you were frustrated how slow Next was, wasn't it?
Right.
Yeah.
Yes, yes.
Yeah, and see, I told you this is not an area that I usually worry about. I'm like, I'm worried about how slow Next is when it comes to like what the end user gets. Nikhil was worried about those build times. He was very happy with the Next 13 and the app
Dude, it
director.
took it took like 5 seconds every time I made a change to like anything to reflect anywhere.
Right. But you were very happy on the other hand. You're like this the developer, like the actual app I'm
The
building,
user,
the you're very happy with that side. You're like, I like the
yeah,
patterns, the async components. It was a lot of fun to build in. You were just like, damn, why can't I do this anywhere else?
right, yeah.
Which brings us to today, because like some people in the Solid community knew you were working on Start a Bunch, work on the island stuff. Then you started helping us do the Astro migration,
That was
and
all you, Ryan. That was all you.
yeah, but I mean, you got the dev server stuff working at the beginning. But yes, you're
Yeah.
right. You're right. I'm a huge Astro fan, and I pushed it harder than anyone. Yes,
Yeah.
everyone knows how much I love Astro. This week in JavaScript will
Yeah.
show more Astro love.
Nice.
But and then
Well deserved.
you helped, as I said, Tanner with Bling. You worked with Fatih from Rakis, working on getting Vite to do RSCs, which we talked about in fully React. What have you been doing like the last 4 or 5 months? Just
I mean, actually, in the middle, I think there's something that it was very like non-web framework stuff, but I was building game editors. Remember that phase? Like
yeah,
when I was building game engines, game editors. I still look fondly back at that time, but I just lost touch. As soon as I came back to India, I didn't have enough free time on my hand to just be building games. But yeah, that was a fun time. But then, yeah, I think my experience has now been that I had written like 4 different server setups with Vite, like almost full meta framework level work being done 4 times. First was Vite Next, was my first copy of Next when it was just the pages router, but I wanted Vite's like developer experience. Then we built SolidStart. Then I built my thing with Fatih, which was like the first RSC Vite integration, like building a Vite plugin. But then when I built the Vite plugin, I realized we need a full framework to actually be able to use it. Like it's the same thing as like this, like how Vite's server support is right now. Like you need to build a full framework to be actually able to use Vite's like server support, like because you need to set up the module loader, you need to set development versus production, everything like that. And so I did that. So that was fully React. That was the stream I was on. And then I decided to make a pull request to React Core, which was like, I was like, let me do this, right? Because they had React Server DOM Webpack.
do you have the
And I
link
was
to
like,
that?
yeah, wait.
Yeah, let's.
React Server DOM beat. Okay, I'll post it here. I don't know if you can.
Yeah, if you put it in the private chat, I'll post it back there,
Yeah,
and
I'll
it'll
put
go
it
to
in the
both.
private.
Sorry, continue. Yeah.
Yeah. And so again, when I build that, like when I build the Vite plugin and like in the React Core thing, I needed to build a test fixture. And so now for the 4th time, I was building again that whole setup where you're building the client, you're building the server, you're passing manifest around, you're like making sure all the assets match up, you're making sure CSS is being loaded, making sure your development server is doing something different from your production server. And so now that I had done it 4 times, and I've been crusading like for almost a year that all of these frameworks should just FN collaborate and just like, build that layer out so that, not all of us have to keep fixing the same bugs, build the same things again and again and again, and just kind of, work together on this stuff. And at
Yeah,
my first attempt,
I remember that. Yeah, what was it? Do I have this here? Winter kit.
yes, that's what I was gonna link to. That was my first attempt at that. I was like, maybe my writing will convince people. So I decided to write like a whole thing about like also got a logo. I was like, let's not leave any stone unturned. To like, but the idea was this only, right? Like build a server side like layer that abstracts out the whole deployment layer, just like kind of serverless does for the hardware. You do that for the software, where like you have all these platforms, all these runtimes, all these like API discrepancies, things like that. You agree on the fact that we'll use the web platform APIs. You write your simple like JavaScript functions, you write your server handlers, and everything else is taken care of. Your builds are taken care of, your deployments are taken care of, your optimizations are taken care of, your routing, your CSS, all of that is just taken care of. And like a lot of it comes from a weird kind of tendency I have, is that I like to have my own opinions, and I think a lot of programmers are like that, where we want just things to look our way, even if we don't really care about, a lot of us don't, I feel like don't care about how it works, but we really care about how it looks, right? Like we want the files to be the way we want them to be, we want the functions to be named the way we want them to be. And so uh, I feel like
No,
this freedom to have opinions only kind of is enabled when the technology gets incredibly democratized. For example, if you want to just tweak like Next.js's file system router a bit, you will actually have to build all of Next.js just to like, do that, because there is no way you can do anything about like, go into that code base and do something on your own there.
right.
And
Devil's advocate on that is like they can kind of protect themselves for future things that they want to do.
no, they get to have their opinions. It's just that if I have a different opinion, I should get to have it without incurring the huge cost of, either development, or I'm sacrificing on the performance, or like I'm sacrificing on these things in the moment, right? And I should also have the freedom to change my opinion and have my tool adapt to my new opinions. And I think it's very different from, maybe what hardcore engineering is. Like, you want something very stable, very like, long-term sturdy. But, I think of this way more as a craft and something, I want to enjoy doing. And I don't get to do that without having my opinions, without having to like play the game my way. And so I think like a lot of motivation comes from, if you see, a lot of my history is finding something I like, but not being sure about like the way it's all been set up in their with their opinions and all. And so I just build it again just for the sake of being able to have my opinions. And my experience has been that it's been the tools that allow me to have my opinion easily. Like Veet does that for you, right? Like you can just start doing like random module stuff, random compilation stuff, and it just takes care of everything. Like it's very cheap for me to experiment, and very cheap for me to have my opinion and get be proven wrong, get be proven right, and stick along with it. Like that's how we were able to develop so much on SolidStart so quickly. It's because experimentation was cheap and having opinions was cheap. Like we could just change our opinions quickly, and we would not have to be like, okay, this is going to be a month's time to like do the new thing now.
Yeah, I
And I
always
want
love.
this.
Go.
Go ahead.
I was just gonna say I
No, no,
always love that alignment between us because I also don't like opinions. I didn't want to have to make like a meta framework. So like, this has been very much an aligned position for us.
no. So the main customer of like the thing I built is me, like every day, because almost like every year I feel like I'm having new opinions, and like I don't like want to use my old thing because now it's like it was too opinionated. And my main lesson has been that very architecturally, I've realized that as much as you can push to the runtime, so that the runtime is something you can orchestrate from above, have your opinions on your compilation, on your syntax, on your like, your way you want to arrange things, but the runtime remains sturdy, is when you get to have your opinions very easily. And it's mostly about stylistic things that most people have opinions about. And so that's actually been true with Solid, and how that has been able to like, cater to so many different styles of like, people writing their code and like doing different kind of tricky things with it. But I think that's been my focus with Vinxi. Is like I've been focusing on the runtime so that kind of I can have any opinion I want. Like my file system router can be anything, and my kind of server functions can be kind of built anyway. Like I sometimes I feel like doing dollar signs, sometimes I feel like doing
Someone wanted to
actually
know. Yeah, what do you think about
no,
file?
I would not do it because I don't like those long file names because I feel like on my Chrome tabs, like on my tabs, I wouldn't be able to see them very well. Um, and I don't have a problem with a lot of files being named the same, like because you get to see the directory when you're searching through the files in VS Code. So I just kind of ignore the fact that all of them are called page.tsx or something like that. But I really like the fact that Remix is built in a way where like it's very easy for them to try these two. Like the customer can just be like, I want to do flat system writing, or I want to do like this nested thing, and it's like just up to them.
Yeah, no,
That it's been a huge inspiration for me. Like when I saw that they're experimenting with different file system routing methods, and they're not having to change their whole system because of it. That's when I realized file system routing is a modular thing. It's not like uh, it's not an inbuilt thing into the framework. Like the runtime should just support your file system being mapped to any routing framework.
Yep. No, exactly. This is why I thought this was a appropriate question, because it doesn't actually matter that much. But
Yeah.
Remix was actually trying. I don't know if it's just the two. There was also a third proposal about like a hybrid. They were trying multiple at the same time, and it was just a switch. And as you said, it became very obvious that you're like, well, is this something configurable? And I think another interesting point of this is, and before we get right into Vinxi, is over the course of this time period while you've been looking at the stuff, you have been looking at existing
Oh yes, yes,
generic
yes. Yeah.
solutions like Hattip, and I tried to force some stuff on Astro that maybe I didn't want to force, but like,
No, no, no. Look, okay, so I'll go back to that kind of history, right? So I think the first time we started getting frustrated about this, there were two tracks we were looking at. One is find some server layer that we can build on top of, or figure out some other framework that we can extract their pieces, like convince them to like pull out their pieces and build on top of that. Because the main thing we needed is like to have common eyes, like maintaining this like layer, like kind of this democratized layer. Uh, Astro was our candidate because like we just tried that you could just kind of hack on most of the things on top of it, and we had a good relationship, and it was easy to build those like server client plugins. It was the main thing that allowed you to like control a server and a client build from outside the framework. Like most of the frameworks had the client server build inside them. Like you couldn't control the two builds separately, and that's what Astro gave you. Hattip's issue was that you'd have to build the adapters yourself, like because they give you these utilities, but the adapters have to still be built by hand and maintained by you. And so I think that was one of the main reason. And the other was obviously it's just like one person maintaining, and we obviously like it's us also. It's just a few people maintaining things, but this layer is something you feel like it's like that kind of enterprisey security layer where you just want to be like, you know, kind of
right.
just Java this shit and like just clean all
But
of it up.
I mean, I got to throw this out there too, because it came up, because like there's that low level layer, and obviously stuff like Nitro we'll talk about in a few minutes here. But there's also people trying to build the higher level layer. In a lot of ways, someone might look at something like Vinxi and think about stuff like Vite plugin SSR.
Yeah, yeah. I
Right?
think I think Vite plugin SSR is exactly in the space that kind of Vinci is in. Um, it's probably that the abstractions that we've chosen are different. The problem space is kind of similar where you're trying to build server-side framework, server-side apps with Vite as like your main kind of bundling layer and your module loading layer. I think the differences in opinions is obviously I think it is more oriented around server-side rendering and doing like a client-server interaction where I'm trying to build a full like server like framework layer where like you build your API, so you can build your API servers, your static file servers, your SSR servers, your hybrid servers. Like you can do uh, that's the composable unit kind of in my space because I already have situations where I'm using Vinci, I think in 5 different projects, all in like different bases. Like one is just an API server, one is like an API with a spa, one is like an SSR setup, one is like two different APIs. Just for some reason, I have them like at different endpoints, and I have file system routing in some of them. Some of them don't have file system routing. Uh, some of the convention. Go ahead.
Yeah, I was just going to ask, like, sorry, you had one more example, didn't you? Sorry, I was counting. I counted four. What was the fifth server?
No, no. The fifth server is, I think right now is you can do like a spa. Actually, no. So we have 4 server modes basically, which
Yeah.
is spa. I don't think we have a fifth yet. I'm thinking of like, if we need a MPA kind of native server mode, but MPA just feels like a derived version of SSR or like something like that,
Right,
right?
right. But okay, so I guess that's good on like the this is how we use it side of things. But I guess my question for you is, what about Vinxi's setup or abstraction do you think makes it different than something like Vite plugin SSRs? Like, if you could like say that in a fewer words, because I was like, oh, you're saying it can do all this, but like, why is that?
Oh, so the thing is that the abstraction we've chosen is that our server is not like one Vite server. And so, one Vite server is very good at like serving one kind of plugin pipeline. And that means like, you can have something for your API servers and something. But what you can do in Vinci is you can have a specific pipeline for your API, a specific pipeline for SSR, a specific pipeline. Maybe you have like so for example, React server, right? So in your typical SSR setup will have a client router, a server router, and maybe a public directory. For
Right.
React server components, you need a fourth router where you need like your React server out,
Right.
because you actually have 2 different servers. And so for me, it's very easy to compose that because now it's just another fourth router at a specific base, and I don't need to change anything in Vinci's core. All of my React server kind of setups were done on top of Vinci without having to build like even a framework. Like I can show when I show you examples, I show you like it's one project where it's just like 2 files that are like frameworky, like just some setup, but it's all in user land. And that's because I realized that the core abstraction for the server or like for the web is the router, right? Like it's like at the end of it, all communication, all message passing happens through routing. And so what your server needs to be able to give you is a very powerful way to build whatever router you want. Handle URLs however you want in a very hybrid manner, right? Like you want your static, you want your dynamic, you want pre-rendering, you want incremental rendering, you want your pure API servers, you want compression, you don't want compression. Like all of it just has to be very composable at the server layer.
Yeah, yeah, no, and that is what actually stood out for me. Because when I did look at, here's the thing, you can comment after I say on this, but when I looked at Vite plugin SSR, and I think you felt similar, they were very opinionated about like the client side router. It was like they're trying to build an isomorphic router that would do everything, that would do,
Right.
the same thing you'd have for your client framework, the back end, which is what we see in most of these routers. And they have opinions about data fetching, and they have like everything gets
Exactly.
wrapped into the router in this single kind of piece. So if you go use Vite plugin SSR Solid, you're probably going to use Vite plugin SSR's router with a Solid adapter. Remix did the same thing. They're like, we can have Remix, or what was it, Svelte Mix? I heard like we can,
Right,
or
right.
Vue Mix or whatever. We can make a version for all the different frameworks. You just take our baseline of React router and wrap it, and then come up with Vue router for Remix, and then you're good. And the truth of the matter is that, yeah, these meta frameworks are largely just an extension of the router. This is part of the realization I had over time that I was trying to make SolidStart disappear at one point, like make a nothing import from SolidStart. And we talked about it before. We'll talk about it more today. And most of the stuff kind of got pulled into Solid's router package. But the problem is, if it goes there, then it doesn't go into Solid Remix router. Like it's
Right.
duplication. So I think for me the coolest or most like biggest innovation of something like Vinci was understanding that there is a router aspect of the server, and it's very important for figuring out how to do all the fancy stuff. File system routing is a big piece to make this stuff wire up easier, but it's that you let the client router and that server router be separate, almost like pluggable. And in so you didn't have to have a prescriptive take on what routing should look like, which every
Right.
meta framework, that's how they define themselves. So like you were like, no, you can handle that piece of the routing. We just want it to have the queues so that we can tie into the bundling. And that
Right.
separation makes Vinci different than any other solution I've seen in this space.
Right, because I leave everything to the runtime. Like I just want to know enough to like know what to bundle, but
Yeah.
everything else is on the runtime, and that means that all of it is up for innovation. So, like I'll talk about Vite plugin SSR. I think I've looked at the solution very long, and my kind of disagreement with Brill out, like the person who's built with plugin SSR, was that he believes that there's no more innovation in routing, in the sense that it's kind of a solved problem, and that we just we can just figure just move on. And I'm like, literally all the innovation right now is happening in routing. Like islands is a routing innovation, server components is a routing innovation, the next app directory is a routing innovation. And so I wanted my tool to allow like any routing innovation to happen on top of it without the router needing to build the framework again, like just to like bring its runtime into the game. So I'll talk about this later, but I have examples with TanStack router, with
Well,
like with
Tanner is
Remix
the
router.
perfect person to bring in, because the other side
Exactly.
of that coin, so to speak, is let Solid, for example, keep it's a good routing system that works specifically for Solid, not trying to get forced on. Like Remix router with Solid was never going to be as optimal as the way Solid built it, because they have a different change detection. Like it doesn't update and doesn't work the same
Exactly.
kind of way. Whereas but on the other flip side of the coin is Tanner may have built the best React router out there.
Exactly.
Like just genius work there. I mean, don't get me wrong. Like with file systems, you're doing some compilation code gen, anyways. But Tanner's router, I don't think people get it, because everyone's like, yeah, I have a type safe router, and like they kind of all like flaunt around like, yeah, I can do that, But Tanner's router is type safe with zero code gen. I don't think there's any router out there that's actually type safe with no code gen, or at least popular routing option. Like it doesn't generate types; it just works. And I think that
With file system routing, you have to generate like I think one type for every page. But yeah, apart from that, like in the runtime, it's all like driven by.
exactly. So that's why I think maybe file system routing gets you a little bit away from that, because you have to generate some kind of code for file system routing anyway, so you can generate the types, so like you kind of get there. But it was just interesting that it was uniquely runtime only working TypeScript, which is quite powerful. But the problem is he sits there and he's got his router, and then it's like, what is he supposed to do with it? Like he can't take it to with React. I mean, the timing's just like this perfect storm, right? Because you have to use a meta framework for React now, right? So like Tanner, amazing router, doesn't have the meta framework. That means you can't use it. Like,
Yeah, exactly. No, I didn't like that back when I was using Next also. It's like, if I wanted to try another router, or like, anything new came about, like I just couldn't do anything about that. Like or I would have to just bail out of all of Next.js's features, like to use my own router there. And that was kind of annoying. Like uh and maybe the idea is that I don't mind opinionated things. It's like, but the good stuff from the opinionated things should be available to everybody else to use as well. This is what Rollup did, this is what Beat did, and something needs to do that for the server as well. And I
it
think, and we haven't mentioned it yet, but Nitro was the third piece of the puzzle, which like solved it for the server, which they do that for the server what we did for the client, and what like Rollup has done for like bundling JavaScript. Like
so
just go ahead.
yeah, I was gonna ask you. So it did bug you a little bit when you were told that you should be using a meta framework with React, like that you had to use Next. Did that bug you a little bit?
No, I remember like in your last in the last stream also, that's what my main frustration was, is that I want to use server components, but I don't want to use Next. It's slow, like and it's just so heavy. And but then I had to build my own like React server components meta framework just to be able to do that. Uh, that's the part that's most annoying. It's whenever you want to try out new opinions, try out new things, it's like the old tools just have this way of like not allowing you to actually, and maybe that's fair, like it's the part that they want to own, and so they don't want you to play with that. But I don't really want to own anything. Like I could care less about like who owns that layer. I just need it to work the same everywhere all the time. Like it's that kind of layer, right? Like for example, Wheat, like you just want it to do its job, like, and like that's why just so many things, like I believe that so many new frameworks have come in the last 2-3 years is because of like Wheat, right? Because Wheat allows you to do that client side bundling setup so quickly that not everybody has to now create React app or view CLI, and like every tool just uses Wheat. And it has to become the same for like kind of server side stuff.
Yeah, yeah. No, it's a natural evolution here. We probably should get around to showing Vinxi, but I guess there was one last inspiration that you saw that finally put the pieces together for you, because were already doing this stuff. You had some ideas, but you were like, what should the API look like? How should I actually approach this in a
Oh,
generic way? We should talk about Bun, shouldn't we?
yeah. Actually, no. Even before one, I'd like to mention one last huge inspiration was Daniel Rowe's like talk from, I think, Agent Conf. That was when he took Nitro and he took Wheat and he just plugged Wheat into Nitro and gave you that like development server for React, and then like kind of Wheat just disappeared in the build step. And that is what gave me the insight that Wheat is not meant to be the owner of the whole server, because Wheat does one pipeline, right? What Nitro showed you is that you can have these like routing subsections, each have like just be their own handlers completely, and that's when I realized that Wheat actually fits into that, right? Fits into one of the routing handlers into Nitro, and so Nitro owns the server both during development and production, and then Wheat kind of plugs in like, so for example, the static server doesn't need Wheat, and the kind of the client servers do, right? And maybe at some point I have like an expo server in it, which like expo doesn't need Wheat at all. It has its own dev server. And so that becomes like another router, so Wheat was part of the puzzle from the right, and like Nitro was the big owner.
Yeah,
Um,
yeah. The comment here is this is what Nuxt does, and it's funny because Nuxt is also from the Vue community, also as Vite is. I think they kind of all understood this, and maybe not everyone else understood this.
right. No, I think that is what gave me the most confidence about Nitro as well, is seeing the quality that Nuxt has. It's like top notch, like in everything, like their CLI to like their loading page to their plugins, to the quality of the code. It's just top notch. And so that's what gave me the confidence. Nitro has to be like very high quality in that sense, and that's the main thing I was looking for from this layer, is kind of that reliability, and be like on top of the game, like just have the most latest stuff. And Nitro did that with the streaming stuff like very recently. Now they have like all kind of streaming support, and so just out of the box, like React streaming, solid streaming, it just works out of the box, and it's just amazing to see.
Yep.
um and yeah, Bun was like what told me how I can like design the API for something like this. Maybe you can pull it up, or I can just send you the link.
I'm looking for the Bun app thing because the funny thing is I never saw that being released. I remember
It's never
Jared.
been released.
Okay, because Jared talked to me in a private channel on Discord, and he was all like, "Ryan, what do you think about this approach?" He didn't want to, like, you got to understand, Jared's in this place where he's playing catch up. Everybody has their own ecosystem, like the Webpack ecosystem around Vercel and Next, and the Vite ecosystem and all this. And he's a bundler, and he's like, "How do I play in this game?" He's like, "I don't want to redo work for all these different setups." He's like, "I just
Yeah.
want to have one way that you can build apps in Bun." And he did this. Let me get this.
So he was actually dealing with the exact problem space that I was dealing with in my head, is that you actually want like inherently Node to have that server layer, right? Like where 10,000 things don't have to be built on top, just so that we can get that experience of kind of deploy anywhere, build anything. So this is the bundler on top. At the end, there is like a sneak peek of the kind of the Bun app API.
Yeah. Yeah, I just remember this because he was like, Ryan, he was trying to see if Solid would universalize on use server, use client like React. Because he was like, look, I made this so Solid could use client and use server without React. This is completely React independent. You can just set it up like this. What do you think? What do you think? And at the time I was looking at it, I'm like, I got bling. Huh.
Yeah,
But this was the first moment where I was like, okay, React is such a force. I have to actually like think about this
consider it. Yeah,
because people like Jared don't want to remake everything a bunch of times. So he forced me to think of like what is the best possible pattern here, because he was like, look, Ryan, this should work for you, right? And I'm like, in theory, but I don't know if this is what I want. Sorry,
right.
continue.
No, just scroll down. We can go to like the main reference I had seen. This is the first time I saw an API like this. Keep going, keep going. It's just at the end. It's a small
Oh
section.
yeah, sneak peek.
Yeah, yeah. So
Fun
it's just
app.
this much, no more details. But this was enough for me to like get super excited because I there's no code written for this, and so all of my understanding was just trying to interpret these APIs and like try to like make a sense of what he has been thinking. So because if you go to the Next.js style framework one, the go to no go to the actually wait don't go to the other tab yet.
Okay.
There's not enough detail here. Most of the detail is there. So there's tabs on the code editor.
Okay.
Yeah. So if you go to this one might be a little confusing to like, just kind of gauge on your own, like what's going on. But you would find a lot of API familiar here from like what you've seen in Vinxi. Like um, the kind of the essence there was that he tried to split up build configs and routers. And so
Right.
routers would refer to build configs by name. So you would have a build key by name. I removed that kind of indirection as like if you want a router config, just put it in like whatever build config you have, put it along with the router. It doesn't help to have other build
Right.
configs.
But
Like
if I
they can be
understand,
just
this is each of these is a separate config for the bundler in this case. So it goes, I know how to build React SSR. I know how to build React client. So this is the two builds. And then it
no, but
assigns.
actually what I actually think, because when I started doing this really, and I was like, okay, if we have one build config, the assumption is probably you can have multiple handlers that are referring to that build config, right? Otherwise, why would you separate them out? And I'm like, when you do that, then you actually have to start building the routers. Like, and for every router, you figure out what the build config for that router is, because you
Right.
actually have to build each router separately most of the
Right.
times,
I
because
see.
they, and so it actually is like I found it's just some kind of indirection, and
Right.
I didn't find it helpful.
Right,
I found it
because
much
it's
more helpful to
what
build.
you're saying is the routers are actually the builds, and this is just telling you how to do these builds. Like basically, you'll
Yeah,
have as many builds as you have
as
routers.
route exactly.
I got you.
Yeah,
And so in this case, we have handler mode, which I'm gathering is for SSR. Yeah, so it just gives you like gets the event from the event and the request, and then it sets it up at I guess as a handler.tsx, and then it uses React SSR, which outputs to a build server, and
right.
then the
And so style, no, no. So there's an interesting style and dir section there. So dir is like what directory to look for files in, and style is like what file system routing convention to use. So he already imagined that if you had different file system routing conventions, you just have different styles here.
right.
Um,
Oh, I see. So this could be remix flat instead of
right,
Next.js.
right.
Right. So he basically looked at the different styles of routers, said what the entry point for the router file system router is, and then like as it set the handler output
This is like your
folder.
entry server. This is your
Yeah.
entry server typically.
Yeah. And then
And
he did the same
so
for
the
the
build, yeah, so
pages.
this is the client. This is the client. So the build mode is basically like it's a static file server, but during development, it's a Vite built file server. Like, so you just have to treat it as like a subsection of your routing. So in this, it's underscore pages. Everything there is like you can just assume it's static files in production. During
Yeah.
development, it's transpiled files from Vite. Like
Right.
that's build mode.
But yeah,
And
so
so for your client, you use that typically.
yeah,
Sorry, I keep
it's
interrupting.
interesting. I guess some reality to this because when you set up your Vite config, typically as an end user, you set up one Vite config, and you're like, sweet, the plugins handle both SSR and client together. I spoke a lot about this at the last Vite conference. It's really cool how because the plugins themselves had an SSR mode and not SSR mode, they got sliced the other way, which meant that you could focus on specific concerns rather than having like this problem of like this is client, this is server. Like it got away from the four build problem where you have like dev server, production, whatever. Instead, it took those things as a single thing, and then you would focus on a single aspect.
Right.
But in reality, when you build your meta framework, you end up actually making multiple builds anyways. You make a client build and
Right.
a server build like this. So, yeah, it is one of those funny oddities that when you get into the meta framework level, you actually do end up with two separate
No,
configurations.
and the I actually hit the main pain point was when I was doing the React server component stuff, because that's when I had to start doing three at the same time. That's when I realized that, these are
Yeah.
not meant to be like kind of vertical like that. They actually have to be separate pipelines so that you can be very clear about what's happening in each of the sections, because there could be completely different things happening like in all three places.
Yeah. I think the interesting thing about this is this layer is very helpful to the meta framework author. But like a lot of people aren't going to bother with this unless like a lot of people are still going to just pick up a meta framework, right?
Yeah,
Like,
yeah,
but the power here is that like I remember how much code I used to write into every single adapter to basically do this setup because everything had multiple builds, everything, generally to an end user, you don't need to expose this API, but to a framework author, a meta framework author, this is actually quite powerful to expose. Okay.
yeah. I mean, another I think advantageous part of like doing the wheat nitro thing we do right now is that we actually do like a two-stage build process where once all the routers are built using wheat, so that's the same result regardless of the runtime or the platform you're deploying to. And
Yeah.
then at the end of it, nitro does one pass where it like puts everything together into like the setup that the target platform requires.
I want to look at the API server for 1 second. Maybe if, okay, because this one doesn't even need much in the way of a bundler. It
Right.
literally just, it just simple. It's just like, just give me an entry point essentially, and map it through there for anything that starts with slash API.
Yeah. I guess the bundling is so that, because node modules resolution might be slower than just like, having one bundle that
Yeah,
loads. So maybe you still want that. Um, and
yeah,
then maybe you still want like, cross-platform stuff, like you want to be able to deploy it to Node or like Dino or something. And so you still need a build process.
yeah. No, this looks very cool. Well, funny thing is, so great influence for Vinci, which I think is where we're going to go next. But I actually didn't note this before, but this at the bottom, Bun gives a lot of credit here that I didn't see. I didn't realize Bun's bundler and minifier is based on ES Build's design. Thank you, Paper Day, for porting ES Build's test suite to Bun. So basically, the bundler in Bun is a port of ES Build, which is pretty cool. And then Vinci is sort of a, it's
No,
not
I
even a
think only
port.
the API is. Only the API is. Yeah.
Yeah, yeah. You're right, because and the funny thing is this is still not out yet. But this is like basically this idea had a like the truth is he didn't get a chance to actually test this with anything. So in a sense, Vinci is further along now that you've actually had the experience of actually using it. But this idea of API kind of came from Bun. But okay, enough on Bun. What do you think? Should we show people Vinci now?
Sure, sure, sure. Okay.
Do you want to
I
share your
think
screen or how do you want to do this?
so. I actually wanted to also get you to build something from scratch,
Okay.
just like you can say like build your own solid start kind of experience. um
Sure. Should
but
we just
it depends
make?
it depends on how much of my code you want to see, or like we can go the first we can get you to build something and then go through my code if that's needed.
Yeah, I mean, it's fine. Do you want me, if you want me to drive at the beginning here, we can do that.
Do you want to code or not?
Yeah, yeah, sure, let's do it. That's fine. Let's try
Or
Vinci.
do you want to do the shared VS code thing so that I can join as well? I don't know.
Okay, yeah, we can do that too. Let's see. Vinci, let's look
There
for
is a
this.
website. There's a Git repo, and now there's a.
Oh,
I'm still working on the tagline. Uh,
okay.
but if you
You,
go to
you
get started, yes, I started doing something because go to get started. I think I have a few like this. What is a
it's so
router is
funny because
probably
this is a lot of this is like the lorem ipsum, right? Like
yeah.
how to use Docus. Yeah, okay. Don't share the site yet, but where should we?
So what is a router is an interesting section.
What is a
What is a
router?
router? Yeah.
Okay. Yeah.
So
Be, can I very quickly? Is there an example or anything? Okay. Yeah. Very quickly before we actually go into the particular things, I just
yeah.
want to show the API in use Um,
This
this
one
is
might be incomplete. Go to the solid one first. Yeah, I think that'll be more
yeah, okay,
familiar.
but I mean, it's cool that you can see that this is like basically the same formula. Essentially,
Yeah.
this is an SSR app. You have a static public directory. You have a client build, which is a mode build, which handler is app.client.tsx, targets the browser, and you run Solid's plugin with SSR true. This enables hydration. And then you said that the base, I guess it
So,
goes in
so, so you have to think that this is the client assets. This is not the main entry point. So the client assets are served at like a hidden kind of,
location. Yeah,
namespace.
exactly.
Yeah,
And then the
namespace.
SSR side, the entries apps server, target server, and then plugins true. Yeah. So you
And so
can,
you can assume the base is like the top level entry for the
right.
server, like the SSR.
What I wanted to say here is you can see a little bit of influence from Bun app here right off the bat in terms of this kind of configuration. Okay, so what is a router? I just wanted to give people the picture
No,
first
no.
before. Yeah.
So I can actually, if examples are insightful, we can go to go and see a few more examples because uh, even
I,
because this is mostly theoretical.
well,
And
then let's just build something. Let's just build
yeah,
something.
yeah, that's good.
I do want to get to the examples, and maybe you can share your screen then. But let's just build something.
Yeah, yeah.
What is this? This, funnily enough, this is last stream, not last, was
Nitro.
last the Nitro stream. We did this thing, and you saw how easy it was to build something with Nitro. You just put these define event handlers, and you set up your Nitro config, and it was just using its file system routing. But this already has quite a few opinions kind of baked in. So what we're going to do today is we're going to actually, I'll keep this window. We'll use this window. I'll just go and make a new project. Make directory. What do we want to call it?
Actually,
Or do you have a CLI now?
no, I mean it's just one installation. So because like it's quite minimal in that way. So you can just do make the like Vinci something
Yeah,
example Vinci or something.
yeah.
Vinci start or something.
Whatever. G example. Let's just do that. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Just like do npm init or yarn init or something. Just yeah, open it.
Yeah,
Actually,
I was gonna open it in here. Let's go open. Yeah. So we're
uh,
not like Nitro. We use the CLI, so we had something already kind of built in. But Vinci example. Should I just do this? Don't save.
uh,
Yes, I trust the authors. All right.
okay. So now yeah, just do npm init.
Sure.
Yeah.
Sure.
Yeah. Okay. So now just npm install Vinci. So I want to take you through like a progression of like,
Yeah.
how things would, how things could involve. So like, let's say now you have nothing and you just start like, uh, you just do like npm run dev. Like, okay, so just add a dev script here or just do npx Vinci dev.
Sure. The dev script is sorry
Vin,
mpx.
no, just Vinci dev. Just Vinci dev should be fine here.
Yeah, because
npx is when you're doing it. Yeah.
yeah, I got you. Yeah. PMP dev.
Okay, so when it doesn't find anything, it's a simple Vite app. So you can add an index.html here and
Okay, just
just
a
get
second.
going. So,
I'm gonna move it across so that we can kind of keep this going while we go. Move button
yeah.
up out of the way. What is a router? Maybe we'll keep that for reference. Okay, cool. So right now it's a localhost 3000 not serving anything. But you're saying is
Yeah.
if I go in here and I go index.html and I'm just gonna do really basic, like without anything. The browser will add all the
Yeah.
wrappers for me.
Right.
Hello.
Yeah.
You're saying hopefully, yeah, we have a website.
And so it's already Vite powered enough, right? So you can just add a TypeScript file and console or something in there or alert something.
Right, right.
Um,
So you're saying,
yeah, let's do that anyway. Like I think that's a good progression. I think so.
Because
Uh,
you're
so
saying that if I just make it random, can I just make a index dot?
any file name, yeah.
JS. I'll get crucified
Yeah,
for that. TS doesn't matter. You're saying that I could put a
just
script tag in here.
yep.
Oh man, it's like I'm trying to remember the last time I actually used script tags like directly. God, what's the
Source,
argument?
source,
Source,
s
yeah,
source is
source,
equal to,
and it's like I can do this
and
basically.
type is equal, and you have to do type is equal to module.
Right, yeah, type module. Yeah, I
Yeah,
could arbitrarily run some code, side effectful
yeah,
code,
just yeah.
or actually, does this still work? Have the browsers disabled this yet? I guess we'll find out. Nope, they haven't.
Nice. Okay,
Right,
perfect.
refresh. Yeah.
So yeah, so I just, because we're building a solid thing, let's just install Vite plugin solid and just have some solid code running in that TypeScript file. Like,
Oh, okay. Right. So, pm install
so
v
Vite plugin solid,
solid.
and then just because, like, we can just make a Vite file here, Vite config file. So typically for my Vinci use cases, I like to have an app.config file, but let's just stick with the Vite convention because, like, you might have your own Vite config files already. So just
Right.
make a Vite config file here.
Okay. So, new file. Was it vite.config. I'm just do JS for now. Okay.
Yeah, and just start with a simple Vite config. So import define config from Vite.
Fine config. This is the reason to use TypeScript. From
Yeah,
it's. I know it's
yeah.
yeah. From Vite and
Just add that as a plugin in what you return.
where to export. Is it default? I can never remember.
Yeah,
Define
define config.
config to plugin, and then I
Plugins.
plugins brackets solid
Yeah.
like that, and then
No. Yeah, and just import that.
import solid from the plugin solid. I think that's right.
Okay.
See,
Yeah.
I
So
never have
just
to write this boilerplate anymore, but I know for you, you always said it was really important that you could just literally take any existing project and just just go in and just add it
yeah,
like this.
yeah.
Um, and then what do we want to do
That
here?
that didn't take very long. Okay.
Yeah, I
Yeah.
know. Yeah.
Okay. So
I mean,
just yeah, call the
we could call render. We
just
can make
render
like a
some. Yeah, exactly.
client rendered thing. So we
Yeah.
want to, which means we have to actually go pmp install solid
Oh, right.
JS. Yeah,
Yeah.
it's all good. And then we want to import render from solid JS web, and we're going to go, what is it, render. Let's go back to our index HTML. Let's
Just
actually
create
give it, let's give it
a
I mean,
div.
a div for fun. I mean, I could have done body, but then the script, yeah, let's just do div, and then like what
ID
ID app.
root. Yeah,
Why
app.
doesn't I guess HTML doesn't like whatever, it doesn't find.
Div is not self-closing.
Yeah, yeah, I know. It's so used to JSX, and then
Yeah.
we need to we'll import app from app.tsx that doesn't exist
Sure.
yet, and we will
I mean, you
go.
don't need to do that. You can just write it in here as well, like whatever
We
JSX you
get.
need.
Oh yeah, I guess that's by element by ID.
But it's
Does
fine.
it doesn't Vite care about the extension like being TSX?
Yeah, I mean, I would have had to get you to rename it, so it's fine. Like we can do this as well.
Right, and then oh, you're right. I could just change this to index.tsx. You're right. Why am I making this harder for us?
Yeah.
And then this is index.tsx.
Though it might have been helpful when we went to SSR or something, but it's fine.
Whatever.
We'll get there when we get
When we
there.
get there, right? So
Yeah.
function app equals return h1
Hello world.
hello. Let's just get this alive, and then you're gonna tell me we can't find React
That's a
because
TypeScript issue. That's fine. That's a TypeScript. That's
I
fine.
mean, yeah, I know
You
we have
need
to
you need a
set.
TS config file. Do you
Right.
want me to send you one?
Uh, you're right. I mean,
TS.
I probably have some. Like, it's the
TS.
standard one we do in SolidStart, I imagine. Do SolidStart.
If you want, I just sent you one here. That so you can. Yeah, but this is fine.
I mean, most of it. I just need to. Some of the path stuff doesn't make sense. New file ts config dot. Is it JSON?
JSON. Yeah, JSON.
And then we don't need
Remove types
types base
and
URL
probably
path.
yeah. Just remove that. Okay.
And then hopefully, yeah, there we
Yep.
go.
Okay.
Proper.
Okay. So let's.
It's so silly to me how React has polluted the global namespace. Like you can have no types defined, and it's like, oh yeah, we can't find React. Like that just tells it's very indicative of like where things are at. Anyways,
Yeah. It's privilege. It's privilege.
anyways, where were we PMVM dev. We're hoping that this actually still does something valuable for us. The funny thing is, because I didn't change, oh, you can tell I changed the message. I did lowercase.
Right.
There we go.
So
We're already,
so
we're
the lesson is
already,
that without any configuration, it just acts as one single Vite SPA setup. So implicitly, it's actually building one SPA router and a public directory like router for you. Like so, it's building two routers, a public static directory and a SPA router with your entry point being index HTML. That's
yeah,
what's happening internally, but we don't need to show you that. So let's first try. Okay, we're building a SPA, and we need an API, right? We need some kind of server just to build an API server next to this. No SSR yet, just another API server.
yeah, no,
So
this, yeah, no, I'm just gonna say right now, this is really quite cool because, a lot of frameworks have templates. You don't like this doesn't feel like you even need a template for it. Like you literally
yeah,
go like install a new project. I mean, maybe the index HTML is the template. Like tell
yeah,
people that they have to like reference the index.tsx. I know Vite has this feel to it. To be fair, this is not any different than like a standard Vite app.
yeah. This is basically a standard Vite app right now.
Yeah,
So,
yeah,
so the first time you want to do something nice with the server, something additional, the first time you want to deal with the server is the first time there'll be a major change from like your Vite config to something new.
okay,
So let's do that change, but you don't need to change the name of the file. We accept Vite configs as a configuration file. So just,
yeah. Can I make like a server folder maybe just to make it
sure,
easier
sure,
for
sure,
me? I mean, it doesn't
sure.
really matter.
Yeah,
What do you?
no, sure, sure. No,
Okay.
it's just having like a flat list of files is also like not that
Yeah.
bad because
Yeah,
you
okay.
can just
Fine.
name the files. You can just
Okay.
name the
Fine.
files
You're
and
right.
put it.
We're right. We're gonna. Okay. So what do you want me to do with the vconfig? We can leave it.
So let's install Vinxi. Oh, we've already installed Vinxi, right? Yeah.
Yeah.
So let's
This
import. Yeah. So go to the Vite config. Instead of import define config from Vite, just do create app from Vinxi.
port create app from Vinxi. Okay.
Maybe yeah. You can give me feedback if I should just call this define config. But there's a reason it's called create app, and I'll show
Yeah,
you
it's a
that
different.
later.
It's a different. It's different, right? It doesn't take the same
It's
arguments.
different. It does take different arguments, but also way more powerful. I'll show you that. So just go to create. Just call this create app. So you actually have to do a little bit ceremony here. So so you need to set up the routers that we were setting up for you by default. So there's a public static router. Uh, the mode is it's all TypeScript, so you can just start getting suggestions. So mode is static. There's a dir thing.
I missed the comma.
Oh
Okay.
wait, yeah.
I'm gonna do something.
That's going to be public.
Is it just public?
And
Or is
actually, if we don't have a static file server, we don't need to do that. Like if we don't have a public directory yet, we can skip that also. Let's just skip it.
okay.
Let's just skip it.
So the
Yeah.
next mode we need
We need a spa mode for the index HTML.
which
So
is
just go.
spa.
Yeah, spa. And every router needs a name for reasons. So just give it like a client or anything like that. Yeah, solid spa, perfect.
Oh, solid client.
That's perfect. Yeah. Um, just look up the suggestions. So it needs an entry point, but it's not called. It's called handler, I think.
Yeah.
Yeah. So that'll be the index HTML.
Oh, cool. So I can actually make it the same index
Don't
HTML.
Yeah, we don't experiment with a lot of other HTML files, but index HTML will work. Uh,
Okay.
the target, just put a target. The target will be browser. Oh no, sorry. Uh, this is still on an old API, the last release. So put compile. Come. Actually, just look at the suggestions. Is there build or compile in this release? Build. Okay, so it's called build. Yeah. Actually, there might be wrong. Wait, what is the last thing I released?
Love new
Okay,
projects. Just let's
we'll find out. We'll find out if it fails on that.
so because
No,
yeah, you
so
have target here, which is out of date, but I assume you must have
uh,
a solid spa basic example. Do you think this is up to date?
I mean this is up to date, but there's not like one last thing I haven't released yet.
Okay.
So actually, let's just try with build, but more likely that it's compile. No, build is probably it. My TypeScript must be fine. Okay. So it's an object, and that takes a target. That will be browser for this one, and that takes a bunch of plugins. So you put your plugins in there, and this one has to be a function that returns a list for
Okay.
specific reasons. But let's just
That's fine.
yeah. So it's a lazily evaluated list of extensions. You can actually make this an async function, and
Yep.
do dynamic imports if you need that.
Gotcha.
Okay. I think this is let's just run this so that we have the same thing as we had earlier.
Apparently, Vinxi's getting used out in the wild.
Yeah, I need to like last 2 days for my like weed talk and all, I went through a whole cleansing of the API because I still thought it's too complicated. So okay, let's is it compile? Okay, we'll find out.
We'll find out
Just
very soon.
let's restart this. We should be able to get the same thing we already had.
Okay. Okay.
Uh,
So let's go over and
so if
see.
yeah,
It looks okay.
just open it on a new tab. I don't feel
You're like,
certain.
I don't believe
I,
it.
I don't feel certain that it's working.
Okay, new
Okay.
tab. Yeah.
Okay, perfect. So it's the same thing
Well,
as
actually,
earlier. So
does this work? Just out of curiosity. Yeah, HMR.
yep. All of
Okay.
HMR and all already work.
Oh,
So
okay.
so
Yeah, there
you
we
can
go.
imagine your default read config gets translated to what you just wrote essentially,
Yeah. Okay.
right? So just go look at your read config file again and just imagine that this is kind of the implicit thing you have when you're running a Vite,
Right.
like a typical Vite server. So now let's say we want to add an API server to this. I would typically add the API server on top. Uh,
First, yeah. Yeah, because you
yeah,
want it to catch the spas kind of
yeah,
like the catch all.
yeah.
Okay.
So this one will be mode handler.
Mode. Oh, come on, type, Brian. This is why.
Handler.
This is why
Yeah.
you get me
Na-
into typing. Yeah.
name can be just API or something, solid API, whatever.
Yeah. Sure. Solid API. Let's do it.
Yeah. And the handler can just be, an API.ts file we build.
Yeah. Yeah. Let's do it. Handler. Yeah. Or API dot ts and
Yeah.
then build. We there's no build, right?
No. So you have to specify the target at least.
Yeah. Right. Okay. Yeah. Because there is a
So
build step, but
yeah,
it's not. Yeah. It doesn't need a bunch of plugins. We just need a target of server.
yeah.
Perfect. Okay.
Okay. So let's just add an API.ts file.
Yeah. This is a good comment.
So this is you can credit Ryan for this when he was like, "Oh, you'll have to create a new file." I was like, "Okay, I'll just make it work with read config files as well." And I think it's really nice that way, like that the
Yeah.
fact that we don't have to educate people about another file and
Yeah,
things
because
like that.
the difference is even I don't expose this to SolidStart developers. All my idea was, what if you just in this file put export default define config, and instead of importing that from Vite, import it from SolidStart. So it has the exact same signature as Vite. So as Vite adds new features and changes, you can keep your Vite config, and then all we did was kind of backdoor the the start options into the config. But
Yeah.
generally speaking, the idea that we ended up doing for SolidStart is just having the exact same API as Vite. So I guess this is
Yeah.
why that
I mean,
works.
you can show that off here, right? Like, so in your Vite config file, we can just create a function called define config that encapsulates this. Like, so maybe because that will give people a taste of what it is like to build a framework on top of this. So let's just go to Vite config once.
Okay.
I'm sorry, I'm a little all over the place, but let's just make a function called define config
Okay. Yeah.
that returns this.
Define
And
config. Yeah. I mean,
and let's say it takes no arguments for now, but it
yeah.
can be configured later. And it returns this create app thing.
Yeah.
No, let's make it return the whole create app thing.
Yeah. 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 Return. Yeah. Exactly. And then.
Yeah. So you can imagine define config now coming from some library or meta framework, and then you just having to do this, and all of this gets encapsulated. And they can expose whatever they want. So they can expose you to add new plugins, change the names of some of the routers, add your own routers, whatever the framework feels comfortable exposing to you. I want to show one cool thing here. So if you just shut the server once, like
Yeah.
so
Sorry.
right now we're running the CLI through Vinxi, right?
Yeah.
But one thing I really wanted is that so your Vite config JS file is a JavaScript file. You can actually do node vite.config.js, and that will allow you to run the server like just through normal node. So just do node and just do wait. So yeah, just do type module.
Yeah.
And just put dash dash dev at the end. So
Oh, right.
typically it will
Because
not do
it
anything.
just runs, right?
Yeah. And so it just starts the dev server, and you can actually, it's much easier to do some of the debugging things. Did it fail?
Yeah.
Wait,
Handlers
oh,
on function.
handler's
Oh,
not
it's
okay.
because we haven't. It would have failed anyways
Yeah.
because we haven't actually implemented handler.
Yeah.
Can we
Yeah.
implement handler here?
Yeah. So actually, just go to Vite config once and put API under a more restrictive base path, because this should have hit the spa thing, right? So just put a base thing in the API, an option called base,
Yeah.
and just put like /API, so that your API is served at yeah. Now just restart the server, and I think we should still be getting. I don't.
Oh,
So
you're
I
right.
still haven't got like hot.
Yeah.
I haven't got hot module replacement for the Vite config yet. But
Okay.
yeah, so the API is not being called yet because it's hitting the spa. So okay, now let's build the API endpoint we were building.
All right. But you're saying I don't have HMR anymore? Like.
No, you have HMR. You don't have HMR in the Vite config file.
Oh, okay. Got you. Okay. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. So
Like it
let's
doesn't
keep on.
reload the server on its own right now. Okay,
Okay.
so you basically you can just start export default event handler. Just do just import event handler. Just start writing it. I think you'll get suggested event handler. Is it okay? No, it's just event handler. It's an import from Vinxi/runtime/server.
Okay. Event
It's essentially,
handler.
like, full disclosure, it's a re-export from H3, but I've tried to encapsulate H3 and Nitro and that whole stack within Vinci so that I don't have to teach too many different things. So just go to runtime/server. Yeah. And so this is basically an event handler where you get an event as an async function. You can respond with plain JavaScript objects. You can respond with strings. You can respond with actual HTTP response objects. Whatever, we take care of building the appropriate headers for you.
Okay.
So
Yeah.
let's
So
just
this.
return a JavaScript object from here, like something random, like hello message or something like that. Yeah.
Okay. This is very
Yeah.
similar to what we were doing with Nitro last stream. And you're
Yeah.
saying
So
if I go to slash API, I should get greeting hello, which I do.
Yeah, and you'll get like all the HTTP headers and everything like that. Do you actually want to try returning a stream? You can actually return a stream from here as well, like, and that will be handled if you can build a stream by hand.
Yeah, I don't feel like doing that.
That makes sense. It's very annoying to do that. But no, so I mean, just to show, maybe you can use one of the solids like streaming things. Oh
Yeah,
no, but you'd have to build some suspense layer there, right? Like,
yeah. I
yeah,
mean,
okay.
yeah. I mean,
We'll get there when we get
I
there.
mean, we could. Yeah, we have to make a server render, and yeah. Anyway, okay.
No, but okay, we're gonna get there anyway. So the idea is you now already have an API and you have your Spark running together. You can probably fetch.
There's an interesting question. I don't know if you know about this. Does H3 still wrap your error with custom class? Last time I checked, it was a deal breaker. Can't do instance of. Do you know about that?
No, I'm not sure.
Okay, yeah, fair enough. We're getting readable stream.
It's easy to construct the class, but it's how do I get it to actually stream things slowly? So if somebody can send me that code, then we can just put it there. Just to show like, you just return a readable stream and it'll take care of, doing the streaming for you.
Right. Yeah, and that's all Nitro's handling.
Yeah. And then you can obviously, your whole world of like Node.js is available to you here. You can build, you can actually use Express handler, Express plugins and all also, because Nitro shims like the node request and node like response objects as well.
Right.
What are you doing?
Oh, nothing. I was just like, yeah, I don't even feel like doing it. I was like, started thinking I could build a button that called the API, but like.
Oh yeah, no, we can just do a quick one, right? Just do an on-click.
Yeah.
And in the on-click, you can just do a fetch call.
Exactly. On click.
Just do,
yeah, whatever.
Make it a lambda.
Yeah. We can just do it inline, I guess.
Just do fetch. Yeah, just do it inline.
Fetch.
Fetch /API.
And it's just a get, so that should be easy. I don't care about async functions. Oh, come on. Then r.json, and then and
then just console log it.
Yeah, I think this will work.
Yep.
Lovely. Let's go back to 3000. See our console. Click it. Yay. Okay.
Yeah. Perfect. Okay. So now let's say we're building an API, and I think it's more fun if I can get that file system routing kind of thing in the API directory, right? Like maybe I have like 10 routes. I don't want to declare all of them, register them, have my own router in there. So just for this, we have a package called Vinxi /router. It has a few common file system routing conventions just to get you started, but you can have your own conventions just as simply. So just do npm I @Vinxi /router.
Vinxi router like this?
Yeah. So it's not a runtime router. It's just a kind of a
file system router config.
Actually, let me see. Maybe Vinxi router does have because it has a simple like API runtime router also, because that is API. Yeah, I think handler. Okay. Yeah. So just import this
into my config file.
Yeah.
What does this look like? What am I importing?
You're importing from this /router /API. Yeah, and you're importing API router.
Is it like, do you know how it's spelled?
It's underscore. It's like lowercase API.
Like that?
Yeah. And so just wrap your API config into this. It has a few defaults for your API.
Okay. So when you say wrap it, what do you mean?
Just like this object here, make it an argument of API router.
Do I do this?
Yeah. You can remove mode Name also you can remove. Like these are inbuilt into it. Handler you can keep. Build you can remove. Base you can keep. Um, and then just give it a directory thing. Like give it a dir, which would be what folder to look at. So maybe we can have an API folder as well, right?
Do we need a
Yeah.
base then if we have any? Oh yeah, that's the
Yeah,
external
base.
base.
Yeah, those are independent.
Yeah.
So just run this once as well.
Okay.
Actually, remove the handler as well, because now that you have a top level
Yeah.
thing, the handler is inbuilt for
Right.
this one. Uh,
So and
just do
then
npm run dev. Yeah, move this in here. Perfect.
yeah. Although this will be API/API, right?
Yeah, that's fine.
pnpm dev. Yeah.
Okay.
Yes. So now this should be if I'm
This
right,
this one should fail.
but okay.
Wait. Wait. Go back. Did it? Read config. API.ts guru.
This one.
Let me see the config here. Name, mode, base, directories there, style is there, handlers there, plugins, base. Okay, fuck it. Can you just undo your changes? I'll just send you this code. You can just include the file router by hand.
Okay.
Just
It is.
copy. Wait, this chat is not enough. I'm sending it to you on Discord. I don't know if you want to open the chat right now, but
It's okay. Discord's usually off screen. This time it's not. It's okay.
okay. Yeah, I don't mind.
All right.
This will be the most complex piece of code you guys will see in this whole thing, because file system routers have regular expressions, which is annoying.
Okay. Well, I mean, this is fine. We get to see what it's like to build a file
Yeah.
system router here. So what file should I put this in?
In the config file itself.
Can I make it in another file? This just seems like a lot of
Sure.
stuff. I'm gonna make
Just
a
make
file.
just make a file router file or something.
Yeah. And is this all JavaScript? Can I get away with? Yeah.
Yeah, it's all JavaScript.
API router.ts. Oh, it's interesting. It doesn't seem to be using file URL to path.
Oh yeah, so that might be from some
And
other piece of code.
I need to export this.
Yeah.
Okay. I don't know if we want to dig into what it is to define a router.
Do you
let's
want to?
let's look at first how to use a router.
Yeah, so just there's a style config here.
Okay.
So you have to make two things, a directory and a style. So your directory becomes
Okay, fine. I'll do directory first. Directory becomes, we're still going to do /API. And then
yeah.
what's the other thing?
Actually, in directory put a oh, this might be the mistake from us. Put a dot in front. That might have been the issue from last time, but it's okay.
Yeah.
We can have two API routers if you want, like a different subpath. But put style here. Actually, it might be better to show this raw thing. And the style just takes the class.
Okay. So import. What did I? It doesn't matter what I called it because I did a default export. Let's call it API router.
Yeah, the API file system router is correct.
And it's from here, and then we just do it like. Do I call?
Yeah.
Do I just give it an instance?
Yeah.
Oh,
just
it's a class.
Just give it
it's a
class.
class.
Just give it a class. Yeah.
So I'm gonna, whatever.
Yeah, that's fine. Okay.
So
now
run
that. That's not going to be enough because we still need to set up the handler to because when you do this, all you've told Vinxi is that, I have a bunch of routes and please give them to me when I ask you for routes. but you still need to like set up the runtime server. We'll get to that, but let's just run this. I think I should have console logs for like any routes it discovers. So it discovered this route in your file system.
Slash API, yeah.
That's right. Perfect. So now go to your actually you will have to create an API.ts on the top, like as your main runtime entry point. Is this just refresh?
Yeah, I mean, but I'm not hitting an API. I'm hitting our other
Yeah,
router
yeah, yeah.
right now.
No, yeah.
I
So
haven't done this yet.
this will not work. This will not work yet. Yeah, yeah. No, so you need to create an API.ts file.
That's not this one.
No. So this is a file system route thingy, but you need
Yeah.
your main entry. You need your main entry handler.
Okay.
So I'm gonna send you the code for that as well. It's a
Okay.
tiny snippet.
Oh, I see. Yeah,
God.
because you're right. There's a handler API.ts.
Yeah. Uh, oh God, this is the worst time for this.
What?
So once in a while, my new Arc browser just decides to stop letting me. Yeah. Okay. Like navigate left and right on my Mac, and that's when I start panicking. Handler. I get this. I send it to you over here in Discord. Okay.
Okay. All right.
So you there is one dependency you need to install. It's path to regex p.
This handler, okay, is also okay. Yeah. So this is a little bit involved, eh?
Yeah. So this is typically like, if you want a file system router for your API, you need a router in the middle, right? Like to do the file system part.
I
Like,
got you. So Vinci has a bunch of defaults, which probably work where you can just import an API router and just go.
yeah,
You're showing me the code you would write to
to write,
actually.
write your own router. And
Yeah.
it's built on top of like this path to regex thing, which does all the matching. I just need to like literally be like, okay, call this handler. Like,
Do I need to install this now?
yeah, I just install that one package I sent you. So typically you not need to do that. You just use one of our routers. Uh, it's just not like as robust yet. Actually, I think the issue is probably like in that.
Yeah, we
Uh,
missed the
I th-
dot slash. Yeah.
yeah, I think so.
Okay.
And we can still
But
give that thing a try. But yeah, so this code, if you'll see at the bottom, just go all the way at the bottom. What we're doing is we're creating a router with our routes
yeah.
and just calling router.handle, right? Like, and so we need basically a router that takes the
Right.
event, maps the URL against whatever existing routes it has.
So then our API, I'm going to rename it to Greet to be a little bit different. Um, it it its API is different now, right? Like our
No, it's the
actual,
same. It's the same
it still uses
because
event
I just
handler.
yeah.
Okay.
I just passed the event handler. Like, yeah, all the native routers will be based on the same server runtime. Like, uh,
It's just because I saw this event handler here, so I
yeah, they
wasn't.
can be composed together, right? Like, they're just functions that
Okay.
they just are nothing actually. They're mostly for TypeScript. Uh,
So I guess my question then becomes,
so you should be able to call API/create here and be good.
let's go back here. Okay,
Nice.
it works. Okay, so yeah,
Okay.
we went a little bit in the weeds here.
Actually,
The
just can we just try the API router thing once again? So you can just add another router at the bottom and comment that one out. I think I
okay,
just want to make sure that we can just show that experience as well. Like when you don't have to do this, uh,
right.
just
So I'm
comment
gonna,
this one out
and
and
then
just add API router.
what was it again? It was we were gonna
Uh,
import
API
API
router,
router
Vinxi router /
from
API.
Vinci
Uh,
router. Yeah, I'll fix it in
it,
a second. Slash API.
yeah, yeah,
And
yeah.
then I just need to go. What is it? API
router,
router arguments.
and just pass the base and the dir.
Base is API, and the dir is dot/API.
Yeah. So the file convention is kind of like the old school next file convention, which is like the square brackets or dynamic params and things like that.
It found it this time.
Yeah.
So I'm pretty sure this will just work. Yeah.
Yep.
Okay. So that's way simpler.
Yeah. But you also got to see like how would you do it if you had to do it yourself? Like,
yeah. If you didn't like this one, you end up defining a handler. So you can basically create a router.
And actually, no. So I just want to take you through this. So if you scroll all the way to the top, you'll see that I import file routes from Vinxi/routes. So all you're doing when you're configuring a file system router is instructing Vinxi on what Vinxi/route should look like. But it doesn't actually do anything with it. You just get to import it, and now you get to use it in your router. It exposes the path. It exposes any keys you decided your file system router decided to expose on it. So if you'll see, there's a $ handler that my file system router exposes.
Yeah.
If you go to API router, the other file, the file below that, the other file. If you scroll down, if you see the toRoute function, it returns something with a $ handler. And this is just saying like, this is a reference to a file that $ handler represents. When you actually get a reference to this, there's a few functions that are added. So there's a .import added to it and a .require added to it so that you can do synchronous requires or dynamic imports based on it. What
right.
you like
And you can set conventions here because this is default, but you could set other conventions.
It could be a different export. Yeah, it could be a different export. So
you could put like loader here or route data, and it would be able to handle that. So you could.
So we can try something like, what if this was get? Like, what if we wanted to be like, this should be, so make this export function get, export const get is equal to this. Yeah. And now just save this. And in the API router, just do pick get, capital get from here. And just scroll up. I think just scroll up a bit. So this is dependent on it having default. Just make it dependent on it, like finding get as an export. So right now it does some defensive So right now it does some defensive programming, right? Where it's like, if there's not a default export, don't add it as a route yet, like things like that. But actually, no, just go to vite config and enable that router. This is still using like the inbuilt router.
Yes. Sorry, my bad.
So So this was the main reason like you would want to do your own thing is like, you just want your own conventions.
So this is like SvelteKit and SolidStart have a convention of using these capitals. I think Remix 2 adds this convention as well as using capital get. What we're basically saying here, and it found it. Let's hope it still works. Okay, didn't quite work.
What happened? Good, go ahead.
Mod default is not a function. Okay.
Okay. So go to the runtime. API. No, go to the runtime.
Which one?
This. The one on top, API.
Okay, yeah, this one,
Yeah. And so over here, mod.get is the function you want to use, not mod.default. So that way, like, so that's what I mean by it's all handled by the runtime. Like if the runtime doesn't cooperate with the bundler, nothing works. But it also means the runtime can do anything. Like it can decide to call get for all four. It can decide to call get and post for like different kinds of, because you have the method available there. So you can have a get and a post and do the routing in that handler you just saw where you changed it to default right now.
Yeah. Sorry, a question came up from chat. Sorry, were you instructing me to do something? I was just Matthew Phillips is asking some interesting questions in chat, and I was wondering if we could answer them for him.
So
one of them was
Nitro. Nitro has this like really fast kind of router matching thing. It's called Radix, I think. Radix 3 or something. It's a router tree and it does a matching really quickly, and it's based on regular expression, so it doesn't do like looping of every router. I think it builds like an optimal kind of regular expression to do the matching. But otherwise it's probably in the most simplest sense you can think of. It's like figuring out the first match in the router. Like how else will it know, like kind of what to hit? So kind of I'm leaving the fact that the router matching is happening by Nitro, and they have actually worked very hard to build a very fast router which like uh, uses like the cheapest kind of techniques. But I think at the end of the day, it's like regular expressions. Yeah, I think it's this radix tree thing that.
Yeah.
Wait, let me see if I can send you a link.
We covered this on the UnJS stream, actually. I'm pretty sure we talked about this. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, I mean, biggest thing here is there's a infinite amount of configurability in this approach between what happens at compile time. Like, you can basically set the conventions here. I don't think we're probably going to get much further with me playing with this example. We might actually have to see some actual examples of stuff you've built, because
Wait, do you want to do SSR?
So
people are starting to lose the focus.
Like, nice. I think we need to get a little bit to the point here.
Exciting part.
Because, like, yes, SSR would be a similar thing where you could come up with a convention for your file system routing. I mean, there is a Next.js pre-config option where you can get like the next 12 pages directory out of the box, right? Let's just look at a couple of those examples instead of building it ourselves. It might be the easiest way to go.
Let's go. Yeah. I still prefer it when you drive. Is that okay? So like you can just open either you can clone the repo or you can just open it on GitHub. Like either is okay. Actually, just go on GitHub and just like press, just go into that like editor mode in GitHub only. Like I think that's best.
There's an editor mode. What?
Yeah, just go to Vinxi.
Yeah, let's do that. Vinxi.
And just press dot, like press the period key.
What is this?
It opens VS Code for you. Like you can't really. I don't know if you can write back stuff yet. Maybe you can. I'm not sure. But yeah, it gives you the whole kind of VS Code experience.
What?
Yeah. People don't know this.
What is this? I usually use like StackBlitz.
I don't know what T does. I don't know what T does.
Yeah, what is this?
So this is not really code spaces. This is just like just kind of the client side of the editor, so it doesn't get saved there. But I think it has like a whole Git thing, so you can probably make pull requests and all from this thing. But you can't run anything really. For that, you need to go into code spaces.
Okay, I was semi-tempted just to pull the repo down so that like we could like run a couple of the examples. But yeah,
you can do that as well. I mean, see, the examples are not going to show you anything new per se, like because none of this innovation is really like at the runtime level. Like most of these things exist, and it's like the idea is most of it is about like,
right. I see what you're saying.
It takes,
like
I'm not going to show you anything new that nobody's seen before, like
right.
in terms of features or anything.
It's kind of interesting here because this is like, for example, you got a Tanstack router app here for SSR. You have this is Daishi's
an old school router, yeah.
Or isn't it? Or what's router? Is this a?
I don't know whose it is, but it's one that I think has been there for a long time.
Oh, it's the super small router, yeah.
Yeah.
Because, okay, yeah, but Tanstack. So because you have all these conventions, like for example, like in Tanstack router, I'm gonna blow this up a bit so I can see better.
Yeah.
The route.
Oh, so only the router and the client, only the server and the client files are special from a Vinxi perspective. Everything else is like kind of special also because you specify the handler there.
Yeah, I see. Because you basically like this is all out in the open where you've like configured stuff here. But
Yeah, I think this is all copied from like uh, Tanner's kind of like examples. So it's not it's already like this much ceremony is already needed, I think.
right.
So I just kind of
But this is an example of showing how you have const loader, you know, uh, and this is his loader, and I'm gathering this works kind of similar, like
we can see the file system router for this as well. Like it's out in the open. Like if you go to the config file app.config.js,
yeah,
so if you'll see, we have like tan stack file system router here. This is actually using Next.js convention, like the new app directory convention. So you'll see I'm using page layout, that kind of stuff.
yeah.
And there's another example in which I use the old Next.js like pages directory thing. So
Oh, I
this is
see.
the configuration. So there's
Interesting.
dollar component. There is you can also export error boundary. You can export loading, and you can export loader. You can also export a config object, which becomes the routing config. And
Right.
the double dot, and there's a difference between the single dollar sign and the double dollar sign. The double dollar signs are kind of synchronously imported,
Ported.
and
Right.
so
And
and
these
then the
ones are
double
code
dollar
split.
signs, yeah, and so those can be dynamically kind of imported.
Right. So they've been code
Um,
split. So yeah. So
yeah,
this
and
happens as part of the initial bundle, and this gets code split and loaded later.
can be dynamically loaded. Yeah,
Yeah.
and
Interesting.
some of this might be from like some experimentation I was doing,
Yeah.
but the API I eventually. So if you scroll down,
Yeah.
the API you had just written, I've changed that a bit. No, just in this file. If you go to the bottom, it's
Yeah.
almost a flat API now. Like I don't have a bunch of nested objects,
Right.
and the routes feels like a composable thing that you can put your own router into, right? Like so, there's a tan stack file system router here, but you can bring your own. It can take whatever options it needs. So I removed like, and it can actually be a router that's not even a file system router. It can be like a federated router. You can be fetching code for it from like some random places, like from the internet, from the database, something like that. Like I just made it very open ended. So you just have to give me a list of routes and like some file
Yeah.
paths to map them to.
Right. Got you.
Uh,
So
and
this is
so
continues.
I mean I want to show one powerful part is, so if you go to the SPA examples right on top of the SSR examples here, you'll see there are two Tanstack router examples. One is like a whole an old school Next. So if you go to pages, so this is like an old school Next.js
Index.
thing,
Yeah. Yeah.
and go to the Tanstack router app, and they're both kind of functionally equal. Like go to this and go to this,
Which was I
and
looking at
this uses,
pages
yeah,
posts. Yeah.
and so this uses the page layout and things like that, and they're both kind of just functionally equal. Like both of them have nested routing, both of them build out to the same output, things like that. Um, just different file system routing conventions, and all it takes is like in your app config file, you just have different like file system router setups.
That's interesting.
Uh,
Yeah.
and then yeah, just you can extend this to you allow any router to exist. So I can do this with React router. I can make a remix clone and like basically probably less than an hour. I can build like at least on the convention level and like getting the baseline experience.
Right. Because
I have a few, yeah, I have the solid example here.
yeah.
Let's see one with data. I think there must. So this one is just doing the data inline. I think if you go to the solid start example,
Yeah.
uh,
Yeah.
that's yeah, because that one's not actually using SolidStart. I think it's
Yeah.
still,
It's funny
maybe
because
it is.
you base this isn't actual solid start. You actually just built something with the same
Yeah.
conventions. I that
Go
one
to
doesn't.
some. There's some. Go to ID. Yeah. Okay.
Oh.
This one
Yeah.
does route data. Yeah.
Right. That's cute. Yeah. So
Yeah.
again, this was just a matter of
Of doing some.
configure. I think you did end up hiding this for me
Oh.
temporarily.
Yeah. Yeah,
Funny,
no.
we don't even really use this package, but like you
No. So
actually.
the code is in here only. It's so I. This was my first example. So go to frameworks. No. Frameworks. No. I built a frameworks folder,
Oh,
and so
okay.
this is solid start. And go to index.js.
Yeah.
This is like the same config you've been seeing at other places.
Right.
If you come here, yeah, there's a has route
That
data thing.
data. Right. So yeah, all the basically, as you showed, you can do next app directory. You can do remix style, which is similar to
Yeah,
what you did with Tanner. You can do SolidStart style. It's just a matter of changing the configuration.
yeah. I've also have examples with MDX. So if you go scroll up
Yeah,
in the examples, go to SPA MDX.
yeah,
And like I can do this in SPA mode, in SSR mode with React Server components. It's like for me, it's no big deal in per se. Like and so you'll see the MDX files and TSX files, and you can see the configuration for it. So go to app.config.js.
yeah.
Yeah, and these are like there's a router in here as well. Like uh, so
Yeah,
this is being driven by router, and you'll see that if there's MDX, I don't look for default export, things like that.
yeah,
Uh, and then if you see here, I just pass extensions. Scroll all the way down.
yeah,
I'm just passing. I'm passing the MDX plugin, and I think okay. So I think the extensions are part of the default. Go scroll up. I think over here I'm just defaulting to MDX also. Yeah. So
yeah.
that just gives it enough information that it needs to read those files, build them into routes, and like make them part of the routing tree available. And like none of my runtime actually needs to be aware of like some of these routes are coming from MDX. Like it's
Right.
the same for it.
One of the things that I actually wanted to show off, but you can't do without the demo, is you built a couple interesting features on top of the router. Like we kind of get it. You can basically use this to define any kind of custom routing system. But people might be like, okay, so what? Vite glob lets you write this logic, but it's the benefit of tying into this routing system is it handles all the code splitting rules, systematically.
CSS, all the
Yeah, so
CSS.
explain the CSS. How does this what does this do for CSS?
Right. So one of the big problems I think that most of the frameworks have given up on solving mostly is that, actually maybe Remix is one that actually does try to solve it properly, is that there is when you actually want like CSS files to be imported in your components, you need a way to actually be able to say that this CSS should also go away when my this kind of dependency tree goes away somehow. And it's very difficult problem to solve because once something gets imported, the CSS gets imported. Now the only way you can make sure you can remove it is like if all of the instances of the components have gone away, anything dependent has gone away, and that it will never not come back. And that kind of surety you need so that before you can remove the CSS. Now the one place where you have this information is if your CSS is scoped to routes. If your
Yeah,
CSS scoped to routes, when you switch away from a route, you know that you can offload that CSS and you have to load the CSS for the new page. And so you actually need uh, your dev server, your production server to actually have this strong association between your routes and your CSS. And typically most meta frameworks are able to do this in a way where like they know that for a specific route, what all CSS needs to be loaded. But they don't have enough, for some reason, they don't do enough to actually offload that CSS when somebody switches to a different route. And what you'll see is that, if you have two routes, one where the background is red and the other with no background set, what will happen is if you go to the first page, the background becomes red and you switch routes, the background stays red. It doesn't realize that the background red was just for that page. Um, and so what we do is we actually handle all of this automatically for you. We know your routes, we know what CSS gets loaded for each route. All you have to do is you use like a special version of Lazy that we export, which actually has this kind of like asset handling inbuilt. And so what it makes sure is that it's typically our version of Lazy is typically used for routes, like importing the component for a specific route. And what we do is we make sure like we offload all the CSS when you go to that page, when you go away from that page.
yeah,
Can't use CSS modules. You can use CSS modules, but at the end of the day, uh, the purity is in making sure that what I'm doing with raw CSS works, right? Obviously, I can solve this by doing like,
yeah. This is interesting. Yeah, because Remix does this, right? Like you can literally
yeah,
not use CSS modules, throw some CSS on a page, go between two pages, and have the styles change. It was actually a very cool demo and one of the earliest Remix demos that did this.
yeah, but they don't allow you to import. It's not through an import. It's through going through their export const links thing. Like you have to, do a special export to get that feature. And I wanted the out of the box experience to be that, right? Like That's what you want from your CSS handling, especially when uh, ideally Vite should be also trying to do that, but Vite doesn't know enough about like sub routes in your thing. So for it, it's one big app. All the CSS belongs to probably all of the app. And so it just lazily loads the CSS, doesn't offload it. But I think only once you have knowledge about the router and like the different routes can you actually start offloading CSS when you don't need it.
Okay. What I've done in the background while you were just talking here is I've loaded the latest version of Vinxi based SolidStart because I think we need to show a little, like, we've been showing how to build stuff, we've been showing some examples, but what does this actually end up looking like when a meta framework actually does the work of actually wrapping these details for you, and why is this interesting? Because I, I think this is an interesting situation in general. We can actually showcase a couple of this stuff, but I pulled down SolidStart here. Um, the first
Can
thing,
I show
one more.
one
Okay, let's
one
go.
interesting feature? Like I wanted to show how far we took like you remember how when Jared Sumner was talking to you how he wanted U server to become like a horizontal technology, not a vertical technology.
I mean,
And so
do you have an example in here?
yeah, I have examples across the board. So I'll just show you a quick like source code first, like so where it comes from. If you go to packages,
Yeah.
you'll see there is this Vinci references thing. It's a few files. It's like different parts of the puzzle that have to be fit together. It has knowledge about client components and server components as well. But what we are using it right now for is the server action setup, right? So if you scroll up, I'll show you a few places this is used. A few examples, all the way from like vanilla. So go to the vanilla example.
Okay, yeah, this is good. Vanilla
So
spa. Or,
yeah, this is a vanilla spa index HTML. It imports your app client file. Go to your app client file.
all right.
And you'll see this imports say hello from underscore from actions.
So to
And
clarify, there's no framework here. This is just vanilla JavaScript. There's no
yeah.
Okay.
No
So,
React, no Solid, nothing.
it's just funny. You have the TSX extension, so I was kind of like,
I'm used to it. I just do it by default kind of when I'm copy pasting things around.
okay,
And like, kind of I added a middleware there for like some just like, testing things out. But yeah, if you see this actions file, it has use server on top and that has all the implications you're imagining, right? So this say hello stays on the server. It becomes part of the server bundle that gets built with this. You obviously have to deploy it if you want that experience. You get to import it. All of TypeScript works out of the box. This is actually persistent, right? Because I'm keeping like it's only one instance of this thing, so it's persistent. So my store count keeps on going up, and you've already seen how it's used in the client, right? You just import it and you just call it like it's an async function.
right.
You can go to app config.js.
I just went, yeah, 2 seconds. Yeah. So literally, you just went console log await, top level await.
Yeah.
And then, yeah, the question is, how did you wire that up? Well,
So it's a slightly involved. You have to add a server plugin. The reason for this is because eventually, at the end of the day, you need Nitro to actually combine all your server actions together, even if they're built kind of as separate entry points. And that's what this top section is doing. Then you add two things. One is to your client, you add the client router plugin so that it knows how to interpret use server on the client.
yeah.
So it just does the transpilation, makes it a proxy reference, whatever it needs to do, and then you add a server router for handling the actions. But server router has an inbuilt handler in it because there's a typical way you want to handle the server actions. So there's one inbuilt, but you can override that handler if you want. If you want to write your own, you can pass that, and we allow you to pass a middleware. So middleware is a concept I recently added. The idea is you can write one middleware file and use it in as many routers as you want. And you can choose to skip routers or you can choose to include all routers. And the middleware only gets bundled once and it gets run before everything.
Okay. This question's got to come up here at this point. This is cool because obviously it's the vanilla use server example, but didn't we do this before? Wasn't there like something called Bling?
Yeah.
Why aren't we just using Bling here?
Actually, I've not tried it yet, but we can use it. So Bling would work out of the box in this because it's all based on a Vite plugin we wrote. The reason is because it wasn't built around, it is built around those dollar sign convention. Like there's no technical reason per se. It's built around, because if you see like the Vinci references thing is also built in userland. It's nothing that Vinci has to do inbuilt for it. So Blink could just work as well. The conventions I wanted to try out were this use client, use server, server components, client components thingy. And so for that, I needed like a full cross module thing, like, things going both ways. I needed the concept of use client where the server could give up and just be like, this is client rendered and things like that.
I need
I
I
don't
need I
think
need
there's a,
I need that to be a little clearer for me, because sorry, we had island dollar sign and we had server dollar sign. Those sound like the same thing. What's the difference here?
maybe none. Oh, yeah, wait. So there's one issue, which is that all of the previous solutions we had were, because they do not have kind of control of the server, right? Uh, so what was happening as an issue is that your server would be dependent on whatever was accessing these server functions to be imported on the server as well. If that didn't happen, those server actions would never get registered.
Yeah, yeah.
And that
So
means that you'd just be like shooting blanks, right? Like there's just be like you call those server action, but they never got imported, so they never got registered, and that had like its own series of issues.
yeah,
So
there's
what?
two problems, I think, right? Right, like someone puts a server function, a lazy loaded component. You never navigate to there on the server. It's not, there's no backend for it. So someone client navigates to the page, tries to call the server function. There's no backend. SolidStart has this issue today. It's kind of annoying. Our
Yeah,
router is smart enough to handle it, but if it's in an end user client like lazy thing that the end user did, it doesn't load properly. Second thing
yeah,
is island optimizations, the other side. And it's the same. It's not too bad of a problem. But in SolidStart, whenever you go into an island, do one of those imports, like it basically makes a separate bundle
entry point.
per entry point. It can't bundle them together, so it's like a little death by a thousand cuts. Like it's not that bad, but essentially, you need a bundler to understand the dependency graph of these things and how they tie together.
And they're
Whereas,
typically tied to the routes. The main thing is that they're tied to the routes
yeah,
because you can bundle the islands that are used on the same route together, or like use as dependencies of the routes. And so that's why I think you need a bundler that's aware of your router to actually do this well.
right. And the tricky part is Bling's compiler part of the solution is great. You get
Yeah.
stuff like secret dollar sign and all these, tricks with lazy loading, but it does not have knowledge of the router or the dependency graph. It's basically a Babel plugin. I mean, I think it's
Yeah.
so in a sense, Bling only solved half the problem. We still need that half, and applying Bling type transformations to something like this is important. But you actually need the bundler to be aware, unfortunately, which makes things a little less generic than we would love, but that's actually the only way you actually fully solve the problem.
Yeah, but I mean, this use server stuff, I was able to make it incredibly generic, right? So you see, I'm using it in a vanilla thing, but I'm also able to, if I think Solid Spa should have that as well. If you go to Solid Spa Basic, go to app. Okay, no, go to SSR Basic.
Okay.
I'm just, uh,
SSR basic
is, does
app.
this have,
Yeah, action.
yeah, so this has actions as well. And where am I
Where are
using
they
it?
using it?
I think Counter probably uses it. No, to see what, yeah, okay, this I'm just doing a top level console await here as well.
Yeah.
Uh, and so this, again, the same experience. If you go to app config file, it's probably the same amount of code. Like
Yeah.
just add those plugins in the specific areas and add the router at the end.
Jink and
And
jink.
then the last, yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
Uh,
Yeah.
and then the same thing is happening at the React RSC level also. So if you scroll up, there's an RSC example. Go to
Yeah.
Spa. Go to the Spa one, yeah. And if you look inside app, there's probably actions. But this one has the whole experience. This has server components. This has like async functions, uh, all of that.
Counter is going to be a use client, and
Yeah.
then
Actions is going to be use server. This is like your handler, like your main
yeah.
server action handler.
Yeah, the examples are a little messy because they want to show someone how they would implement this, less
Yeah.
what the end user would use.
Yep. So I think if you go to FW, if you go to the one on top, uh, so SPA is like the raw one. FW is one where I've like actually built some abstractions. This is what I would want somebody to use typically. Go to app. You'll see there's no Vinxi here almost. Like none of these files actually even use Vinxi for anything. They just, yeah, do that. Go
Say
to the
hello.
client. Yeah. So on change, I just call that. Only here you'll see. So I've published two packages: Vinxi/React, Vinxi/React Server, and I think Vinxi/React Server DOM, things like that. Which just exposes a server component thing.
Yeah.
And if you go to app config.js,
Sorry.
uh,
Config.js down here. Yeah.
I think this is probably like that simple kind of thing, like how you had done it.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
this is another example of how you do an RSC kind of thing. So this is actually full RSC. Like I can add a file system router and you would get to like, this doesn't have SSR properly yet, but an SPA with like, the server sending you a whole tree and then you just populating the client. That
Yeah.
that that setup is already there.
Very
Literally,
cool.
this is an index HTML file. So this is literally an SPA being driven by like React server components, because that app.tsx file never goes to the client. Um, this
Right.
this is this is completely on the server. Like this never goes to client, and so there's a lot of things that need to be managed for this, because now that you have a place where there are assets, there are CSS files that are being just loaded on the server and never on the client, and you need to account for that. You need to actually send that style.css file along. So there's a different kind of thing you need to do, and if you were stuck in a framework, you need to like redo an entire pipeline just to be able to do that. But we have a few like manifest APIs that help us do this very quickly.
Yeah.
But yeah, the idea was that we build a references thing to give you functionality like use server, use client, use worker. All of these are just pragmas that we can compile and kind of bundle together for you. And that works in vanilla stuff. It works in Solid. It works in React. It works with React server components all across the board.
Right. Yeah. No.
Okay, now
It's super powerful. Yeah. I wanted. Yeah. I wasn't sure you had a good demo for this, but the vanilla demo actually really says it all.
yeah.
Because yeah, what I just did, funnily enough, yeah, I was like, SolidStart is an example, which is where I've actually refined these patterns considerably just to make work within our framework. And I just switched branches between the Vinxi branch and the original SolidStart branch. And what's really cool about this is if I go into the packages, see, there's a bunch of garbage in here right now because SolidStart has all these things. So basically, I left start node, and I left. Sorry, let me see if I can refresh this.
No,
It's
but those node values don't get deleted on their own, I think.
it's okay. I'm just gonna clean up here. Basically, yeah, exactly, because they're installed already. I'm just gonna clean up some of this stuff for a second so that I can show the Vinxi example, because I left start node so I could still run the old start side by side, but all of this I'm just gonna delete for a moment. I think yeah, we're good. The reason I wanted to talk about this is because if you ever seen the SolidStart project, it looks kind of like this, right? There's all these things and 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 these things, right? And if you look at the start new project, it looks kind of like this. There's there's this. Yeah, there is some stuff. If you notice, there's islands and spa handling already. But like some of my nightmare was those adapters. My other nightmare is like we go into Vite and this plugin JS, and I was like, okay, what's going on here? We got like 6 plugins that feed into each other. I mean, it's not a bad setup. We're doing all
It
this
was
stuff.
getting convoluted. Yeah, it was
It,
getting
it,
pretty convoluted.
it was like, yeah,
How many lines is that?
uh, I think about 800. Let's, yeah, okay,
Oh,
730, right?
oh.
And basically the equivalent to that in
And this
start.
doesn't and this doesn't even have the file system router and everything like that. Like,
Yeah, you're right. I
uh,
forgot. Yeah, it's because there's also FS router here.
yeah,
Which one's a
there's
long one?
this is long. I think manifest is also decently long.
Yeah, manifest is not bad, but yeah,
I
okay.
mean, yeah, So there's
Basically,
300 lines for handling a manifest.
but like the config here now looks like, okay, create, this is the define config function we were talking about a moment ago that we did ourselves. We get those server references for both use server, use client. We have our static router. We have our SSR router, which is mostly the same as the other router, which does our plugin, merges the plugins in, does a few aliases. We have the client router, same, almost same stuff, and then that references thing. And that's basically it. This 120 line
Yeah.
file. Basically, I did it. There's some tools to count code, and I compared. Like this isn't 100% done yet. There's some stuff missing, some features and stuff. But I compared it like left to right, and it was literally I got to delete like I got to keep 10% of the code. I got to delete 90% of the code of SolidStart by moving to Vinxi. Just to kind of put that in perspective. If this is,
That was a crazy number for me too when I heard that.
I mean, we're
Yeah.
not done yet. There's a couple things I'm pulling to the router, which is why that's happening. But like it's like 1,200 lines of code now instead of 10,000. So just to kind of put this in perspective of what this means to have this kind of stuff, because yeah, there is an FS router. We have some rules here to configure, but this router here is like what, 130 line file compared to like 1,000 line file. We had the opportunity here to also fix a lot of these like key pieces that made examples not work as well. Things like client mode being isolated, right? Like I haven't actually shown this at all on stream yet. That's why I was just kind of taking a moment to talk about this. Like root TSX was fine, but the problem is a lot of apps actually, you know, when they're CSR mode, they actually kind of start like this, right? You go like you set up some providers, some error boundary suspense, you inject your routes. This is your experience when you use create React app and a client side app, and we kind of got away from this with with SSR, and unfortunately server components has this weird thing where there's actually kind of a static part of the top of the app and a non-static part because of the way mutations refresh. So like I realized that if we change the root to actually be more like the old create React app kind of style where it's the beginning of the app, and if we actually move the document into this is some middleware stuff we're playing with, don't worry too much about it, into the server entry, then you fix CSR mode, you fix some of the oddities on how these pieces work together. Another thing you notice here, yeah, we're playing around with middleware again, and the reason we're playing around with, yeah, I haven't PMI'd yet. The reason we're playing around with middleware is, yeah, you could define it, wrapping our handler, but we wanted a way to be able to do it globally, like everything was too wrapped into itself in terms of our API routes and our server functions and stuff. And this gives like this made the ability to do stuff universally easier. Like there's a lot of good things that we picked up both from patterns from Nitro and from being able to use something like Vinxi, plus our learnings from our first time through.
I mean, yeah. I mean, there's a saying almost like, if you want something right, you gotta do it thrice or something. Like, I feel like we're just doing that.
Yeah, I mean, go on the SolidStart repo and look at the kind of bugs they get. Almost 90% of them aren't about the stuff that like we actually worked on SolidStart. It was all like the other underpinnings, like, oh, this doesn't work on Windows. What's wrong with this adapter when I deploy in Vercel? Blah 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 blah. And it's like trust
I'm
Nux to
looking
do what
for-
Nux does. Trust Solid to do what Solid does. Trust Nitro to do what Nitro does.
Nitro.
Yeah.
I'm so looking forward to just being like, please file this in the Nitro repo. This is a Nitro bug.
Right.
Just be done with it.
But like this, like Nitro's powers Nux, so it is pretty,
Yeah, exactly. It has to be so mature and robust. Like,
right. So
Next has gone enterprise already.
yeah, so there's some more changes coming with this, but I just wanted to kind of give you an idea because honestly, when I switch branches every time, I'm reminded because I have to delete all the packages. So this is just like it the cool thing here is, other than this kind of, entry changes that we're talking about here, maybe like defining a middleware step, or these kind of, the app change. Entry client is basically identical.
Same,
Entry
yeah.
server, other than moving the document here, is identical. The routes folder is the same. Like the Hacker News example, which is always my example, is
Works.
yeah, like this is the same Hacker News example. Like basically your source folder, other than the entry files, is the same. I think we're going to improve some conventions around route data loadings. It's not I think, I know we will, but I just wanted to kind of point out here that, like, generally speaking, we were able to build the same experience just with incredibly less code to maintain.
Yeah, and this was like, I think, a week of work, maybe, like overall, like.
Yeah, well, to kind of get those pieces in. I mean, we still got more work on the experimental side, right? We haven't brought back in the islands router, but we do have
Islands.
islands
Yeah,
working.
yeah, yeah.
Like I believe I just have to go into vconfig here and go just
Islands,
change
true.
islands true or something. Yeah,
Yeah, yeah. I think the Hacker News example should be a good one. Or
yeah,
this one also, yeah. This one has a counter or something, right? Like you need
yeah,
some
yeah,
client component.
yeah, yeah, exactly. So you know, the basically, yeah, you can see here the define config pattern where there's a start option, but the rest of the options here are actually just the stock Vite config options being passed through. So other than this start option, everything is Vite.
Right.
That's generally the pattern here. I don't know. I think this is a pretty cool project. It's going to have a very big impact on what we're doing here with Solid.
Yeah, I mean for this, like I'm like I am just such a big customer of this thing myself that I care like absolutely zero if nobody else even uses it, because I have already used it enough to make it worth all my time. Like, and all of our products that are like company are now being built on top of that. Like, because it just gives me all the control. Like, with Beat, how you feel like you can just do anything with it, like on your app. That's how I now feel about my server. Like, I can do anything. Eventually, I can trust that it will deploy to Dino or Vercel or Netlify or Cloudflare or anywhere. Like, without me having to worry about, figuring out all that in the middle.
Yeah, I just love that. Like you could see from these examples, you could literally just set up. You just set up like you even made a very basic version of SolidStart in here. So like
Yeah. And there is a basic version of SolidStart in there. Like, that's the frameworks example. That's why I built that. Like, so
right,
that people can feel like they can build their own one.
the
And it's
next
like probably
example.
5 files.
Yeah, like obviously you've built stuff that's basically the same as Next.js. I haven't seen
Yeah.
anyone build the Svelte kit plus sign router yet, but I mean it's completely doable. If you
Yeah,
want.
it's so doable. Yeah,
So
yeah. Could we do it right now? But actually, it's okay. We don't have to do it right now.
I don't think I think we got pretty deep already when we were looking at the other routing
Yeah,
solutions.
yeah, yeah, yeah.
Yeah, no, for sure. Yeah, chat's been a little quiet for a while. I want to invite them back to talk some stuff, because I feel like we went and showed what we wanted to show. But yeah, let's get some questions in here for Nikhil for a moment. What's up?
So, support or contribution, yeah, of course. I mean, support is always great, like, because when you build something, you just follow the happy path because you know the happy path, but you never find out where things go wrong until kind of the rubber meets the road and people start using it. And so, obviously, we already tested well enough in, like, Windows and Mac OS, because a lot of the people at my company use Windows, but it's always helpful to have people use it. In terms of contributions, I think, like, this is something that Ryan probably understands from my perspective, where is that I don't like maintaining things. Like, once I'm done with something, it's like so tough for me to get back to it, like kind of do the gardening part of, like, the projects. And so I have very deliberately kept the scope, like, of Vinci itself in terms of, like, if you think about the scope of what it's trying to take care of, it's very big, but the code base is like maybe like another 1,000 lines or something. And the thing is, it's delegated all of its responsibilities to Nitro, to Vite, and like a few Vite plugins. And so the idea is that any development that needs to happens on top, right? So all my RSC stuff has happened on top. SolidStart is built on top. All of it happens in user land. When I need to build a specific API router, a certain convention, I don't go to Vinxi and build it. I build a separate package that I can, maybe it's still part of the Vinxi project. Maybe it comes out and like I just delete it and I let people just write their own routers. But for me, it's very important that the scope be minimal, that it remains in kind of in control and just like um, doesn't go out of hand. And my main purpose is that it should foster innovation on top of it, and it's completely designed in that way. It exposes the raw Vite plugin APIs to you, and you can just go ham on top. Like you build your own frameworks, build your own opinions.
How about the raw Nitro configuration?
The thing is, I've tried to avoid exposing most of the Nitro configuration because what I have to do, or what Vinci has to do, is to make sure it gives you a consistent experience in development and production. And so it's not as easy to just allow you to configure some Vite stuff because during development, you're in a very different environment than usually Nitro expects you to be, because you're in this kind of Vite environment and you don't, I like, so Nitro's typical dev experience is that it does an ES build, like rebuild of your whole server every time you change something. So it doesn't actually do HMR per se. It does a full rebuild of your server, restarts your server, runs your server in a separate worker actually. It doesn't even run the server on the main thread. And so I actually removed all those things. I built like a different dev server which runs on the main thread. All the Vite kind of servers share a module scope because sometimes you need to communicate between them during development just so that they can figure out what the other is doing, especially the server and the client, right? The server needs to know what the client is importing, so it needs access to the dependency graph from the client. I think, yes, I'm answering the Nitro question. So that's why I've tried to avoid exposing too much of Nitro, because I have to fulfill the same obligation. Like let's say you do something of like the default imports thing, like the unimport thing, or like the unstorage thing. All of them depend on Nitro doing something during development that I can't fulfill in Vite very easily. I have to rebuild all of that. So it's like most of those things can be added in user land. So default imports like that, automatic imports can be just added as a Vite plugin, or unstorage can just be imported and used. So I just felt like it wasn't being very helpful to expose too much configuration. If you see my configuration, I think I have like 3 or 4 options only in like the top level, like the routers, there's a bit of the server config, and like just the name of the app, like just for logs and all, like
There,
nothing
there's
much. Like,
there's one thing in Nitro that I'm actually interested in around this zone, and that's the pre-rendering and stuff like that. Do you
yeah,
have any
yeah.
Do you have any thoughts on how to handle pre-rendering in Vinci? I guess that's more of a build step thing than a dev's thing.
It is a build. I mean, typically, uh, your dev step can also decide to like do a pre-render and then serve that static as the same thing as just returning the server result. But yeah, during the build step, right now what we do is we respect the same kind of pre-render config that Nitro has, which is a list of routes, and we just kind of render those routes for you statically and put them in the public directory. But I mean, I think we still have to figure out the best way for this. What you actually typically want is routes to be able to inform you that they need to be pre-rendered or not. And that means that it somehow has to be coming from the routing configuration, informing Nitro which routes want to be pre-rendered, on what schedule, things like that. And so I have to figure out, and that means that you have to kind of statically analyze these routes to figure out if they need to be pre-rendered or not, because you don't want to import them and then inspect that config object and things like that. Um, but because of like respecting kind of that localization thing, like you want things to be close together, config options that make sense with the route should be in that route file. And so there's a little bit of an unsolved problem space here, but I already have in my mind how I would do it. You would be allowed to have some kind of configuration object with a pre-render option on it, or just be doing export const pre-render, and then I would just statically analyze the result of it and give it to you during the build config, like so that you can decide what to do with it, like how to interpret the pre-rendering thing.
Yeah, I mean, I put Nikhil on the spot right now because that's like out of all the features that I was asking for, I think that's like the last one that I
Yeah, 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 yeah.
that
That's
I'm
that's
looking
the
at.
unsolved one yet. No, no, but it's been at the back of my mind as well, because I think I'm building a doc site and I need some like pre-rendering for that as well. Um, but
Yeah.
so I need to solve that there anyway.
I think you've already answered this question, but like you gave us some examples, but your hope is that like if Tanner wants to, get TanStack start going, he's just going to look kind of like what I've done at SolidStart and then put that in his userland
Right.
repo.
Yeah,
Uh,
yeah, yeah, yeah. He can
uh,
copy one of my TANStack router examples. Like I have
yeah.
2, 3 different examples with SSR, with SPA, everything.
Yeah, yeah. Yeah. I've taken some of the configuration stuff further and whatnot, but yeah, me and Tanner and Nikhil are still very much in conversation and very much aligned on this stuff. But yeah, I think Vinxi. I think you built a bunch of examples to show that it could initially. I think there's enough here to do what needs to get done. Yeah. Let's see.
Yeah, these are interesting questions.
Yeah. Okay. You've been referring to this as a router, but it's very different from what we typically refer to as a router. Do we need a new terminology?
I mean, see, at the basis of I'm thinking of it as a router, right? Because it's saying for this section of routes, do X, right? Like treat it as an SSR app. For this section of the routes, treat it as a uh, client-side app. For this section of the route, treat it as a static file system route server, like uh, static file server. Um, I do agree that the term route maybe gets overloaded in this scenario, but I think in the true sense of router, a router in Vinxi is a router. Like it picks up a bunch of URLs in a subsection of your app and decides who to kind of send it to, and like how to build it out and how to be able to serve this.
Yeah, meta router
So
is it's funny because I use the term meta bundler in my stream post, but then you also used the meta bundler in your Vite talk. I saw.
yeah, it was from your thing only because if I have to describe it, I can't give it a really good descriptive word. So that's why I've just started calling it like a server-side SDK for JavaScript now. And the idea is it is a bundler, it is a router, it is a file system router, it is a development server, it is a production server, it is a server runtime that goes across the platform.
Yeah.
90% of this comes from Nitro, the other 10-20% comes from Vite, a thin layer comes from me on top. Uh, Oh yeah. This question I
Yeah,
really
yeah.
wanted to answer that one.
Exactly. Talking about
Yeah.
layers.
So I share your fear of layers personally as well, right? But I think typically, uh, especially when like Vite does not actually want to extend itself to become like that server side framework layer, as in like whenever you talk to the Vite guys, they don't want to become the CLI. They don't want to become the server side. They're like, build your own CLI, build your own CLI. Don't, try to trick the Vite CLI thinking into that it's a server side framework at that moment. And they also want you to do your own builds. On the other side, Nitro doesn't have like the development kind of server experience that Vite is able to give you, especially for the client. And even for the server, they don't have that HMR experience. They actually rebuild the whole server, reload the whole server, and things like that. And so instead of building another layer, I needed a way to marry these two and have them do what they're good at uh, really well. And I saw that the that kind of collaboration was actually shared between the two teams as well. Like the Vite guys have actually expressed a lot of times that it might be fun to integrate with Nitro and have some examples where Nitro is being used with Vite. And I've seen interest from the Nitro side where they've shown examples of like Vite being used in Nitro. For example, Daniel Rose talk. And it is that kind of that showed me that there's a room for an abstraction here. And when I saw Ban, that's when I realized that there is actually a layer very very desperately missing for us to like build actually complex server side apps which are not tied to opinions from like one meta framework like
Right. You kept on building this layer that is Vinci over and over and over again, and each time
exactly
it wasn't super simple. It was actually kind of substantial.
complicated, yeah. And like half the times I didn't have half the features I'd built the previous time, or I had half the time I didn't have adapters because I didn't go that far. Half the time I didn't have a good build setup because I didn't go that far. Every time you have to do it again and again, you're compromising on half the things because it's just a lot of work. Um, so I agree that you should be fearful of layers, but just like all of computing, things are built on top of each other, uh, and I think the way you write your code has almost nothing to do with Vinci. Most of the, like, if you see most of your code, you're never importing Vinci in your code,
Yeah.
except maybe like the event handler function. So it's really a build tool that doesn't even come with a lot of its own opinions. Like, it's maybe the only opinions it has are the same opinions as Vite, right? So all the other opinions are kind of whatever you want them to be, like whatever file you want to use as your handler, whatever way you want to do your file system routing, whatever exports you want, they're all up to you.
Right.
Um,
There's a question. I think Vinci is Vite based though, right? You can't use
yeah.
Webpack.
No,
Uh,
don't use Webpack.
yeah, yeah,
Even if you want to, don't
yeah.
use it.
It's about duplicating the conventions and the like thing. Like you could basically build something that apes Next.js, but then it'll be built on Vite, which
Yeah.
sounds like a win anyway.
Exactly. It'll be 10x faster already.
Did you talk about the name yet?
Uh,
Is it because
uh,
Nikhil's a Renaissance man?
no, I don't give myself that much credit, but it actually, the name does come from my love for uh, the late great Leonardo da Vinci. There are a few things. I actually share a birthday with Leonardo da Vinci, so I was like, one of those people who like looked up who you share a birthday with, and then I started reading about him, and it is just crazy the kind of like disciplines that he excelled in, and was able to just go wide, across the board with like creativity, design, innovation at that stage, and at super young. And so I always wanted to like use that name for something, and it just seemed very appropriate to use it here. Yeah, I mean, it comes from Da Vinci. I have like I think a GitHub organization called DevVinci for devs. But yeah, I mean, I just love the name. I love the story, and I love the man. Like everything that he was able to accomplish. And I think it's somebody I actually kind of like look up to. You want to be like the Da Vinci of your times, kind of that kind of thing. Um, so the name comes from that. Obviously, VINCI was probably not available, and the X was just to replace the C.
I mean,
So the pronunciation is Vinci.
how many packages have you called Vinci over the years? Because I know this isn't the first one.
So not a lot of packages actually. So a lot of repos I've called Vinci,
Okay,
but
repos.
never
Yeah.
felt good enough about it to release it. Uh, this is the first one where I was like, I'm going with it. Like, this makes sense. There's the VI for wheat, and like, kind of giving a hat tip to wheat as well. Uh, and I don't know. I just really like the name. I hope people don't start mispronouncing it like Vinxi and things like that, to make sure people know it's
Or
Vinci.
Da Vinci.
Yeah.
Every project needs a good story to go along the name. There you go. Yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, okay. This is a fair question. We can both take a stab at this, although I think I'm directing this one more because it's in user land. Um, what's the next step to get Vinci based SolidStart ready? Well, right now we were actually supposed to talk about this, but we actually ended up doing the Vite talk the whole time. We are finalizing the middleware level layer, which will help me get the auth examples. What I'm doing right now is I'm going one by one through SolidStart's examples and converting them, and you can actually see this happening in real time
Live. Yeah.
in the repo because I basically have been all the ones like not bare because it's too simple, but most of them I've been making a Z version so I can compare the old
You're
version with
not.
the new version side by side as I go to make sure I have the behavior, and I'm just converting these one by one. All of these ones have been converted. MDX works. We actually fixed MDX. Nikhil did it, and the main branch of SolidStart, which had been having issues since Vite 4, now works with MDX. Release went out yesterday, 0.36. Anyways, but what I want to show here is that like the Tailwind, SolidStyle, MDX, Hacker News, these ones work. Some of these examples don't exist anymore. I don't know what that's doing there.
You, did you already check the MDX on the main branch?
Yeah,
Oh, it works?
yeah, that
Nice.
that fix was all we needed. So the next thing I need to do is get the auth examples and the Prisma examples working, which means I need to get the middleware nailed out, and then that will get the TRPC. I need to figure out what's up with VTest. WebSockets, because we don't own that layer, that this is going to get pushed
That's
out.
his responsibility.
Yeah, that's going to get pushed out of here for now. It might come back in the future as an example. That will only leave the movies notes and to do MVC examples, and these ones, the notes and movies are based on islands, which I I'm not going to let islands prevent us from releasing the beta here because they're still experimental. So I'm not too worried about
We
this.
have, I think we might be able to
It,
get those.
yeah, they work, but not the router. And the problem is, I want to pull stuff back into the router. Similarly, the create route data and stuff, I want to pull that back into the router because if you look at these examples, can I show you really quickly what I? Well, actually, Hacker News is a way better example here. Look what's going on here.
You're
You're
not
going to see
sharing.
something. This is the part that I was hiding here. And part of the thing is, okay, we imported create handler and start server and some props object thing from SolidStart. But
Ryan, not
because
your screen.
oh, you're right, you're right.
Yeah.
I do this all the time. But
Yeah.
but like yeah, so let's look at an actual project here. What I mean is because of the way we're doing this props in on the document, we don't have all the uppercase components anymore. So the API surface gets much smaller.
And
So
children as props. Children as props. That's the I think the new convention. You should. Yeah, you will have to sell people on it, but yeah, I think children should be passed as props between like routes and like
well,
nested.
exactly. The router has to be updated to fit this. But what I wanted to point out is there's a reason for that, which I was trying to talk about a bit on last stream with the data fetching. Because if you want to have server components, you can't have context. I'm still working through that a bit. But what I wanted to show is that these imports in the client and server entries come from SolidStart, but like nothing else comes from SolidStart in these examples. I've updated them. This is from the router. This is from Solid. This is local. Like what I wanted to kind of show here is that SolidStart doesn't, except for that entry stuff, like the middleware and the entry, doesn't need to be someplace you import from. Basically, everything comes from the packages because ultimately, I want to get to a point where router is in here and you can just replace it because as long as you have file routes, as long as you have, which this does come from SolidStart because it exports the routes from it. As long as you have it, and this is just JSON, file routes returns JSON. As long as you have a convention for the routes, any router can just do the conversion on the fly and do it. So technically speaking, SolidStart could support any solid router. I was serious about this app entry. I want it to feel like CRA where it is the app entry where you can do that. So basically, two categories. Finish up the middleware to finish up most of the examples. Three categories. Finish porting stuff back to the router, like create route resource and whatnot. And then third category is missing features from Vinxi. Right now, the only one that's on my list is that pre-render capability, so that we can do the equivalent of the static rendering adapter and finish the single page app mode, which works fine. It just serves the initial page from the server right now, but it completely isolated. Doesn't have all the bugs we have right now for it. So those three things, and the beta is ready to go. That's the thing. As I said, I'm not too worried about the islands routing. We're working on that. There's just a few things in flux right now, right? Because Solid 1.8 is making good progress. I've also been working on Solid 2.0 at the same time, and obviously the Solid Beta 2 that I'm talking about right now, and been trying to do releases for bug fixes for Solid Beta 1. As I said, did a release of all these things last week. What was I going to say? 0.36 was released on SolidStart for the initial beta. Solid 1.7.12 came out with a bunch of with some updates this week. I have new beta versions of the DOM expressions for Solid 1.8, and yes, next week I think we're going to unveil what we've been doing with signals for Solid 2.0. So. Just a lot of stuff going on.
Nice.
All right. Let me see. Did I miss any questions? Yeah. To be fair, it's not if you've been watching my streams, there's nothing new here. Honestly, this stream and my last couple streams put together and then made into a tight package is basically my Vite talk. But like you guys already know everything I'm going to talk about at the Vite conference, but I just tried to do it in a very presentable way. There's just so much work going on. Is this a question? Love seeing the demos of the different features you could implement actions. Do these types of features have to be individually implemented by every user, or is there a composability option? Trying to understand what this question means, because if like you set up the configuration and then the stuff just works, but
I mean, I guess there's always like you can make the configuration always, slightly more easier. Like, for example, you could have like out of the box routers that you can just initialize that has a few defaults, uh, things like that, or maybe like a plugin system. Actually, I don't want to introduce another plugin system, but yeah, the main piece of composability would be routers that you could get out of the box. For example, I give you that server actions router, right? That you can just include in your plugin, and that just gives you a thing that handles server action. So that kind of functionality we can just expose a React SPA router that has some React plugins in it, some SPA configuration into it, and those just would be packages on top. Like that's I don't want to bring that into the core layer. The core layer will be very thin and driven by raw configuration, not a lot of defaults also. Like uh, because I mean defaults become like an API contract that you have to continuously maintain. Then I want to not have like a lot of default API contracts. Just be everything driven by whatever your configuration is.
right. Speaking of configuration, this is actually a question that I have too, because I've been trying to figure out how to set up Vitest.
So what we can do is probably the best thing is that Vinci should wrap over vtest, and because I don't know how you would configure vtest properly for all your various environments. Like how do people do it right now?
Yeah, I mean that's a great question. I think we
Like
probably need to
for the
talk to
server
someone.
and the client, like how do they manage all that in their vtest config? I'm not sure. uh, how do they run server tests and client tests separately, things like that, like all those kind of things. I think the testing stuff is something I need to figure out, but I think it's probably something that Vinci will take a little responsibility for, and like make sure that because it's the bundler, right? The bundler is part of your testing setup. Like how do you test without awareness of what the bundler is going to do?
Right. Yeah,
But
because like
in some ways, if you're doing unit testing, I guess unit testing you don't need to think too much. But if there's any like higher level kind of integration testing, you're doing browser testing, you probably need all the parts working properly. But I think a separate vtest file, as Brandon is recommending, can work, like because you'll just have some like index.test.tsx. It's importing some other tsx files. You make sure like your solid plug is in there in the vtest config. I think that would work for your unit
yeah,
test at least.
yeah. I'm not as familiar on the setup on Vitest, and I feel like we just need to have a quick session with like an Alex Lowe who does all the testing stuff pretty much for Solid, just to get an idea, or someone on that side, because
Yeah.
like there's a lot of variability in these test setups, and I feel like there's probably an answer here.
I'm sure.
Separate vtest
Yeah, yeah, no,
config.ts.
yeah. This is what I was saying. That
Yeah. Yeah. Okay. That's good. Yeah, because that's one of my examples on my list. I actually like our list of examples here because they give me a chance to touch on a lot of different types of technologies. Um, what
yeah,
is what is Vinci just joined? It's a meta bundler that sits on top of Vite that ties together file system routing and like Vite bundling to serve as almost like a base for building meta frameworks, because the 80% of code in most meta frameworks is all the same, whether it's SvelteKit, Astro, SolidStart, Remix, whatever.
Quixity, Quixity, Analog, all
Yeah,
of them.
all of them. So the idea was, could we generalize those pieces? And quite a few have asked that question, but often we get mired in opinions that actually row up very hard on the frameworks themselves. People are React dev, they follow React conventions. People are Vue dev, they follow Vue conventions. So a lot of thinking here is about how to do this in a way that finds the right abstractions. Would you consider merging with Vue? I think you already said they weren't interested, but
I don't think so. I think they're looking for tools to be built on top of them. But yes, definitely, I would love to shift the maintenance burden of this to to someone else.
yeah.
But yeah,
Yeah.
I'll maintain it if nobody else
Yeah,
does.
we're just wrapping up a bit here on the on the Vinxi topic. Talked a bit about SolidStart. Talked about because we've been rebasing SolidStart onto Vinxi. Yeah, I don't know. Does anyone
It's all
have?
there.
Yeah, does anyone else have any other questions for Nikhil while we have him here? How night? It's probably it's almost 2:30 in the morning for you, I think.
Not that bad. Yeah.
Not that bad. Yeah.
Yeah. No, because I want to listen to you talk about Svelte and Svelte 5. I'm here for the show. All of
Yeah,
this
yeah.
is just all of this is just the prelude to the
Yeah.
main show.
Yeah, oh, is that people want to hear me talk about signals and svelte and ruins? I see.
You just call it ruins. You don't call it ruins. It
but
sounds like
what?
Svelte is ruined.
No, I didn't say that. um,
Yeah.
oh, what's okay? Sorry. What's next for Vinci? There's this question: is what next after Solid Start? But I'm going to take this as what's next for Vinci, or you
Next
think you're almost done?
is no. So actually, the two things that I'm keen, three things actually. There's the whole pre-rendering kind of ISR thing, like how to play well with CDNs and things like that. I need to just learn from like what Vercel is doing, what Nux is doing, figure out what is the abstraction layer there. Second is testing, and third is WebSockets. So I the server layer needs to have WebSocket support on whatever platform we deploy. Maybe it can restrict support on some platforms if it's not available, but on whatever platforms it is available, I need access to it, like because I want to build like those WebSocket kind of based applications. So that has to be handled natively by Vinci. But apart from that, I don't. Vinci itself will not add new features per se. It will try to expose as many of Nitro's and Veets features it can, without like making it more complicated than it needs to be. Like if there's some features that I think can be done in user land, I would prefer that, because the main intention is keeping the surface layer very very small. In terms of the code I have to maintain, even though the scope can be big, I'm standing on the shoulders of giants for almost everything we're doing there. Like that's how the code gets to be so small, and so I intend to keep it that way. And I've tried actually very hard up till now to not let the scope expand. Even though sub packages I've included in there, I don't enjoy seeing them there, because it feels like they're kind of a crutch there. But for now, it's fine. I just get to develop them quickly. But maybe they go out into some other package space, or like they
I
get upstreamed into more relevant areas.
I feel the same. That it's crazy that after this change, another thing that's been going on in the Solid community is that there's a new Solid CLI that's much more powerful than what I built for Start, and they're getting the ability to actually do the Start templates. It's not very far fetched to picture that when Solid Start gets perfect, CSR capability, that we just update the starter templates in like the templates repo to be built on whatever Start is, and
Yeah,
then the CLI just becomes Solid CLI, and then the Solid Start repo is literally a single package. Like we
right.
are we are very close to it not being a mono repo. So yeah, it's very very cool.
Uh,
Does Vinci expose an API I want to try it as a core for a similar project? What sort of API? Like everything.
it is in some way, so it's completely runtime. Like if you saw, you could actually do node and run your config file. Because the idea is it's completely a runtime driven thing. Like the CLI literally just does that. So you can actually just like import, create app in your own node file, do whatever you want on top of it. It exposes a serve function and a build function, You can call those if you want, or you can do something else with like the app you've got. You'll get access to the config, all the routers you've configured, and things like that.
Right. According to Vinxi Codebase, Nikhil's a JSDoc developer, not a TS developer. Okay, yeah, let's talk controversy. What's up?
No, no. So this was my big lesson from understanding kind of Rich Harris's argument about JavaScript and JSDoc, and uh, it's mainly coming from the perspective of a library author. I think the biggest advantage that JS and JSDoc has that as is that like I am reading the source code when I go to definition, like for any of the things, like even when I'm doing it like in my app, whenever I go to like see where something is imported from, it's the raw JavaScript source code that I wrote back then. I make any changes, I try them out, it works in my example, I just copy paste that into my repo, push it, release it. And so the development cycle, the debugging cycle, we don't have like the Vinci repo has zero build steps, like nothing gets built. It just continuously is always live, and so I can just start running any example. I don't have to run any other dev servers for it, like no other watchers, nothing like that. It's all like always coming directly from source. Uh, and the source is also of a way like where I can copy paste it around into the browser, test some things out there. Um, and at the end of the day, um like if I had used TypeScript, I would still have wanted to do it in a way where I'm being able to use the source directly in my project. Like I'm not doing a build step. And the only issue was that like our previous SolidStart, like our older version, it's all written in TypeScript and it still doesn't have a build step. Because that part is so important to like doing iteration and debugging and like, doing fixes and things like that. And so I can't give that up. Like for no like for the small amount of convenience like writing raw TypeScript gives me, it's not enough to like let go of the convenience of doing the fixes and the debugging and like just like patch package and things like that. Like uh, all of that is just too important to like uh, fight over JS versus TS like that. And of course, I love TypeScript. Like you'll get strong types for everything you use from Vinci, like very strong types. Uh, but yeah, you don't have to read the source code. I have to read it and like maintain it every day and like debug it. So it's very important uh, that that be maintainable. And yeah, I mean, kudos to Rich Harris for like taking that stand, and I think it's the correct one.
Yeah, it just keeps going back. Svelte copying solid, solid copying Svelte, Svelte copying solid. I don't know. There's a lot of learnings here that I think can be generally known. Like you realize these things. I don't know. I still don't like typing JS docs, but I like that's where most of the benefit comes in.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. I think it's a very decent experience. Like obviously my preference would be I just write raw TypeScript files and it works everywhere, but it's not the situation right now. I don't want to have to write TypeScript files, run a build step, and then be able to use something. Like that is the thing I just want to avoid. um,
Hmm.
TypeScript does look better. Yeah, I agree, TypeScript does look better, but not pretty enough for me to give up on all the other things. uh,
Oh, okay, I got another question for you, just because I think this is a fair question. A lot of people kind of come in and they see people come on stream and talk about stuff, role models, how they learn, where they got to. I feel like I'm too far removed from that. It's been like 20 years, but
yeah.
you're a little bit.
Oh, hi, Suresh. Um, so okay, it's been kind of a wild path. So typically, just like with most parents, I think my parents sent me to some computer class back when I was a kid to like, I think I learned Visual Basic back then, built a few like drag and drop UIs. That's when I my interest peaked. Didn't learn enough, but got an idea of like that computers can be controlled by like writing lines of text. Then in class ninth and 10th, I did computer applications as like an optional subject. That's when I learned Java for the first time and learned programming, and got good enough that I could do some like simple like ASCII text based games in it, like things like that. Then eventually I discovered YouTube. And no, actually, my greatest learning actually came when I was in grade 12th, when I had to build a website for the Model UN conference I was hosting back in school. And we didn't have good developers. And so I just learned HTML and CSS. And I've seen that desperation and like wanting to build something has been the biggest driver of learning for me. It's like mostly I don't know anything about something that I just imagine that I should be able to build, and then I just learn everything that is involved in building that, and I'm okay taking time. Typically, once I've learned the things involved in building it, I most of the time give up on the project, because in the back of my head I know what I'm doing it for. It's because I want to learn these new things. Sometimes the project is interesting enough to finish it, but I don't feel guilty over unfinished projects, because it's like I typically learn so much from any new project I do, uh, that the best the best thing for me has always been just focus on building new projects. Or like I think it's great to just try to copy projects that already exist, like try to bring one opinion you think is different from the existing library, try to recreate some of it, try to bring your own opinion. uh, that's been my style. I have typically not had a great college experience when it comes to like computer science education per se. I always felt like, they're taking 4 months to teach something that, typically if you're building a product, you would need to learn in 3 to 4 days. Like that databases class took like 4 months to teach me like simple SQL and Postgres and things like that. I'm like, once I had to start building my startup product, I had to learn that in like 3 days, 4 days to like fit the timeline. And so it's just, I think, a very different reality from what you actually hit at your work, where you need to learn technologies very quickly. And so the thing you need to be really good at is to like know about the fact that there are these unknowns here. There are a few knowns that go with the confidence that you'll be able to figure out the unknowns, and everything that you need to figure out the unknowns is online. um, and I think it's that kind of philosophy about any new project I take. I think that just lets me be very confident ki, whatever comes my way, it'll be, whatever it is, it's probably either been solved before, or like there are the pieces are there in the world to solve it. you know no problem is really that impossible per se.
Right. No,
So
that's
yeah, I
but
mean, I don't know if that's a great answer, because I can't, I'm too young as well to be like, this is how I've learned very well. But when I look back to what I've done, most of my learning has happened like this. Like anything new that you see from me, it's happened because I built a project that I needed to learn how to do that for. Uh, there's no other way I've learned anything actually, really.
no, and that's very true. That's how these things actually tend to go
Yeah.
once you kind of leave that. So I think that's great advice.
If there's one prescriptive thing I could say, which is like a much simpler thing than like just go build things, is like read the code from the best open source projects out there. Like just imagine like you're getting to read material from like the best physicists, right? Like that's the kind of research papers you want to read to figure out how to write good research papers, right? And so and the same is true for open source, and everything is available to you. Like how React has been written is available to you, how Solid has been written is available for you to read. And so if you want to actually improve the way you write code, the best thing to do is actually to read a lot of these libraries and their source code. Whatever library you use, go read its source code. Like you will never be like you'll never regret it. Plus you will just be way more informed about what your library is doing. Uh, and you would feel the confidence that I could have, like most of the times I've read the source code for something, I come out of thinking I could have written this, and there's a lot I learned in the process. But it just makes me more aware of what is happening in the ecosystem, and like actually gives me more confidence about my ability, because you also get to see that none of these people are like some like aliens or something that are writing like some magical kind of incantations that are just making a code like work. It's that Steve Jobs thing of like everything around you has been built by people like not much smarter than you. And I think that both that realization, that confidence that comes along with it, and all the learnings that comes along with like reading people's code, and like becoming once if you want to become good at writing something, the best thing you have to do is that read a lot first, then write a lot. And so those are the two things I've told you. It's like basically read a lot of code and then write a lot of code. Like but you don't like to write boring mundane code, so just do it for projects that you uh, like to see be in the world, right? Like, or projects you already like and you want to copy them. Yes.
No,
Yes.
that's that is continuing good advice. Yeah, I think we're gonna wrap up here on with Nikhil and Vinxi. Is there anything you want to shout out? There's a question here. Where's the best place to discuss Vinxi? Like what?
This, I mean, I guess still the GitHub repos probably where most of my attention would be. But yeah, maybe we open up a Discord, like if there's enough people showing interest and things like that, we'll open up a Discord so that people can come ask for help and things like that. Um, Step and I get yelled at by.
Yeah, no.
Yes.
That's,
No,
anything else you want to?
parasocial is gonna.
Anything else you want to shout out? What about the Solid Discord? Yeah, I mean, people are probably going to be talking about that around start for a little bit, but
Yeah, yeah.
Vinxi expands beyond that. So,
Yeah, I mean the solid repos also, like, the thing is I have stopped spending too much time. Like I don't have enough time to be on Discord very long now. So
yeah,
I'm out of the conversation mostly nowadays. Um,
yeah, that's what
but
that great at
but
signs for.
yeah, those I end up seeing. Yeah, no, the parasocial is right. Getting yelled at by Ryan Florence will make you learn a lot, uh, especially about legal issues. You become a way more responsible open source maintainer then. Uh,
Sounds like Vinci needs more maintainers. Yeah, I mean,
Always. I mean, yeah, I mean, uh, I would love all the help I can get, but my kind of solution to making sure it doesn't require a lot of maintainers is keeping the surface area very low, in terms of the code.
I
Uh,
I think there's an interesting place where we're finding a lot of symmetries. Like, yeah, we're using Nitro, but we're also like tend to use the other stuff. I feel like the UnJS community, their Discord was actually private until recently. They're now open their
yeah,
Discord, and there's a lot of overlap there in terms of the sentiment. So
right. No, I'll talk to I'll talk to Pew as well, like about seeing if he wants to include Vinci in the unjust namespace. But if even if not, like maybe I can just share the Discord for a bit, like because the relevant people are probably. Uh, oh yeah, Brandon, I would love. I actually, yeah, we can do a call sometime later, and discuss, like, how analog can play along with all of this. Um, but yeah, more. Yeah, I'm keen to now find out what people think about this, and how we can take this stuff forward. uh, because
yep.
this is the kind of layer that just really gets helped by getting more standardization, more kind of robustness, more stability. Like this is not where your opinions get involved. Like you just keep it simple there, like just make it works.
Definitely. And with that, I think we're going to call it. Thank you for joining me today, Nikhil. Learned a lot. It's very powerful
Thank you.
project. It's made this new move for SolidStart possible, which I'm very excited for. We got a little work to do still, but it's looking very, very promising. So thank you very much. And we're going to let Nikhil go now. So have a good one.
See ya.
And
Bye bye.
and we're going to get to this week in JavaScript here in a moment. All right. How is everyone doing? People still awake? All right. Yeah, no, that was a lot of fun. I keep. It's funny because like we come at different sides of the coin, but like we seem terribly aligned sometimes. It's so funny. Like when I was like really hyping on the Astro thing, when you're going to everyone being like, "What about this? What about this idea?" With Astro. I come to Nikhil, and I'm like, I was thinking this. What do you think about pitching it this way to Astro guys? And Nikhil's like, oh, I built that last week. And I'm like, what? And he's like, oh no, I like on Astro. He's like, no, on Astro. I just went and built it last week. And I was like, what? So like, it's very cool to see these projects come to fruition because we keep on struggling on the same kind of stuff and we keep on learning. We keep on getting better at it. I'll only be able to sleep if it's yeah. We're gonna get there very, very soon. I was able to get a little bit queued up here. For all you lucky that This Week in JavaScript's happening a little bit earlier this week. Although, when did Primeagen start streaming on Fridays? I never had a Primeagen conflict before, but now he's like streaming at Fridays around noon, 1 o'clock, almost my exact same time. So it's cool. Last week he came and dumped a whole bunch of people on us after he's done, but I never remember him ever being active on Fridays. He streams every day now, 2 to 3 times a day. Ah, okay, yeah. That. I mean, there's a reason he's one of the best. Big fan. It's just you know what I mean. Like you're not competing with him in this category. I could pick my hottest topic, the thing that everybody wants to hear from me. Like say Svelte 5 and Signal stuff, and I mean, Primeagen could be like, I don't know, playing around with some funny green screen trick, and it'll like have 20 times the number of viewers. So yeah. Nikhil still active in the chat. Yeah. All right. So let's get ourselves ready for this. There's some of you are still around. Yeah. My sets of my people do go back and watch these 5-hour streams, surprisingly. So there's that as well. But let me get this all synced up here, because yes, okay, we're gonna talk about Svelte 5 and Ruins a bit. I haven't dug as deep as some people have, so we're gonna actually get some of my honest reaction here. I kind of do this on purpose. I'm sure everyone's here to fill in the rest of it. I already have some thoughts, obviously, but mostly reacting to the reactions. I read the article, but I didn't actually go to play with it or do anything at all yet. So like I don't have. There's other people who have more informed opinions about the specifics, but I think as long as I'm pretty confident we'll be able to take this on for real right now and understand what's going on enough. But I think we're not going to know the full story until we talk to someone from the Svelte team themselves, someone who actually built the features that we're talking about. And luckily for all of you we will be having the one and only Dominic Ganaway come on the stream and tell us all about what he's been working on with Svelte in a couple weeks. Next week I'm in New York, unfortunately. And then the following week, I'm actually away again, but we got VConf going on, so like kind of the timing makes sense. But right now, I mean, I told him I'd confirm 100% with him next week, but we're looking at October 13th. Dominic Ganaway going to come on and talk about his story of how he went from creating the fastest virtual DOM framework to bringing Svelte into the future. We're going to hear his story. We're going to learn all about Svelte 5 in the process, but I'm very interested about his years on the React core team. I'm interested about his time he spent with Lexical. This guy has always been a huge inspiration to me. I've watched his work right from when I first saw it, back in around 2016 and with Inferno. He's defied logic, It's so funny because people didn't realize back then, but like virtual DOMs have always been kind of a little bit slow, and he showed that the virtual DOM didn't have to be slow. So yeah, amazing engineer, great guy. We're going to have him on stream to talk about his stuff. I should meet up with Rich when I'm in New York. Yeah. I tried to arrange it with the people in our community who do it. I think it's a little bit too late now. I'm just not I don't have time to do that kind of stuff. But yeah, I'm at IJS on, I believe, Thursday. So I'm going to be around Wednesday and Thursday night in New York City. So yeah, yeah. Yeah, exactly. Like I don't think we're gonna. I'm gonna give a bit of. I I don't know 100%, and I'll save it until we actually go through the stuff and go through the reactions. Yeah, I'll have to see what this one is. I probably already have it if it's relevant. Yeah, I have that one. What else do you have for me? Yeah, I mean, Svelte 5 is not out yet, right? Um, yeah, thank you for for this. Yeah, what is it? Nothing's off the table. We deliver showcasing things in states so we can gather feedback. Exactly. I use a stream for this kind of stuff. It's even more preliminary kind of deal when when I have ideas. Then you're going to go to an RFC process. I think this is exciting. I think doing the blog article and the video and stuff and announcement styles is an exciting way of doing this. Okay, so we're almost ready here. Let's get this going. All right. Okay, cool. All right. How are we doing? With 3 hours and 50 minutes in the stream, that's a good time to start this week in JavaScript, I think. Yeah, Prime's got 2,000 viewers on Twitch right now. All right. It's all good. Let's get the banner up and let's get started and talk about this week in JavaScript, which for most people, there was like one really big announcement. The funny thing is I was so absorbed in that announcement that I actually missed a couple other things that were going on. And we're going to talk about the big thing, which was the preview for Svelte 5. Obviously there's other things that might be bigger for other people, but obviously with our audience, signals, reactivity, this is a big topic. It's kind of like my area of expertise. We're going to talk about this. But before that, I'm figured we can look at a few other things, in and about, like we always do. So let's get warmed up for this week in JavaScript. Okay, so to begin with, I love seeing this Tori story. I'm going to do a little solid news at first. There's been a kind of push on getting Tori and solid demos up, and I'm pretty stoked about this. I think moving to desktop, moving to mobile is a really interesting space, and it's great to have partners like this that are doing such a good job of showing what's possible. You build a library, build it on primitives, and then see people actually take it and build amazing things that you didn't even imagine at first. So I'm very stoked about what this means for stuff. It's going to be hard because this stuff's going to filter through the stream, the whole thing. But there is some other really things that went on. Like for me personally this week, it really started because I was I mean, I'll show you right now because I'll do this right now. You can get the kind of backdoor here into this. I don't have any ongoing articles. I mean, I guess I have the two-way binding as a two-way street article, which I haven't released yet, which might be actually really relevant now with some of the criticisms that are coming towards the Svelte. This is all about the dangers of two-way binding and how we don't do that. But if you look at my most recent article, it's about 6,500, 6,540, which is, okay on views, but not great. And if you look at the stats, I don't know if I can see this. When you look at the sources, Google makes the kind of Peaslee amount. Okay, this is not the right week of stuff. Let's look at the month for the whole article. Yeah, exactly. Twitter is good. Google is decent. But the thing is, Twitter is always going to be in this kind of mid-range, right? The trick is you want Google search and these Android quick boxes to kick it over the wire, right? Let me show you the difference between an article that gets picked up, say, by Google, right? What that looks like. The difference is when an article gets picked up, let's do infinity here. gets picked up by Google. These two way outweigh like the Twitter or the Dev2 stuff. Like it's usually not even freaking close, the Google search box stuff. And often, even though Twitter and, well, Svelte.dev really pushed that one. Cool. Even though Twitter, is a large number here, classically for my articles, Reddit was actually the thing that got it going. It was always the place that got the initial chunk of views. If I go through my historicals on any article that, picked up reasonably well, like this one, usually I think, let me see here. Let's go all time, infinity. It's hard to see. Reddit was like, other stuff caught up over time, but it was always Reddit that led the charge. And usually I had a consistent thing is articles that picked up well on Reddit would actually pick up well on Google. Again, so you can see the Google search making up the vast majority of these numbers coming in. So I was very disappointed when I learned out that, I don't know if anyone's been to our JavaScript recently on Reddit, our JavaScript. Let me see if I can go here. They closed the community down, so you can't like post anything anymore. Like they control the threads. So I went to post to a few other communities that are similar. I'm like, oh, maybe our web dev and all this. And I basically, they told me, because I think I posted them a couple times in the past, but because I haven't posted like other content, that I was self-promoting too much, which is kind of awkward, because if you go to like a beginner Reddit, you're going to see a bunch of articles that are like, oh, learn how to do this, do all this kind of stuff. But the general Reddits don't want to get flooded with that stuff, which means there's this really awkward place for articles like my last article, the Islands one, where you're talking about, it's not promoting like any specific framework, it's talking about technology and analyzing. Like if I copy the text of that article and made it into a discussion post, Reddit would, have no problem with it. But because it's an external link, it basically is like self-promoting and got removed. Hacker News, I showed this a couple years ago, kept on saying you're over self-promoting, and I'm like, is it promotion? And the reason it is because you're sending it away from their site to your site, so you're promoting yourself, right? I always get responses back and forth, and I'm not going to show this from the Reddit mod right now, but it was like, he was basically saying like, the second that you like, it doesn't matter if it's like not for a company, it could be even for your or like for anything. The second like you open your mouth, you basically are promoting your own brand. And I'm like, isn't that what you do literally with every post you make? Like, I don't mean like a link, like literally if I go on Reddit and I write something, I'm promoting my brand. And obviously they had to keep to the letter of the law. I'm not going to make a big deal about it, but it's been very challenging sometimes, because personal things like Dev2 always get blocked. Like a lot of these places by default, they're like, oh, it's Dev2, it's a low quality article. Medium, stuff like that, they tend to block. And then like, it's interesting because with Dev2, I'm not even really promoting my own brand so much. Like, it's not like Ryan.com or something. So you're in this kind of weird boat where you can write an article like the one we went over last week, where it's like very much informational. It's not promoting a specific framework. Do I even mention Solid in this whole article? Oh, I mentioned SolidStart for where I got those numbers from. Yeah, no, not even mentioning the whole article. But it's self-promotion. And then Reddit doesn't pick it up, Google doesn't trigger, and like basically the article flops, not necessarily because of content, but because I couldn't get the right cross-posting. At least that's been my experience. It's almost completely based on your ability to promote the cross-posting rather than the content that makes a difference here. I remember when Medium used to be good too. Yeah, I haven't tried R programming. I was hoping to get something a little bit more web specific. So like, but it was just interesting. I mean, I got some great offers from people like BDuggy, for open source, people like where Mark from Front End Masters, suggestions for other blogs you can do. But it doesn't matter the initial blog you post to. Dev2 or whatever, it's not going to make a huge difference. Sometimes it will, like obviously better viewership, for certain platforms. But we built that up over the years with Dev2. It's more of like the cross posting where communities already exist. And I've been having, as I said, a hell of a time with this, because it's like, yeah, see, Egghead, like anyone people want my specific solid content, but I'm talking about ideas, stuff kind of like personal blog stuff that isn't actually, it's related to solid perhaps, but I'm not like saying, oh, you should use solid at all. It's not self-promotional at all. Like it wouldn't go on these other kind of places. If you tried Pointer.io, you know, newsletters, like there isn't actually a great solution. I mean, yeah, I mean, I thought this comment there. I've stopped posting my work to Reddit and Hacker News because I use these platforms as a consumer. I want to hear authentic, real experiences and not self-promotion, even for good actors. Well, I think it's the best thing, any place to promote our quality work. The funny thing is, like, it really isn't even promotion from this perspective, right? And I was saying it was actually, if I had something self-promoting for like Solid, it'd be actually really easy to know where the post, because all those other guys who came and offered would pick it up, or I'd post on the Solid forum or something. Like, it's the stuff that's advanced but not self-promoting that's the hardest to actually place, because they still call it self-promoting except you have no place to put it. So anyways, I've been struggling with this for a couple of years now. I know I kind of get the reasoning after talking to these like mods for a long time. I'm gonna still put it out that it's like a big failure on their part. I'm blaming them. I know that's probably not nice. They're just doing their job by the letter, but they are really failing. It is. Yeah, so like we cheated Hacker News for a while. I just write a new article and then get someone else to post it. Right? Like, and we can still do that, right? It's just, it's funny when you go to these places and you build up decent credibility. You know, at a certain point you think, you go, okay, you got 4,000 karma, or, you know, whatever your HN score, that credibility says that you're not that, but it's, you know. So like, I mean, I get it. It's just like, it is very annoying, because it's like, it's not about someone buying a product, so to speak. As I said, it's so funny that we for a while there, because I used to care about HN, like I don't care about Hacker News anymore. I used to like have a group of people that they're like, yeah, we'll help you, Ryan. And every time I did a new article, we'd all sync up and be like, okay, let's do this, you know. And because they would have too low HN credit to actually post, it would get auto flagged right away. But because my HN credit for the stuff I did post and they didn't take away was so high, I could just unflag it and basically make it go through. And it's like a similar kind of thing. Basically, as long as my credit is high enough because of the stuff I have posted, that I can vouch for other people, but I can't vouch for myself. So it's a very funny system. So it's like, yeah, I don't know. I feel like this kind of stuff, I mean, it's fine. Maybe I shouldn't care about this, but I've noticed that the success of my articles has largely relied on these kind of cross-posting scenarios, in terms of being able to get out to a wider audience. I don't make money on this. I don't care. I just want the ideas to permeate, right? I want the ability for people to understand these things, because these are questions I get asked them all the freaking time. What's the difference between server components and islands and resumability? It's just, so yeah. Anyway, I just wanted to put that out there. Yeah, I actually did an audit at one point for the Hacker News guys, and I was like, 40% of my articles, I think I said could be considered self-promotional because they talk about Solid. But I think in the recent years, the number is even lower. It's like 30%. And I don't usually post those to these places because I understand that. So it's like, yeah, it's very, yeah, I don't know. That's how my week started, with a little bit of an annoyance, but it got better, slightly. No, it didn't get better. I want to talk about this. Last week, we ended on a very dire note, right? We were talking about the Node bun stuff, and we're like, it was crazy to think that no one supported Node anymore. Like, what was going to happen to the project that so many people depend on? And I said, like, I think this is actually a really serious problem. Like, we're all kind of like, yeah, that sucks, blah, blah. But like, this risk of a failure systematically, like across the board, is actually real. And then like 2 days later, Daniel Rowe posts this, that Lodash declared issue bankruptcy and closed every open issue in PR. Like, there it is, done. Lodash, done. Lodash is huge, right? Obviously, it was originally like a modernized port of Underscore, which was like the original JavaScript. Well, it's not the original. There's a few older JavaScript utility libraries, but it's very popularized. It was written by Jeremy Skenis, creator of Backbone.js, and then Lodash was like an updated version of that. It basically replaced Underscore over the years, and now it's just dead. So yeah, I don't know. Has anything changed in the last week since this happened? I just it. Okay, yeah. Let's get the update here, because I the truth of the matter is I only saw the original thing and I was like, man, I'm gonna have to talk about this. So let's. What's happened here? Okay, so this is just a clean state for V5. Don't fall for a joke. Is that what this is? Okay, well that's good. So then they're actually. Oh, I see. So that's what this is. I want to do this. Okay, well screw this. Yeah, when can I do this on the SolidStart repo? Can I just close all the issue when I release beta 2? Would everyone be okay if I can just like close everything? I mean, to be fair, like 80% of the issues would be closed anyways. Yeah, never mind. I was actually worried about this. I mean, don't get me wrong, there is actually a serious problem. But yeah, beta 2, let's just close all the SolidStart issues. I think actually I probably have to, because I think it'll be confusing, the old issues and the new issues. Most of them don't apply anymore. Look at the quote tweet. Lodash maintainer made a thread off this one. Okay. There's a lot of these. You know what's bugging me? They changed the UI on the web, which pisses me now off, because you should just like look, and I know on mobile you can do it, but now I have to go to view post behavior to actually find the like the actual quote tweets, right? Yeah, it's all good. See, this is what happens when you're really busy and you just see something and you're like, it was so on point with what we were talking about. I guess that's why the joke is so good, right? Because like it, yeah. It's all good. It's all good. It's fine. I was pulled in by this one. So I admit. I still think there's a serious issue, and it's only getting more serious year after year. It's like the long decay. Okay, let's keep on going. There's a few other little pieces of news. I'll talk about solid stuff again in a minute. I saw this really cool post by Lee Rob talking about where to meet people, and he ranked the value of the different types of communities, and I think he's right. This is a great list. Yeah, it's funny. He put Reddit above large open source open discords, and he's probably right. Large discords become really hard to navigate after a while. YouTube comments. This is such a. I have to admit, sometimes Reddit feels like YouTube comments, but the front of the list is actually pretty on. YouTube is bad when Facebook is, when Facebook is groups is higher. Yeah, no, YouTube comments are pretty bad. Not that I'm telling you not to comment. Please comment on this video. It'll improve my reach. So please like, comment, subscribe. Anyway, but I do think it's kind of this is true, honestly. And I mean, I'm a little spoiled here. I moved to the Bay Area, and then like I started going to the local meetups, like the React World meetups around here, and it was amazing. Honestly, I met amazing people, got it involved. That's how I ended up at Reactathon. I'm pretty sure. Ben, the promoter of the React meetups and Reactathon, met him. Numerous other people, small community conferences. Twitter, he put really high up, which is good. And I think it's because you get surprisingly good direct access. I actually think invite-only small Discord might actually be sometimes better, like higher rated than this. Large industry conferences, yeah. Sub-only Twitch chat. Yeah, in general, I think he's underrating Discords in general. I think Discord's actually really good. I think GitHub and Reddit are sort of middling. Sub-only Twitch chat. Yeah. Yeah, I don't mean invite. He put invite only. I didn't know. I think there's a difference between small Discords and large Discords. I think Discords up to 10,000 people are in one category, and then over 10,000, they're like a different category. Maybe about 8,000. Like, I think that's where the switch happens. I'm trying to think. I experienced it with Solid, actually. Maybe it's actually smaller than that. Maybe it's like, I'm going to say 6,000. Discords under 6,000 are different than Discords over 6,000. Rough, generally speaking. I find the ones under 6,000 a lot more valuable. By the time you get to something like Reactiflux or whatever, or the large like React Discord, it might as well be just Reddit, but you lose track of everything. It's pretty hard. Yeah, honestly, Twitter deserves to be up pretty high. If you ask smart questions and act appropriately, you have incredible access to people. I know this because I really was nobody when I joined Twitter. And yes, I guess I talked about important stuff and wrote articles over time, and I kind of built up. But like, even from my first day, I feel like I could have been like, if I acted accordingly, could have reached out with a question to someone who was, popular, let's say, like, and good-hearted, someone like Rich Harris. I'm going to use an example. Rich has been amazing to me since I joined the community. There's a good chance he'll respond to you. You'll see this with the Svelte 5 responses and stuff. Someone will flag, like, there's one that flagged both of us, and I didn't respond because I was like, this isn't my response, it's a Rich response, and Rich responded. So, like, I feel like you have incredible access. A lot of people type me on stuff, and unless it's like, look at this specific bug, like, and they get, like, if it's a question of interest, I'll usually respond and try and answer it best I can. Obviously, if it's like, spend some time now and debug it out, I'll get to it later. There's cues for that. But if you're asking a quick question, I'll try my best. Reddit used to be better. I know. I get downvoted on Reddit so much, and it's so funny because I usually don't feel like I'm like hot take guy, but it's like sometimes you think the people on Reddit, you're just like it's Hacker News is like this a bit too. You're just like, do people really just know nothing? Like, you're not even rude to them. You're just like, yeah, you take something for granted that you kind of assume. You just kind of like, oh, like, blah, 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 right? Because it needs a compiler or something, right? And they're just like, downvote. There's some community. The problem is there's some communities out there, they get so caught up in their marketing hype and stuff that it's like, I feel like Reddit brings out those kind of, fan types that like, hid behind the screen kind of thing where they'll just say whatever just to like get a rise. I don't feel like Twitter feels like has slightly more accountability. Yeah, exactly. I'm. It's not limited to nice people like Rich Harris, or so to speak. Like, I'm not to say that Brendan Eich isn't a nice person as well. But yeah, let me pull this one up. Why not? Here we go. I'm sorry to bother you, Brendan Eich, but I can't find a definitive answer anywhere on the internet. I know set timeout isn't technically a part of JavaScript. It's the point when one exists without earlier. Yeah. See? Look. Just, this is why Twitter, this is when Twitter is amazing, right? Yeah. Like, yeah, Twitter definitely, there's a lot of garbage, and we're going to see a lot of garbage when we talk about the Svelte 5 stuff with the reactions and stuff, but Twitter has the ability to be amazing. Okay, sorry, I'm on the wrong tab. I should be on this one. No, I should be on this one. People really do know nothing sometimes. Yeah, no, it's fair. My favorite ones is I got so badly downvoted on one of my articles when I was like, I said something, I guess a little cheeky. In response, I'm like, it's kind of ironic that the just JavaScript framework now is going to be like not just JavaScript, like talking about React Forget, right? And people were like just downvoting it like crazy. And I'm like, you guys understand that when you compile something that has different semantics than JavaScript, like you need to compile it to get it back to JavaScript, that it's not just JavaScript. To be fair, a lot of people have a hard time with that. I feel like that's going to come up in our discussion about Svelte as well. But like, yeah, it's all good. Twitter absolutely deserves to be up here. The only stuff better than Twitter, I agree, is this. If you can find it, it's amazing. Okay. There's other couple of things that I wanted to talk about. Here's another one. Another person I am a huge fan of. Probably didn't get everyone's radar here, but Sarah Drasner, Vue core team member, former Vue core team member, kind of in charge of the Angular team and Wiz teams at Google, is now leading core web, Android, iOS, multi-platform infrastructure. So clearly she's doing a good job. But like, she's now in charge of the whole, like, how would you explain this? It's like all the application platforms. This is probably an interesting success story for people to follow along with. Her path from, I talked to her about this because she said she was largely unknown and she just wrote articles for a long time and, teaching people stuff where she could. And she joined the Vue core team and she, did some stuff around teaching around that as well. And then at some point, and she's part of Netlify as well. And at some point, she found some success. And then she had this back catalog of amazing content that people hadn't really seen. And it just kind of kept skyrocketing up for her. She left Netlify, I believe, to start her own company, and then ended up at Google as was a director, and yeah, she just keeps on going. Yeah. Anyways, congrats to Sarah. Wanted to throw this out here, and big part, the amazing team she has is a big part, but it also takes inspiration from the leadership of I don't know. Is it a coincidence that Angular's turnaround happened around the same time she joined the team? I don't know, or so. Yeah, I wanted to just give a quick shout out there as well. Let's keep on going. Okay, yeah. What else was kind of cool to look at? We talked about this a little bit last stream, but Jacob is already sort of hinting at where Remix is heading with server components. So like, I think this gives us a hint. You see, they're feeding the form actions back in through promises, and then you can basically get the user, get the form, get this, and then like do the redirect stuff directly in the component. Basically, this used to be loader code. Now it's right in your top level component. I do think it's interesting about the await syntax and like all of this ceremony around it. I didn't like await because it was blocking and it didn't sit well with me, but I kind of liked that conceptually it had this kind of pause resume thing on something it renders once. It's kind of awkward in React where, on the client it renders multiple times, so you can never have a universal model. But I'm not even sold on await anymore. I feel like, and I talked a bit about this with the cache APIs last week, but I feel like you almost just want to be able to, I mean, it's so funny. Million.js makes a bunch of funny examples like this over time, but I feel like what you almost want to do, let's forget about that. This was what I had, some stuff I had from last stream. Let's clear this for a second. I feel like what you almost want to do in a component is just be like const user equals fetch user, right? And then be like, whatever. I'm just going to, this is not I don't have increment here. It's a button, but you and be able to go user.name. You don't want to wait. You don't want freaking anything else. You just want to like be able to call fetch user and then get the user and be done with it, right? Maybe the user is ID 12, and I realized after the last stream when we were talking about this stuff that what if you did this by just basically defining what const fetch user equals cache, whatever the async function is that actually does the fetch of the user. What if the cache function in, say, a reactive library literally just returned a function that returns the signal? So the cool thing here, if you create your API like this, and I know this is a little bit of tangent, but just follow me here, is that you just call fetch user for 12, and then user would update appropriately when it came in, right? You do that fine grained suspense stuff from 2.0 where it's non-blocking, but it can do fine grained, But more than that, because of the cache, because I'm missing obviously it's the ID and stuff being passed in, because you're actually subscribed to 12. So if someone else invalidates 12, like you update the user somewhere else, well, you still have the subscription here, so it'll automatically update, right? I'm kind of entering this mode. Like obviously someone would be like, well, what if it's props.id, right? And that does make it a little bit more fun because maybe you'd have to do something like create. Now, to be reactive, you have to do this, and then actually probably call it as a function. But my point is, yes, because this is reactive, but if it's something that was like a server component or like a server piece, then like, it's only going to ever run once. So the fact that this reactivity exists doesn't actually matter. Like it could be, this. Anyway, it's just something that I've been thinking about recently because I still don't like async and await, and I couldn't really put it forward to myself too much. But it's when I started seeing this await promise all scenario, I was like, these have nothing to do with each other. Why do the ideal isn't you don't want to go await because then it's waterfall, but you don't even want to await the whole thing. You just want these to come in naturally whenever they're ready, and only impact the part of the UI where they matter, right? So, yeah, I don't know. I think for React, this is probably the best that Remix can do, and I think it's actually pretty good. I think I like where this is heading, but Yeah, I don't think I'm going to be sold on async components. Well, you see, the thing is, on the client with React, instead of await, you use, but it's the same idea. You'd go use this, right? They still have the semantics of both. You need await or you need use. I'm just like, what if we just got rid of that part? We simply just use, like, because in React you use the cache and then you go use this, or you go await this. What if we just got rid of that? Because I mean, you don't really use is non-blocking. Well, I guess it isn't. It throws the whole component. This, yeah, I feel like we're on the verge of something that's really, really quite nice. Anyway, but how do I conditionally rendering without await? Well, you read the signal, right? Like, so to speak. How do you do conditional rendering without a... You don't have to... Is this a joke again? I fall for parasocial stuff all the time. And it is easy for me to say, I don't have to make a stuff lane values. Well, it depends on what your suspense implementation is. I'm saying is like in a fine-grained system, and we're already been working this with Solid 2.0 is was the playground example. This can throw because it's not ready yet. But when this throws, it's contained by this expression. You know, you've seen what Solid outputs, right? It's insert whatever this, right? So this throws, we control it here. We don't actually have to re-render a whole component here. We can literally just laser the one part of the UI, right? This is just a reactivity superpower. This is maybe one reason why you want signals. We've been really pushing the envelope with 2.0 on the patterns for async in signals. No, I don't believe any other framework has done this yet. I was going to be cheeky and be tempted to call Solid Signals like Solid Signals 2.0, like basically call it Signals 2.0 as a branding thing. Like everyone's getting into Signals right now. We have Signals 2.0, but I think that's probably too cheeky. Anyway, yeah, I do think this is interesting though. It's like, you never wanted to do this before. I understand on the other hand, when you're like a server mentality, this is what you do all the time. You're like, okay, I got some promises. I need to await these, await all of them. But it's like, I still, going over this gap is what's weird for me. I mean, the tricky part is, and I've hit this, I was working with the guys from Post the other day. They're the guys who have the Post News. You've seen it. They have like the, you know, I guess about 1 million signups or whatever, SolidStart based production app. And he's like talking about, he was kind of lamenting over he couldn't do a top level await, right? Because he's trying to get to the cookies. We had this like problem where the cookies API was async and he was trying to get to the cookies. And I was like, your best bet is to access the data you need the cookies in the middleware step where you can do an async function. So I do get the tension there. It's just, like this is all part of where my thinking has been at. I want to separate the asynchronicity signal kind of conversion piece from the cache, from the like streaming suspense serialization side. That's largely what we've been doing in 1.8. I don't think I'll talk about that today, but basically in 1.8, the serializer is exposed in a certain way, and our mechanism for how streaming works has basically nothing to do with the resources. Resources is just a wrapper, and this will in the future let us break apart resources into the pieces that we actually recognize as the right pieces. Because if you just set it off going and do the right serialized calls, streaming will just do itself. Anyway, I'm tangenting a little bit, but I do like seeing this evolution. I think if I look here, there's a few other there's a few other examples. Yeah, maybe he's just quote tweeting himself. I think it's cool to see this is already getting to this like nice place. I think the challenge we still have is what I explained last week with like Remix guys know this too. It's just like the implicit waterfalls that come from view hierarchy, because like await is blocking. So as long as you do this fetch above the await, in child components, you're fine. But like, there's something about this architecture that I understand why they've been like really trying to figure out how to get it right, because it's a little bit awkward. I think there's more to the story than we're going to see, essentially, is what I'm saying. Okay. I think there was one other non-Svelte thing. No, I'm wrong. Everything else is Svelte, isn't it? Yeah, everything else is Svelte. Okay, I'm not there yet. I've got a couple other things, but we're getting close. If signals are so good, why aren't there signals too? Yeah, it seems like it would be something. Yeah. There's something about the marketing and branding that makes things really challenging, which we'll talk about when we get to the Svelte side, because yeah, I definitely, okay. So I got a couple more things solid related before I move on. I want to say this little thing isn't true. Some people point out that lit HTML does this, but it's surprising. There's this article, which is Svelte, which is about like, kind of post that it was like Svelte ecosystem caters the entire JavaScript ecosystem because using JavaScript libraries is easy since Svelte gives you control over the DOM without requiring any glue code, right? They're talking about actions. I guess that's technically glue code though, but you know, we have our directives similar. And Dave's like, sweet, I guess we fall in the same category. And I actually think this is one of the most illustrative examples, which is why after I saw this, I'm like, I really miss our Solid introduction video. The fact that in Solid, you can literally go document, create element, and then insert it in the JSX. Like it's literally a div element. You know, that you can access the DOM, do stuff with it here. I think someone gave us silly example. We can go anchor, download, .click. There a bunch of frameworks came out and said that they did it as well, but it's actually kind of crazy how not common this is, because the level of abstraction that we've been building over frameworks, like not just the virtual DOM, a lot of libraries, most of them don't know how to handle an HTML element. Like they know how to handle strings, or they know how to handle, but like they know how to handle, like they have syntax for like inserting stuff, but it's like their own internal like mechanisms, and they don't actually know what a DOM element is. So yeah. My standard Solid talk talks about this a lot. I think like one day people will get it, and it'll probably be very late in the game. But this was a fun moment because it's one of those examples where the quote tweet, like, you know, got ratioed. I don't know. It's an interesting place. This was even before the Svelte announcement, so there's like an interesting tension going on. I don't know if I like it, but we'll get into that. I've been working on Solid 1.8, 2.0. I wanted to know, and let's ask the stream here. I feel like if I asked the stream, this would be a much different question, but I was trying to figure out who's using transitions, because transitions make my life way super hard, and I sometimes wonder if I've been nerd sniped by React, because the truth of the matter is most people have no clue what transitions are, but they probably used it indirectly with the router. Other people have used it like occasionally, and then for the people who have used it, they're really kind of split on whether they like it or not. So this suggests that it's worth rethinking. I see incredible value in transitions, but it's like very hard to justify the complexity they bring when there's other solutions potentially. So this survey did what I wanted it to do. Sorry, the Solid 1.8 tweet was this one. I did another poll, and which is just kind of silly. It's just, I just wanted to mention it. Apparently, different web servers do different things with comment nodes. If you didn't know it, Nginx, basically, if it sees a hashtag prefix, it thinks it's like its thing that it can use for like plugins. And we've been using this in Solid for years. No one mentioned it to me until recently. So it's going to get fixed in 1.8. Just wanted to kind of throw that in there. Anyway. All right. Oh yeah. One more. The TypeScript documentary went out yesterday, and I didn't even notice. I was like so absorbed in all this conversation about Svelte and signals and stuff that this, you know, incredible effort, that came out. And I watched it this morning on 1.5 as I was prepping for the stream, so I got a good idea of it. It's funny how they advertise it. Obviously Matt is a big name, and this guy, I can't remember his name at the moment. He was actually like one of the original like creators of TypeScript. Why am I not remembering his name? Anyway, but behind the scenes here, you've got myself, I think Theo, Mishko. Mishko actually has a bigger role in it because he talks about Angular's early adoption of TypeScript. But like, me and Theo are in the documentary for about like 2 seconds, just talking about stuff. But I like some slippery little logo placements in here. It's all good. This is something I realized about the documentary. All in all, it's a really good story and it tells the whole thing. I'm pretty stoked about this. People should check it out. It's just it was amusing to me that I was like so absorbed that I knew this was coming for weeks and I just like completely missed it. Yes, of course, Anders, yes. Yeah, C#, which classically was my favorite programming language for quite a while. Definitely my favorite language that Anders has created. A full bunch of influential foreheads. Yeah, I mean, we talked a bit about a SolidStart. The thinking was a little bit early, which I agree with. But yeah. Yeah, no, it's great. People should check it out. As I said, stuff maybe got overshadowed by some of the other things going on this week, but I definitely think it's a good thing to check out. Okay. So I've talked about basically everything possible I could talk about before getting to the big news of this week. So let's get there. It's funny because I saw the Ruins thing advertised, and I the thing like coming next week, and I did not expect this to be what it was. I was like, Ruins? What's Ruins? Like, first of all, I didn't expect them to try and brand something new for what I believe to be signal macros is the term. But like, it makes sense for Svelte trying to like do something mystical or magical or kind of make it, their own kind of thing. So let's take a look at what the hell they introduced. Why do you guys keep on saying it? Did I say ruins wrong? Is there some different way to say ruins? Maybe I need to bring someone else on the stream to tell me how to pronounce it. You guys are... this is why chat's great. Runez? It's not Runez. Oh man, this is the problem with naming things. People like can just come up with like any sort of, you can say svelte hooks. I really want to differentiate from hooks in a minute because we'll see. Rooms. Okay. Let's stay on this. Okay. In 2019, Svelte 3 turned JavaScript into a reactive language. Svelte is a web framework that uses a compiler to declare. Yes. Very, very cool. Very ahead of its time. I can't think of, before this point, anything quite like this in the JavaScript space. Yeah. Write less code. I mean, okay. The big thing is they it's hard to say this to a certain degree because you could have, there were frameworks that worked VDOM-esque that were kind of like this, if you think about it, because like Angular also like let you do stuff. You know what? Maybe this isn't fair because like Angular used Zone.js, but they let you write plain objects, and like obviously they had a terrible update cycle, but like you could basically write this code. This code works in Angular. right? Angular didn't use a compiler to do it, but there were ways that like this kind of stuff existed. I will say using a compiler, absolutely brilliant, right? And it was all about highly efficient, write less code, right? I wish I could write all my JavaScript like this. Yep. Okay. We're not going to watch the video right now. ChatGPT answer. Ruins sounds like ruins, while runes sound like runes. Oh, so it's like the difference between ruins and runes? Runes like tunes? Runes. Ah, that's interesting. Yeah, I've always said it the other way. That's interesting. 1.5 novels. Thank you. Okay, cool. Okay. What are runes? Magical symbol, mark. Yeah, okay. Yes. I'm sure this is people's reactions. Well, no, the reality is that an application growing complexity, figuring out which values are reactive and which aren't can get tricky. And the heuristic is only let declarations. Yep. The problem also is that this doesn't work well across files. Right. So then they show a writable subscribe example. And then now they're like, no, you can just... Yeah, there's a lot of code changing to make this work. Interesting thing about this is that it does parse JavaScript, because you're looking at this and you're like, this is a getter, right? I know why this is a getter, because it's a function call. You need to wrap the function call, but this is interesting because this is not a function call. Why do I wrap it in a getter? Isn't this the same as count? Okay, let's see. And yeah, they showed an example. Okay. So they basically turn it into this kind of like a props object almost. Yeah. Interesting. So I guess Svelte now has the they've inherited our destructuring isn't good. I guess is a takeaway from this. Yeah, it compiles to a function call. But what I'm getting at is I have to know that this is a function call conceptually. Like this. If you tried to say this is JavaScript and looked at this, I have to know that this is a function call. Like, or it's a special thing. Like, it does not count. Like, accessing it makes it of type number, but like, yeah, okay. One thing I do like about this, though, inherently, from what I'm seeing here, is reactivity still can't leave a file. Like, it can leave it through a wrapper, but in itself it can't, right? Because the reason this works is because they're applying Svelte rules, because it's not like, this isn't calling the function here. It's not setting it. You know, it's not like, I mean, there could be like a dot value underneath the hood, but like when this file gets transformed, they are transforming this and this. These are both getting these all three are, I mean, technically this is getting transformed because it's probably bringing in a hidden import, right? So technically they're transforming this, 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 and this. There's 4 points of transformation here. Okay. Yeah, I've been worried about that too. This is why I'm giving this eye look on this. Okay, and this is fine. This is thing. You know the getter is special. You're not denoting it. It's just, I wonder if they use the same heuristic we do, where they like they know that it can be reactive because of the property access. Okay. Anyways, because it's runtime reactivity. Svelte was always compile time. So this is like a compile to runtime thing. It's interesting because some people are really surprised by this fact, but because theoretically you're like, oh, a compiler that does all the reactivity ahead of time, that must be the most optimal system. And in my experience, it isn't, and actually has a really hard time to. There's a reason why none of the compiler systems have ever beat Solid to date in JS Framework benchmark. Even the ones I've built myself haven't been able to beat Solid. And the reason is the big win for the compile time is being able to know the dependencies. So if they're fixed, but if they're dynamic or they're deep, it's very hard for the compiler to do the right kind of analysis. So like the depth, being able to do deep reactivity, like either nest signals or use proxies, actually can make a bigger difference than the dependency piece. So over time, we actually showed that runtime reactivity was actually more performant than compile time when it came to actual apps. So what if we can do compile augmented runtime reactivity is what I'm getting at. Because then you can, if you know the dependencies, you can optimize them. Right. Like Svelte's weird JavaScript, like the fact that this doesn't work is crazy, was always crazy to me. I mean, it's an untracked thing, but it meant that you had no composability. You literally had the right stuff in line for it to work in Svelte. Right? Like, it's like you suddenly pull out a function, it's like it doesn't work anymore. So now we have computeds and effects. I like the naming, to be fair. Derived is what I've called it in my my article. See, I love the language aspect of this. Years ago, I've been talking about this like since 2018, but I think probably my best article is the one I released in 2021 when I was talking. I don't know, I posted on my birthday. Interesting. This one, and if you look at it, I was like signals, reactions. I guess I could call them effects, and then derivations. So I've been honing this language forever. If I went back to Medium, I think I could probably find. Let me look at Medium. It's been a while. Am I even signed in? Probably not. It's been so long. I don't even know what I signed in with. It was so long ago. It was probably like Google. Okay, sweet. I just want to... I've been writing about reactivity for a very freaking long time, and I want to see where because the truth of the matter is, MobX kind of... Like, Knockout had these pieces, and they found it accidentally. They just had signals and computed, which was like everything. MobX was the first one to actually separate the side effects as a thing, as far as I know. So they had like the 3 stages. Vue had it as well, I think. Although they didn't have composables. MobX also liked objects. It was kind of the time. Why React hooks? A declarative love story. It's funny. I early on mistook React hooks for being the same sort of declarative data thing, right? Because I was talking about Vue, data, methods, template, recompose. Where am I doing here? Oh yeah, React surplus, const use effect. Yeah, and I didn't include memo in that example, but I think yeah. Which one was it? I'm pretty sure Hook API, the universal API for the front end. This has got to be it. Back in 2019. Knockout. Yeah. I think this is probably my first published work on suggesting that all the frameworks were basically falling on the same patterns. Anyway, let's get back here a bit. So yeah, this is obvious of where this should head. Derived is interesting. It's not a return function call like effect, but an expression as a function parameter. Oh yeah. They also, yeah. This is cool. They also, yeah. See, this is something that was always really tricky for me to figure out, and is because they didn't. If you think about it, they got rid of this is smart in the way that you can't write statements like they try and keep it pure. If you do this, it's a lot harder to write impure stuff. You want your derived values to be pure. You don't want side effects. They shouldn't console log. That you want them to like this is a nudge to say like this should return a value. It's an arrow function without the curly braces, but it also means that there's a special syntax here to make this work. So there's a difference. It's like you have to know that these are functions here, but not here. But okay, let's keep on going. Yeah, I mean that surplus example was back in that's basically what solid is, right? Which we'll get to. I didn't use solid in my early examples because I didn't think anyone would use solid, so I looked at other places. Yes, yeah, and Vue had this, as I said, they did it in a not weird way. Like knockout, I've done this in talks. Let me actually see if maybe I can find one of my old talks. Do I have my drive, my folders, talks, solid talks? The future is reactive. There we go. Let's look at this. Why reactivity? Oh yeah, knockout 2010. Here we go. Observable, pure computed, and then like you do like this stuff. MobX plus React. See, they wrapped it. It was a little bit different. So you don't really see it. See, observable is this. Let's keep on going. Svelte, I said that this is the same language. When you returned a value, you were doing computeds essentially. And when you didn't do an equal sign, you were doing effects, more or less. View composition API, similar kind of pattern. They have ref and reactive. These are the stores, but these aren't equivalent examples. And then I was trying to say that like React was kind of similar, but the React team kind of proved me wrong that this wasn't their thinking. I remember when I first did this, it's funny because Evan, you actually did the reverse of this tweet about a year later after this. Obviously, I have the advantage of knowing about Vue, but he didn't know about Solid as much. Where I went back, like, how do you turn a ref into implement ref with create signal, right? These are all very similar concepts, but my whole point of my talk was that I took this from MobX, essentially. There's observable state, computed values, and side effects like render. And this is the three pieces, like signals, effects. I always skip because these ones are the hardest, and derivations, right? Anyway, I digress again. I'm doing terrible at this. But you want them to be pure, so this is a way of doing that and accomplishing that. Okay, so I'm going there. They talk about knockout. It's I love this statement. Look, like every other framework, we've come to realize that knockout was right all along. This was not obvious. I've been trying to say this for like ages. The problem was like knockout wasn't actually completely right all along. This statement is like the biggest FU to React that you could ever say. Like people think that you go to React devs and core team, you go React sucks, and you think you insult them. That doesn't insult them. Or React's awkward, or I don't like hook rules and all that. That doesn't insult them. You tell a React core dev this statement here. This is the worst swear word you could ever get. This is the worst swear word you could probably ever give them. Like this is. These are words I wouldn't say on stream, like if I was talking to a normal non-technical person. There is nothing more offensive than this line. The truth is, it's not accurate. Knockout had a lot of flaws. I spent a lot of time learning from React to fix the flaws that Knockout had. That was why. And I'm glad that Solid got a mention here because, to be fair, we talked about Solid popularizing it, but we did a lot more than popularize it. We showed that the values that we've come to learn from modern frameworks are still applicable in this model. Everyone thought that this was freaking spaghetti code two-way binding land. There is a different way to solve these problems, and that's largely what Solid has accomplished. I mean, I'm glad it got popular, but sometimes I feel our popularity has been gauged by the fact of like everyone else basically adopting what we've been doing. Yeah, I mean, Svelte 5 and Solid, I mean, if single implementations are a little bit different. I think the biggest thing is they're doing a few optimizations now where they can compile in some of the fixed dependencies that don't change if they're not dynamic, I believe, which should give them a slight performance edge on some runtime stuff that we haven't touched. It's very, very small, but yes, generally speaking, Svelte 5 and Solid probably should, and well, it depends on the rendering too. Solid does some stuff that's more optimal for rendering, but like Vue Vapor is another one. I think all three of these frameworks are going to be like almost identical when it comes down to it. Did Tom see this? I don't know. We're gonna have to ask him about it. But like, this is like, you know, like this is the freaking. Sorry, like this is more than a jab. This is the cross, right? Like this is, like. Oh man, this amuses me to no end. I did get to see this one, you know, more so because it ended up in a few quote tweets that went up on Twitter. But like, man, like React core team really wanted to kill this like knockout thing. They are so predisposed against signals. I've never seen that. Like, you know how like. You know, Rich came out and was like, VDOM is pure overhead, and he's pretty anti-VDOM. I've never even been that anti-VDOM. I have a lot of respect for Dominic Ganaway's work on VDOM, stuff like Inferno, all that. You know, like these stories are never that simple. But the React core team is so anti-signals, it's almost comical. Like it so fundamentally grates them. I'm surprised how quiet they've been. Right when the Angular stuff came out, that's when the whole backlash happened. And with Svelte, like that's the end of the story, right? Name a JavaScript framework, a popular JavaScript framework that doesn't have signals. React. Anyways, they don't have to. I think like it's good that they stick to their guns, but I think. Like, okay, let's keep on going. Signals are an under the hood implementation detail rather than something you interact with direct. Okay, I'm confused by this sentence. Yeah, no, I'm sorry. Svelte's good at selling stuff, but that's bullshit. I'm sorry, I swore on stream. Like, it's not a hidden hidden thing. Like, I understand, like you can't, I guess, okay, here's the argument I could see. Because writing the symbol accesses the value or writes the value, you don't actually ever get to hold on to it, makes it under the hood. But the problem is, I just went over it. Look at the way that we've taught signals and reactivity for years, like a decade. It's not the fact that it's a dot value or a function call. It's this language of reactivity with the semantic expectation of auto tracking and this, like, you can wrap it up, you know, make it look nice, whatever, you know, but this is signals, you know, like semantically, like I could, if you kept let and didn't have like this kind of semantics around it, I could agree with you. But you are declaring these things with auto tracking, like you're even using a getter to push it between files. Like, you understand that these are function semantics. Like, this is not under the hood, not even remotely. Like, okay, we'll probably talk about this more. Let's just keep on going. Yeah, I mean, this is always a problem with compiled solutions, but it's not even hidden. Like, it's like literally in front of you. I did. Let's pull out another article about this. I wrote something called reactive script, right? Quest for reactive script. And in this, I detailed this. When did I write this? This was like November 2021, okay? I detailed potential approaches to, like, I said I was very influenced by what Svelte had done with Svelte script. And Jay Phelps wanted to talk to me, RxJS guy, about reactive languages, because he's been building reactive languages. And I was like, okay. I was working on Marco at the time, and I was like, okay, how can we possibly attack this thing, right? Obviously, we could basically denote something as reactive by putting a $sign on the back of it, right? Essentially, so now, because it's that, not to call it as a function. In a sense, so the idea is it's up to the developer to mark something as reactive so that they know, like, okay, I'm going to back something reactive. I'm going to mark it as reactive. Now it's going to operate that way, right? Then keywords or decorators. This is kind of what Svelte does, but it has trouble with composition because you come up with custom labels. Marco actually solves this by making things into tags to have the syntax, but I explained the cross-file difficulty here. And then finally, function decorators. And the first time I said Marco does this a bit here, but the other place I saw this was Vue was working on this ref sugar thing, and you wrap the function call, and then you can treat this as a normal value and do the compilation. So like, the problem was, they need this double $sign to do the get. Like, essentially, there's all these, like, at a certain point you look at this and you're like, these are just functions. Why am I working so freaking hard to hide the fact that these are functions, right? You do these wrappers, like, the double $sign here I think was actually their notation for, or maybe a single $sign. There's a notation where you can make anything into something that returns a reactive value. And then, I tried to, influenced by Svelte, because this is said that syntax is the most important choice for choosing a framework. Rich has got this nailed here, right? Like, people care about syntax more than they care about things that are actually important. So I was like, okay, well, could we do something like Svelte? And so I wrote this whole thing out, picturing how you could actually write a purely reactive language without the $signs, without the function things. And I would argue that this potentially could be considered a reactive language. And maybe this is hidden enough that you wouldn't call this signals. But basically everything above this, the fold here, this is signals. And I mean, this isn't, we're mincing words here if we think it's anything but that. In other words, you never have to get an object that is. Okay. Okay. So, this is an interesting area. I'm actually very stoked about progress in this area. I wrote that article so that other people would work on it. So people have built this. Let's finish the article. I don't want to get too distracted. Like, every framework we come to realize not goes right. Yeah, blah, blah, blah. Simpler times ahead. Yeah, okay. Blah, blah, blah. Yeah, this simplifies a bunch of concept. Good on you guys. Yeah, like, these are things that they had, like, a bunch of these different ideas when literally they only needed one idea. So great. Try it, preview site. Yeah, I haven't looked at the preview site. I don't know if we should we look at the preview site? Does this, what can we do here? So am I supposed to believe that I can do what is it? $ state. Can I do this? Okay, I need a mutation for this to do what I need it to do, right? I want to go name plus string because I needed to, I mean, I don't know if that makes a difference in this implementation, but oh man, I love Svelte 4. Sorry, can I go back? Good on them. Is this Svelte 4 or this is Svelte 5? Yeah. Okay, sweet. It's Svelte 5. Oh man, that's exciting. I mean, I'm pretty sure everyone... Did I close the other REPL? Okay, no. You guys see what I'm seeing, right? You understand why I gave it the slow clap. This is like it's the solid output, right? It's a template function main that you clone. Where's the main call? Like Svelte used to be like this crazy. I mean, I already closed it, but like Svelte used to be this like crazy output. Like I have to add the click handler, but it would generate like fucking piles of code to do something simple like this. Whereas and then I'd show Solid and Solid would look like this, and you'd be like, okay, yeah, I get what's going on. It used to be inline React. Yeah, kind of. Yeah, it would like create these big class components and stuff. It used to be like inline React pre-hooks. So this is it's like Vue Vapor. Yeah. So this is basically everybody's just building Solid at this point. Okay, cool. Well, that's good to know. I was going to ask Dom about this. No, I mean there's things that they're going to do that are interesting. There's going to be some different pieces there. I'm very interested to hear the details of what they're going on here. But I mean, template, source world. Okay, so they still create the what's this anchor doing? I'm not sure. Okay, text. See how they're doing the wrappers, the reactive wrappers on text, event, click, pop. Anyways, like this is a walk. So I like their walk approach. This is what Marco does for their walks, where they're do this. If you want, I'm pretty sure if you're wondering what this push and pop is, they're hiding the walk strings. Where Solid we have like .next, first child sibling or whatever. They've encoded the walks in the background and then used this as a way to navigate through the walks. So there are differences here, but like the core of it is the same render once fine-grained updates in the DOM. Like if I took Vue Vapor code, I took Solid code from the playground. I mean, we already saw this, right? Where's the Solid code from the playground? I mean, there's some imports here messing my stuff up, but we have a template function, and then I mean, I've got a bunch of other shit in here, like the cache, but then we basically call our template function, and then we write that insert wrapper. And if I added an event here, what was it? On click, do something. What was I doing? I don't even care. Users, whatever, set user. It doesn't matter. Let's actually add something here. Set user. We're just making stuff up here. Click, insert, return element. Obviously, there's mechanical difference. I'm not going to call it a copy, but like, yeah, set child, text, stringify, get name, event, click. Yeah, I mean, different syntax, but it's the same flow, right? You got your template function, you open this template, get the reference to the element, they walk. See, this .child I'm gathering. I mean, let's add some more elements here. Let's see how they do their walks. I'm sure Dom has like optimized the crap out of this. Yeah, see, this $child is just first child. Like this, the walks right here. And then these are the insert statements. Here's the event handler. Yeah, I mean, mechanically, this works very, 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 very similar. Right. Svelte does still inline things like render fact instead of pulling insert into the library. Okay, yeah. Yeah, the push pop kind of walking approach, I thought that was what it was. Maybe that's a bit of what's going on here, is very common in things that, like, I think Ember did it too, where you you want to encode the walks, but this isn't even what's happening here. It looks like they're actually doing like child. Like if we added, what happens if we added like a span here as a sibling? Will we get a next sibling? Yeah, see, child, sibling, see? Yeah, these are the walks. What's great about this, if you know anything, is when you compile SSR, or sorry, you don't see it here because we don't see the hydratable mode. The code to hydrate and the code to create is almost identical, because you just don't make the template and then everything else works the same. This is a great code savings. This is why Solid has always been smaller than Svelte when you actually make real world demos, like drastically smaller. Svelte was larger than React. It looks like this solves Svelte's problem of producing really large JavaScript bundles. Okay, I mean, again, this is great stuff. So, yeah, looks like us Vapor and Vue Vapor, Solid, and Svelte 5 are like basically siblings. Very, very cool. Okay. I don't know if there's anything else I want to play with here. We'll just continue on with stuff. Okay, yeah, I'll close this down for a moment. Okay. Okay. So I guess, yeah, sorry, this one's sitting at the one. Yeah, I guess this is true. It's kind of insane, actually. I don't even know what to think about this, because I know some people from the Solid community were kind of like put off a little bit because they're like, we did it first, blah blah blah, and it's like, no, we didn't really do it completely first. Knockout did it first, But it's like, you also know that at the time Solid came out, the approach was incredibly unpopular. When I tried to talk to people about stuff, they were just like, shut up, like, you don't know what you're talking about. That's impossible. The React core team told us, that wasn't a thing. It was funny. I think I even got that much nicer from Rich even at one point, because like we were arguing about JSX and stuff, and it was just funny because like people really didn't think or want this to be viable, and now it's like, I don't even know. It's amazing. I think his, yeah, how did he explain that? I feel like it fixes what's obviously bad about React, but it doesn't address the complexity of bad UX. Yeah, no, this is a miss. This person's never used Solid. Let's continue going. I think I said this earlier. My biggest hope, like, if the best thing that comes out of this for me personally is that people will finally understand that Solid and React aren't the same thing, and just like understand how revolutionary Solid was, continues to be. Like, syntax is just like the most not important thing in reality, but it's the thing that people like judge your stuff by. We completely changed the way front end worked, I guess. I mean, I wouldn't have believed it, but apparently the work done has completely changed the way that everyone builds on the front end, and people still think we're React. It's so funny. Anyway. But I think what he says about unreasonable is that I think he says something because no one would have predicted it. I think he's just saying, like, how can a couple, contributors, a small team of people have such an impact that literally like the minds at Google want to eat it up, and all over the place it seems people are just, that's what they're doing. Like this is like, how could this possibly happen? Like I told you, Surplus, SJS were doing these ideas. A lot of my work was refinement on that, showing that we could get the full modern experience there. The performance raw number stuff existed before Solid, like, but was it usable? A lot of that came into the JSX transform. A lot of it came into context. Just so many pieces and small micro decisions, and then building out features on top to show that this was viable. Yeah, I don't know. Let's continue on my main thread and we can get to bookmarks. But yeah, this is the thing. Okay. Yeah. So yeah, when I released Solid 1.0 and a bunch of new people came on, the first thing it felt like they were doing is a bunch of people like, I like Svelte, but I see Solid's much faster. It's not even that much, but like Solid's faster, has all this power of composition. I want to use my Svelte syntax. So Alexis actually built this. Like this is actually, you go use Solid labels. This is that same demo you saw from the other code thing. The funny thing is, to be fair, I think this was based on Vue's ref sugar, which I said was very, also Marco 6's work was kind of similar. Yeah. Vue ultimately dropped the ref sugar, and I think this was a really smart move from them because they were trying to chase Svelte's simplicity, and they couldn't get there with this. There's too many like gotchas, like the getters and stuff like this. Like Svelte beauty was always in its abstraction. I said this last stream, being really, really restrictive. So you couldn't do a bunch of stuff you could do in other frameworks, or you'd have to like do them completely differently. But you never felt like you're out of JavaScript, which is insane, right? Because Svelte is about the farthest thing from JavaScript, right? Like there's people who say like, oh, Svelte just JavaScript. Like I don't even, this is my Reddit problem again. I don't even know how to talk to those people. Like there's things that are like kind of nuanced, things that are kind of not true, things that are kind of like lies we tell ourselves. That's like the next step beyond that. You know what I mean? Like, anyway, the Vue team was just like, I think they went through the whole thing and they're like, if it looks like a function, talks like a function, walks like a function, it's a function. In their case, it was a getter, but you know what I mean? Like, they couldn't force it. They tried, and they're just like, I felt this with Solid too. The solution was worse than the problem. It's like, okay, yeah, you know you have to need a function, but now if you write this code, you have to kind of know that it's a function. Like this is cool because it lets you destructure, but now you need to wrap, like to know that why you would ever need a $ prop or destructure, like whatever here, you have to understand the problem. Like you don't get to hide these details. Yeah, to be fair, I know Evan was pushing this thing a lot more so, but like Vue spent when did they finally can this thing? Like, I feel like Vue spent over a year. Yeah, so August 4th, 2021. So they were doing it there. And when did the update come in when they canned it? I don't know when they canned it, but they spent almost 2 years with this thing. I think we covered it in the news. They tried all these sort of things. Now, just because it wasn't right for Vue doesn't mean it's not right for Svelte. Svelte has a lot of things that it couldn't do really smoothly. So I'm actually kind of supportive of, and I can see why Svelte went this way, but it is very interesting because there is this kind of tension, because like obviously different frameworks don't need to prioritize that. So this can be uniquely Svelte. Even if we all like Alexis is a genius. I think he whipped up this plugin in about a week. That's been one of the things. I think if you got good primitives, someone can go create one of these compile things very quickly, like over, a week or so, right? I think a lot of the work with Svelte 5 is the fact that like you saw the output of the renderer. It's completely different than how Svelte worked before. They actually changed to a fine-grained renderer. It's amazing. Whereas like if you already have those primitives, coming up with the syntax sugar is like whatever, right? But That's only the basic syntax. See, I want to talk to Dominic because I know he's done more than that. Like there's some really cool stuff that Dominic can do with a compiler. But, let's keep on going. To be fair, Vue had a solution for nested state right from the start, I think, as well. Vue, those guys, if you've been playing with React, as I said, I give Vue a hard time sometimes about the composability because, like, I use Knockout. Composability was like one of the biggest wins, and then Vue got away from it because they were trying to hide in plain sight. I got a lot of respect from that perspective because I don't think Vue would have been as popular if they didn't hide in plain sight. Because people really, really hated these kind of primitive things. React was so brutal on it and picking it apart that when they introduced hooks, like my jaw dropped. I'm like, man, like game on, right? Like the funny thing, I already released Solid by that point, but the second I saw hooks, I'm like, all right. Like in my mind, I'm like, we already had a very good alternative to React's model. But I thought it was a DX problem. I thought, like, no one's going to use this because no one will ever accept the developer experience of this. People want plain objects. Some people even like classes, but like there's trade-offs here where, like, I felt the better model was this composable pattern, but everyone wants the DX React. I gave up. I just was building stuff for myself. That's why I didn't open source Solid earlier. I only open sourced it because of benchmarks. And then React was like, hooks are good. And then I was like, that's when the light bulb turned on for me. Like it was suddenly very clear. I'm like, if this is okay, well, you can do way more. Like like this, like, like a whole ton gets unlocked. People's preference of this stuff is borderline religious. Yeah, that's fair. I think people like... Yeah, okay. Vue was kind of pushed into this because they were supposed to be the easy framework. So dot value is fine. I don't like it because I prefer function semantics over getters because really we are dealing with functions. And there's a whole chain of that. But generally speaking, dot value, typing it, like, who cares? I mean, it is more characters, but who cares? But the problem was Svelte was coming in, and Svelte was beating Vue at being the easy front of the funnel framework. So if you start strategically, this was a real problem for Vue. At a certain point, I think Vue just accepted it and goes like, those trade-offs just aren't worth it. To me, that's a testimony to Evan's, like, Evan is a smart guy and he knows exactly, he understands it, I think he had to try it, he had to see it, but he understands it. I think a lot of people don't. Right? Like sometimes the solution's worse than the problem. But on the other hand, that Evan wouldn't give up composability once that opened up for him for anything. That's why these APIs look like this. That's why they don't look like Svelte. It's very interesting for Svelte to come back this way. Yeah, you got to be careful with this. I've had this problem. Yeah, I mean, there's other languages that actually do nice stuff. We don't have them. And Svelte is a language. It's okay as long as people, don't treat it like it's just JavaScript. Anyways, let's. The funny thing is, to this day, some people still prefer Vue 2. When Vue announced Composition API, it's a lot of the same feeling that the Svelte community is right now, where everyone's like, it's React hooks. I'm going to tell you this right now, Svelte community, it is not React hooks. This is so much better. Don't be concerned about that part. Okay? Straight up, like, this is a very good thing for consistency. Like, this is from, like, remember we had that list of what's important in that article? Yes, there's a syntax cost here. But this is the kind of thing that any framework author understands is valuable. Like when we talk about what's actually important, this is one of those moves. It changes what Svelte is a little bit, I think, though, which makes it hard. And they're trying to keep within their style, which is where this tension comes from. But if there's someone who can do that, it's Rich Harris. He understands that feeling. It's not something... This is why I leave this stuff to my community to build, because I honestly... It's not something that I'm too concerned with. I think I just know that this isn't where my strength is. My strength is, like, we came up with a signal rendering pattern, we didn't come up with it, sorry, Surplus did, but like we refined the signal rendering pattern, basically the same as it was today 7 years ago, right? Now, 7 years later, other frameworks are catching up, but it's not like we stopped doing what we've been doing for 7 years. We're already on to the next thing, right? So like Rich and this Svelte team, it's like if I was going to trust someone to solve this API thing, I think they would do it, and it'll be good because now we have the same base. So Alexis can go update his plugin. Whatever they land on, he can go change that in a couple hours, and then if it turns out to be good, well, then that's something worth considering. I mean, it is interesting if that means both become the same thing. I don't know. I still have my reservations, but this can always be an option, right? I think for me, transparency is very important. Like if as I said, if it's a function, it should be a function. But yes, they are transforming files everywhere. Right. Yeah, view value works without transpilation. Svelte don't have that. Exactly. Solid also works without transpilation. I want to make that very clear. All Solid changes the JSX. So, but one of them, people are bringing up React right now. Not that I think it's a good idea, but I imagine the React teams are because they hope to get a lot of similar events to React compiler. Yes. Let's talk about React for a moment, because I could have been the CEO of Ruin. Sorry, this is just another fun joke. I honestly, Svelte is so good at selling stuff that it's been so hard. I'll get to React in a minute, but like it's funny. Solid's been doing this stuff the way it's basically been for years, and I made very specific set of trade-offs because mechanically is where I'm focused. I wanted to create the thing that would, in my opinion, create the best UX for the end user, right? I'm aware of DX. This is why I didn't push Solid back in the day, because I realized I thought people wouldn't care about that. It's not like I'm oblivious to it, but I'm never going to compromise UX or DX. Never. Not like, I think there is a ratio where it matters, where people are comfortable to make that kind of thing where you have to actually DX is more important. But for me, I think when it translates, say, to performance or something, I think it's like 1,000 times multiplier, essentially. Like the time a developer waits versus an end user waits. It's worth it when times 1,000 is the the difference you can make, right? Like if it costs the end user 10 milliseconds, it better save the developer 10 seconds. Around that range. Anyways, let's. What was interesting here, is that because the frameworks were so built on this front of the funnel thing and advertising their easiness for so many years to compete with React so that they could steal the venture, they've had to sell a message that I never felt was really honest. I wrote an article a long time ago. It's my least favorite article. A bunch of people found Solid because of this article, but I wrote this article and I'll share it on stream. It's funny years later how much, I mean, this is biased as bias can get. Why Solid.js, do I need another? This has a huge disclaimer in the front. I'm going to apologize to people who get offended by this. This is why I pushed Solid back when I did. I'd already written it, but I talk about my experience with React. I talk about my experience with Vue and Svelte. And Svelte especially, I felt like everything they told me at the time was a lie. And don't get me wrong, this is not it's not a lie in a real sense, I guess. It's like this. It's like it's well-meaning, but like I'm a technical guy, so when someone says no runtime, like disappearing framework, like I expect it to disappear, not just be hidden somewhere else, or virtual and pure overhead, or use bad benchmarks, or just like it drove me nuts. And I understand this is not important stuff, but the way the framework positioning works almost forces you to follow that line. Like this, in the same way Svelte's hidden the signal implementation details. To me, that's like another one of those like, yeah, I'm gonna put this under the like lie category, right? And it's not a lie. It's just like a way of selling it, right? Whereas different frameworks have different things they care about, right? Some frameworks care about the enterprise. I think one of the trickiest things about Solid is we've had a hard time marketing because our brand is trust, right? Like it's about transparency, it's about trust. And this is really hard because when someone tries to market something, you're like, no, that's not true. We can't market that way. But like, I feel like those kind of trends, even though they have nothing to do with the technology, actually have a bigger impact on where things kind of end up. And it's just something about this like ruins, like it just kind of fits in with something that's very Svelte. I'm not saying this in a critical sense. It's just, it was one of those things where it's like, you know what I mean? Like it kind of, it makes sense. It follows what the framework is, but it's like, it's one of those things where it's like challenging to figure out where the balance is. I mean, think about it. Svelte was created so anyone could use it. It was a framework for everyone, easiest funnel, top of the funnel thing. So this all perfectly consolidates with that identity. I worked on Marco, and that's when it really opened my eyes that different frameworks have different identities. They have personalities, they have philosophies behind them. And when you work on them, you have to serve that philosophy, even in your decisions when you as a framework author are conflicted, like two-way binding. I am not a fan of two-way binding, but it was the right move for Marco 6. And it was conflicting even for the Marco team a bit. Like we did our best to make it a good version of two-way binding, but it had to fit with the design of the framework rather than any of our personal opinions about it. And I feel like that's what gives the framework its brand and its meaning. So yeah, it's a tricky place. Okay, catching up a bit with chat. Oh, I got something for you. I don't got one article. I have like 3 articles, multiple articles. Like when that thing happened with Devin Gavitt, I posted some of huge articles on this stuff. But we're actually going to touch on those articles in a minute here because we're going to talk about React, right? Because Joe Savana, amazing guy. He is now kind of like one of the leads on the React team at Facebook. If you've seen him on the recent server component conversations, he's basically the lead on React Forget. He built reactive libraries at Meta. I love following his stuff when he talks about his insights on reactivity and language. Super interesting, especially because I think the area around Forget is really interesting. Like it's very interesting now that we've gone to this point that we can look at stuff as a language. But you'll notice that very, very quickly they want to distance themselves from the signal thing. This is technically true, but there's a fundamental difference. Svelte 5 is the first signals-based framework that correctly makes signals an implementation detail. This new category, not another entry in this existing thing. He retracts a bit after our thing. More accurately, it's the closest I've seen. He mentions that like the getters are leaks, but essentially, they really wanted to kind of point out this fundamental difference. And the thing is, I don't see it, right? And as long as you identify the entry, like let count, make it state, and and you have these function semantics or like these kind of drive things. Like the thing is, outside of JavaScript language, I could see this argument being made, but like I feel like there's this fear here that when React for Git launches and it looks just like these kind of things, they want to put themselves in a different category. And given the reaction to this Svelte release, I don't think people are going to let them do this. This is good. They have to avoid this from a fundamental standpoint. But the problem is, and I came to realize this a bit later, is we've been teaching signals as an inclusive thing. We've been teaching it as a form of reactivity. The syntax didn't matter. The implementation didn't matter. The concept of the language of this reactivity mattered. So it's very hard if React does come up with something that's very similar to this and works kind of the same way and uses signals under the hood or whatever, then are all the frameworks the same? Like, I think React doesn't want to get pulled out of that mind share, but the reality is I don't think people are going to let them. Like, that's why this discussion's happening. It's very subtle. I feel like this is like a positioning thing for a future positioning, and I think it's interesting, but I think people will just see through it. Unfortunately for them, the problem is they spent so much time bashing KVO, key value observables, all that unfortunately this is the syntax thing coming back to haunt them, right? Because like if I go back to Signals Week, I call it, when we had that big thing, React versus Signals, I had this great discussion at the bottom with Dan Abramoff, right? For the that kind of got into it, right? Because I made this very, this is the Knockout 2010 React Hooks 2018 thing. The thing is, the difference that I didn't realize right away was, although you could write your React code like this, React doesn't actually want you to use memo like this. For them, like, Dan made this really freaking... Honestly, please never write code like this. But he wanted to do it to be illustrative. He wanted to show that they could just make the whole function reactive, and that like you could just write plain looking JavaScript and React would handle it for you. Ideally, they would want to compile it to something kind of like what Svelte's doing. Symbol, like, but the problem is, like, I'm using props here, but it could also be stayed in the component. Dan's using this, and he's showing that, like, because without the function semantics, we don't listen to the whole thing. But the problem with this example is it's just a stupid example. Sorry, like there's lets and reassigning stuff in there. You could rewrite, and then he shows like this, like wrapping this in a separate expression and doing all this, and then it kind of goes on and on and on. But then like the thing was, you could also just write it like this, const this, like if you write it as derived, and this works also in React, like if you turn these into memos or whatever, as long as you could just write it as expressions that equal something, then it's just, the refactor story actually isn't that bad. Right? Because you could obviously write the whole thing in a memo and do the same thing React's doing, but this is just not the way you would want to actually write it. And what I was getting at is, if you had that fancy compiler, wouldn't you want to just write it like this anyways? Like have it be declarative like this? Yeah, see, it's the same thing without our $ states and memos and wrappers. But the key part that I got from this was that the React core team wasn't viewing, like, even though hooks promoted this kind of declarative data structure, which my first hooks article, what did I call it here? A declarative data love story. The React core team weren't actually in love with declarative data. It was just a way that they could do some kind of composition they wanted. Right? Because if you were, you would just not write this crazy spaghetti code. You would just literally, as I said, look at the last version of my code example. You like, how is the crazy spaghetti code better than this? You have to change the way you think about data, but this is because you're thinking in terms of data flow instead of control flow. And React wants to guard your ability to do stuff control flow wise. But the truth of the matter is, data flow isn't bad. Okay. All right, looking at some comments here. See, and this is the thing. Being able to lift state out components removes any need I've ever had for two-way binding. Constant state signals are the best dimension model. Hands down, I think. Okay. Yeah, I have nothing to say about HTMX. Nothing nice, at least. But the thing is, yes, if you... The problem with a statement, and I think Dan makes a statement here somewhere, is that you say, oh, we just make the whole component reactive, is that like they were viewing it as like we're limiting the reactivity to small scopes and they make the whole thing reactive. The problem is by making explicit scopes, we can make things outside of the component reactive, which is something React can't do and something that Svelte has never been able to do until now. So this is the right evolution, right? I have whole talks on about why we need to move beyond the component model. It's hard to, if you do too many optimizations on the component level itself, you get trapped by it. And this impacts things like, future hydration techniques and all the stuff, resumability, who cares? So like, this is a place where I do want to see where they end up, because on one hand, maybe this is really boiled down to a syntax game, right? To be fair, Joe got a lot harsher feedback from other people, like people saying like, this is just signals, it's not implementation detail. I haven't looked at all of these, to be fair. There's Evan, we tried the exact same thing 2 years ago. Yeah. So yeah, I mean, I get some of this. Okay, let's keep on going. Knockout did it first. Yeah. I mean, it's. I'm trying to remember if there's any good conversation off of this one. It's just, this hooks conversation. I really want people to understand that hooks are not this. Like that previous conversation with Dan really opened my mind to it even more. It's not only like the semantics are different when your component re-renders over and over again, that like what matters outside is different than what's inside. It actually changes the way you write components. I saw someone make a joke or something around, oh, now I can just change all my use blank to whatever and have it work in Svelte. Obviously, I got suckered into the joke again because I'm like, no, they're not hooks. But I think it's important to kind of hooks are different, but reactive language is not. So, anyways, yeah. In any case, I think the end of our conversation was that we kind of agreed that there is definitely a convergence. There is a convergence here that's happening, and I think that's very, very interesting. Okay, let's look at some bookmarks now. Conversation happening in the community about this. Yeah, so this is the under hood detail thing. Yeah, we talked about this already, I think. Yeah, I'm not. Yeah, I disagree with this based on the feedback we got from Vue users when we tried Reactivity Transform. To them, it was a compile time transform that was too magical, and they much preferred having direct control over raster signals, especially in non-component context. Yeah, because it's like I had this is in a different article. It's just like you move the function call to the other side and make it a $sign. You're just gonna like, you know what I mean? Like, it lets you type less. But it's kind of like you invented a whole new magical language, which is fine if that's your prerogative, which is why this could probably work for Svelte. But you could just like, it's not even saving you much, right? Yeah, I should like this comment, right? Yeah, I've already gone over these points. So yeah, I think. Yeah, what else? What else is there? Yeah, so auto under the hood, not a thing. This meme never dies, eh? I mean, Svelte had a context API. The thing is, Svelte always had a render once, like, component system, like, or like Vue, it's a split mode where there's like the initialization that renders once and then like the view part that updates specifically. So context in Svelte, like Vue, like Solid, is kind of a fixed thing. You don't need state changes. It's what you put in the context that matters, right? Like, I think they use stores. The context API was just a way of doing DI for stores. So a lot of people didn't use it. They just use globals because, like, most of the time context is just a global anyways. So I feel like context probably doesn't change all that much here, because, like, in Solid, our context API is literally just a container. It's just a reference. It's like you could have just imported it globally, but use context because you want it to be part of the tree. It helps with ownership and, you know, some complicated cases. I actually recommend it because it keeps things more organized. But generally speaking, context is unlike React, where it's actually a part of the re-render cycle. Context is literally itself isn't reactive. Okay. Yeah, I mean, I wonder if anyone, some of these quote tweets are kind of really interesting. I think surprisingly, I think it's changed a lot to be more depth. Plus standards and signals interface is good for everyone. Yeah. The other side of the coin. Okay, here's a fun one. Yeah. The funniest thing is, yeah, I guess someone already mentioned this probably. This is something I found too. In order to ship the interface, you basically have to make like a signal wrapper anyways. We use like this one, this is very to purpose. You get the counter, you call counter.increment, counter.count, that's fine. But like, I actually liked the one thing I stole from hooks, like we were already doing stuff like this, but the one thing I stole from hooks was the destructure array, because I actually liked being able to name the variables in the local context. I think that was brilliant, actually, while keeping the read-write segregation. Svelte doesn't have to worry about read-write segregation because this doesn't escape the context it's in, which is really cool. It's like they solved one of the hardest problems by using the compiler. Whereas we have a very explicit API for splitting it. But the thing is, once you leave the file, it's explicit. You're calling like this increment is set and this is get, right? So now you have counter.set and counter.get. Like basically I imagine you could actually change this to a setter and call this value, and you know, you'd have the view API here. Okay. So yeah, I mean, some people are saying this isn't an improvement, but on the other hand, it's the same thing everywhere, which is, I think, really great. View reactivity transform. We already kind of talked about this. Okay, maybe Greg can help me a bit with this. What happened here? I'm sure I'm doing something wrong, but it seems hard to compose things using Svelte ruins. What's this example? Count state, update state plus. Okay, that's fine. Count plus. Oh, interesting. Is this still the hoisting problem? Is this still the hoisting problem? I don't know if Greg's still here with us. Yeah. See, the thing is, compiler is always an extra layer, right? So what I think Rich showed here that he can do. Yeah, there you go. This is ref from Vue, and this is Solid's create signal. So, but it's kind of funny because I feel like to actually use this stuff, you're going to come up with because you have to move it between files. I think you're actually going to have to come up with a convention like this. The funny thing is, we baked our convention in. Svelte is leaving it a bit more open with the compiler that people can come up with their own convention. I mean, obviously, you can always make your own convention when you make your own custom hook or custom signal. But this obviously makes a ton of sense when you understand that the function semantics, like why this is wrapped in a get and why this is wrapped in a function call. All right. Yeah. It depends on the community and the ecosystem. Yeah. The funny thing is, like, I'm sure pattern will arise, but there has to be one. That's the interesting thing is, for this to work, there will be a convention. Like, there will be a pattern around these kind of things, because you do need the wrappers. Okay, I want to look and see what Greg had to say about this. Greg, creator of Leptos, commonly hangs around the stream to answer my questions. Doesn't seem to be around at the moment, though. There's no read-write segregation, which can cause spaghetti reactivity. It turns out runes just aren't reactive outside their lexical scope. You can store and mutate them, but then it stores value. Nice. Yeah, that's interesting. So it's this x plus y is because this is out. Yeah. So interesting. So this, no. Oh, it's because of mutate. Okay. Yeah. Oh, that's interesting. It's this is referenced as a read, but not as a write, and the write happens here, which is the problem. Like, if this was a read, this would track properly, because in order to go to the next scope, you have to read it, right? Like, if this was like this, it was like wrapped in a function, it would read properly because you'd have to read count in order to do whatever thing you're reading inside, because you read on the point it passes in. But in the case of a state update, this is a read, but it's not a write, at which point it doesn't even know what this is. Okay. Yeah, okay. That makes sense. That's interesting. Yeah, so this is the challenge with the compiler, right? There's always going to be edge cases on the scope of things, of like where like the compiler ends and the runtime starts. When it's a component, the boundaries are well defined. When it's something else, and it's a little bit trickier, especially when those boundaries are implicit. I mean, that's the reason why Quick has $signs. They want to make it like really clear that like this is a reactive statement, this is not. Man, this is interesting. This is actually really challenging. Like, this, from my brain space as a framework author, this is actually really a fun problem to look at. Because like I want to try and I'd love to like think about this and see if we figure out good solutions to this. Because I don't think this is expected from an end user, but it makes sense from the way the compiler works. But again, that requires you to now know about signals, having function semantics, and understand what the compiler compiles to. Like, that's a decent amount of complexity behind the hood of what you see, right? Like, because the first time you do something like this, it's not obvious why it behaves like this. That's very interesting. This aged well. Good old times. Yeah, I mean, the funny thing is, everyone knows this announcement was like 2 days after hooks. Like, it's interesting. Okay. Yeah, okay. Let's talk about Adam Rakis. This guy is my favorite shit poster. He always has the right framing to stir up the crap, and I think this is on point, right? Boohoo solves like every other framework now. It's such a lazy take, right? It is. Like, I do appreciate the shout out here, but what was more interesting was a lot of the conversation here. I had a bit of a back and forth with Rich Harris, which I want to talk about now. Yes. Sorry. Before I get to that, yeah. Getters and function calls are unfortunately implemented to force us from JavaScript. We had a better language support when we need them. Here's the question: if we're doing compilers now, why aren't we doing extra mile implementing a full signal primitive into the language? We are. There is a standards. I talked about this a couple of weeks ago. Dominic, myself, Rich, Evan, we're all in the same room now talking about getting signals into the browser. The problem is there's two sides of the signals. The first part is the mechanical side, and the other side is the language side. And because of how extensible our frameworks depend on these kind of patterns, it's hard to get alignment on the language side of things because like we're constantly extending them, and we want access to the reactive graph. We're tailoring these things to our. The best outcome I see for this right now is us simply having something that's interoperable in the sense that like we can have the same auto tracking and can depend on like maybe the C level, in the browser to optimize the propagation, the reactivity. I don't think this will solve our universality on an API side. It's actually a hard problem because in one sense, Svelte's trying to hide the reactivity by not having an accessor and always treating it as a read or a write. But I'm stuck on this one because sometimes you do pass things around, which is why the function semantics come in. Like for a long time, I was looking for like variable decorators, so I could just say like I would love to have a mechanism in JavaScript that was like what Svelte did for local scope, so I could just say like, yeah, this lives within this file, doesn't escape it. But like you already see the challenge of that scoping thing in that example that Greg put out there. Like you have to realize when you pass something to a function, it leaves the scope. Well, guess what? It's not going to, like, you had to access the value for you to call the function. Like the only way I see this happening is if reactivity expressions could get their own syntax almost, where you like it's the function you pass into create memo or the function you pass into create effect. Like if the wrapping reactive expression, there's a way that you could wrap it on the one side and get it on the other side, and then you could transport it. But even then, like you almost need the type system playing into it. It's very complicated. I've been trying to wrap my head around what a proper solution would look like, because even the compiled solutions aren't great. It's a tricky one. But the process is starting. You have to understand reactivity and getting in the browser are the standards. It's been because it was mostly RX, I guess, in the past, but it's been something that's never really worked out. But I do see a lot of common ground. We are converging, so there's opportunity here. Yeah, cross-file compilation. Yeah, Marco has been doing this with Marco 6, but yeah. Yeah, to be fair, the Flex These Nuts got some funny meme post responses. Yeah, I mean, most of our interest right now is about standardizing the signals or like the atoms and even the derived values, but keep the effects in the zone. Yeah, so I mean, this is just one of those. Yeah, the need to pass it around is really a challenge here. I see. I like locality. A lot of Solid's APIs are built around locality, right? That's the reason we tell you to access the value in the props, not to pass the signals, because I want to handle the pass through. I want you to pretend like it's a value, but under the hood, I still need to be able to pass stuff through, right? I think that's the thing. I like APIs that force that kind of locality, but you still need to pass stuff through. And I don't know if functions not working is odd. Like it really gets in your way to compose. Like this needs to go much deeper into the language level. But yeah, where do I want to go here? Yeah, so Wes Lowe goes, yeah, I agree. Svelte may be syntactically more similar to other frameworks, but it's still much lighter than others. And I had the, I mean, this is a little cheeky for me. I was like, is it actually lighter? Because like obviously historically speaking, Svelte produced bigger bundles, right? Because of the compiled output. I was like trying to figure out what was actually lighter, like there's a lot of complexity, all these things. Instead, like you can look, if you had framework A, which didn't even use the JSX transform, let's pretend Voby actually from Fabio, right? Or Sinuous, another one. It's basically solid, but doesn't use like a fancy JSX transform, maybe uses like tag template literals and just calls functions and just does that. No compiler on one side. But the pass-through functions, and then on the opposite end you have the Svelte syntax that we're seeing proposed. Like, I definitely feel the Voby side is lighter. Like, it's not even close, right? I think we make these trade-offs, and there's like a zone we find that where it fits nicely for us. But for me, I never consider the Svelte side lighter because I understand what goes into it, right? So this is where the conversation. I've been curious about how Svelte leaves this impression. I never quite see it. I'm too mechanical. I've come to realize that normal people, and in the kindest possible way, you are not normal, talking to me, don't choose things based on technical characteristics. They choose things based on aesthetics, or perhaps more accurately vibes, right? This is where the vibes comment comes in, and it was what I was talking about when I was saying, where people choose things based on syntax. Some people vibes with solid reactive model, which we stole it, but for a lot of people, not everyone, this is a good thing, this just feels lighter. Like wearing a linen shirt on a breezy day, we're explicitly optimized for vibes, right? Right. It just shows like, where we have this read and write segregation. You can just, there's less code to write, right? Yeah. 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 Thank you, Rich, for defending read-write segregation. Yeah. But this was my response to Rich's thing. Lightweight syntax in your favorite. Like, I think like it's not that simple, right? Like the thing is, even if this seems like less, I could never look at it as anything but the whole iceberg, so to speak. And, he's saying first law of thermodynamics, it can't be destroyed, only transmuted. He's just saying like you push the complexity from one place to the other. If you move the complexity from the place where it affects the end users and put it down here, then you're net positive, essentially is his argument, right? And my response to that is, yeah, these things aren't all or nothing. My current thinking is that the more you push under the surface, the larger the whole thing gets. Sometimes that matters, sometimes it doesn't. So it's a really tricky balance. Like, we use compilers in Solid. We aren't like Voby. Like, we do more compilation. So we definitely push a bit under the ice. But like the balance is tricky. I understand by doing that, I'm adding a complexity layer that actually makes the whole framework heavier. Not maybe too much, but it makes it heavier. So like from a sense, I have a very hard time. Like, we do it to make it, maybe easier for people, but it increases the overall weight. And I realize people don't generally see it that way. So when I see Svelte, I don't see a lightweight framework. I see a very heavy framework. It's just because I understand, like, it's everything we talked about so far when we're like, understand, like, it's what you don't see is still there. Like, I can't unsee it. I don't know how else to say it. Like, when I see this, I don't see that code. I see what it compiles to. I don't, you know what I mean? I know not everyone sees that, but it's like, if I have to understand how something works, that's what I see. Svelte was amazing in its previous versions at making the abstraction really believable. I think the value, the success with the abstraction is ultimately where this passes or fails. Anyway, yeah, this was a great chat with Rich. All right. What's going on, Twitch chat? What did I miss? What are we doing here? Can you make a language? Everyone can make a language. I mean, the problem with languages is all the tooling. The reason we chose JSX to Solid was because like all the tooling exists. The ironic thing is like as Svelte's got more mature, we could also choose their language too. You know, if we wanted that to be our templating language, like we could just use their tooling. The challenge of the language is obviously consistency and abstraction and all that kind of piece from a design part, which is, you know, an interesting problem. But the other problem is actually, you know, code completion and syntax highlighting. I have a whole stream on building a language. In fact, this is the perfect time to bring it up if you're into that. Marco, I worked on a framework that was a language in the complete sense, and this is, if you ever feel like, yeah, let's just build a language, I'm positive this stream will either excite you a ton or basically completely demoralize you. So yeah, I this is a great topic. Honestly, I spend basically we actually convert Marco into Solid in this stream. Really a lot of fun. I just I will throw that out there. It is definitely it's definitely a tricky thing. Like the problem is like let me find it. Just rich truth about Svelte. This is still one of the best documents about Svelte of all time. Let's drop that in the chat too if you haven't seen it. I've shown this on stream dozens of times, but you know, let's put it back in here again. He explains that languages that have been too ambitious have basically failed. And the reason Svelte is good is because he was thinking inside the box. He kept JavaScript syntax. When I wrote my Reactivity article, it was the same goal. I'm like, can we keep JavaScript syntax? It's just, there's something about the tooling level and stuff, but it is dangerous to play with semantics too hard, right? Like there's different levels of acceptance, like those ng4s or v4s in Vue on HTML semantics. Like for me personally, that they drive me nuts, but you know, some people will accept it. And I feel like sometimes with Svelte, it's the same kind of thing. As long as you understand, like it's not HTML or it's not JavaScript. But some people, the fact that they don't realize that it's not is the saving grace. So if you do good enough with the abstraction and they don't realize they're ever not coding in JavaScript, then you get that win, at least for a while. I think the problem and challenge is as frameworks mature, how do you go from here, right? And some people, there's a theory put out there that, you know, these tools resemble what like the thing that created them, like the scenario. Taylor Hunt, oh man, I want to see if I can find it. I would have posted this, but he didn't post it himself. Taylor Hunt, where is, I guess his username is tight everywhere. Building world's fastest, I'm probably... fastest website, other mistakes. We had him as a guest. He's Marco Core Team. I don't follow people on here usually. Yeah, why not React? But he wrote some new articles recently, and he wrote this amazing series where he talked about performance and basically the lengths he went to get optimal performance in a front end app. It is amazing. Honestly, it's one of my favorite article series ever because it's a real use case where stuff like partial hydration and streaming actually made a difference. Like obviously eBay does that and it's a huge company, but this is like at a scale where you could actually see the impact in a measurable, quantifiable way that wasn't obscured necessarily by ad revenue and that. He did the ultimate bake off, and it's his insights are profound. He came back here to write a bit more to talk about like ultimately why to choose React. But he has this premise in this article, which is front-end frameworks are no exception. He was saying what there's a law to this. Code struggles to escape why it was created. You can often trace latest strengths and weaknesses all the way back to the goals of the original authors. Is it because of backwards compatibility, developer cultures, feedback loops, blah, 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 blah. So he was talking about Svelte. Svelte was first-class transitions, blah, blah, data viz. Basically, he was saying Svelte came out of the newsroom, right? Angular came out of the need to build internal apps at Google. React was created to stop Facebook org having Conway laws, take over. He basically talks about this in terms of the incentive and how frameworks never really escape in it. Ironically, Solid was created at a startup where that constantly like pivoted, like that couldn't, like what is it called, the eternal startup, like the startup that can never quite get there, where we had to constantly just pivot and change the code, and just like it was a long standing code base that lasted years, but we had to constantly modify it. We didn't have the resources to necessarily replace stuff. It wasn't at the same kind of scale. It was just like everything had to be these modular pieces. Anyway, I think this is a very interesting explanation for all these kind of inherent traits of the frameworks. Anyway. Catching up with chat here, sorry. You guys are talking, why are you... you guys are talking about HTMX. Okay. I'm probably going to have someone on stream to explain to me why HTMX is any different than any of the panel replacing software we've had in the last 15 years. And not in that it's slicker and lighter, but in how it actually solves any problems. Right? Like I get it, but it's like I think I get it, but at least it's sort of like uninteresting, right? It's like, okay, yeah, I switched some stuff, yeah. Like there's a lot of things where you wouldn't want to go to the server all the time. So it's like you definitely want JavaScript state still. So you do have to, it's not like live view where you get to, how should I put it? Where you like have a source of truth on the server. You still have the conflict. So it's kind of like, I can picture really simple sites where this is valuable, but like I haven't made one of those sites in 15 years. So, I mean, I guess the problem is a lot of people have been kind of pulled into React and they shouldn't be there. And HTMX is like the savior for that, but yeah. But if it centralizes state on the server, that's a very inefficient model, right? Like if you actually have to go back to the server for your state like constantly like that, then you're kind of like, I used this metaphor before, but it's like, I use it for backend people. It's like, if you can hit a level 1 cache instead of hitting, in your CPU, instead of hitting RAM, you want to, and instead of hitting your hard drive, you want to. So it's like, I don't know. Like if you have WebSockets, like you have a freaking flow, that's a different thing. But if you're literally just like swapping partials, like that model doesn't scale. I mean, it scales in a interesting way where the problem is, maybe this is the gist of the disagreement that kind of went on Twitter between me and Prime a little bit. Someone pointed out last week that when his people flooded in that we had like a bit of a thing. I'm trying to remember who Theo was like, what did I miss? And someone's like, Ryan, you doing some kind of like when all the Prime people came across, basically telling them that they were doing it wrong. It's just that you, to a certain degree, you can control the server. Like that's on your side. So up to a certain scale, you can always make more of it, optimize it better, and keep on doing what you can do. But you do not control the end user's devices, which means that, and because of the latency, getting longer the further away you get from that central source, the server, it means that the impact that you can make on the last stages for the UX of the end user is it makes such a bigger difference. Like, sure, go make this thing on the server 1 billion times faster. That'll save you cost on the back end. Yeah, definitely. Make things faster. It will help. But if you sacrifice the front end, the actual longer latency piece for that, you haven't accomplished anything. So it's like well, I mean, you made your costs cheaper, and probably even cheaper because the latency on the other end actually slowing your end users down. So now they're hitting your server even less. Like it's win-win. But I mean, that's not a good solution. Like you gotta make the expensive stuff actually cheaper, not the already cheaper stuff cheaper. No, Remix state is not on the server. People get really confused by this. Remix is a single page app like Next. It's there's nothing. You can have a session, but I mean any backend server can have a session. Yeah, I mean, yeah, and with Vanilla.js and stuff. Yeah, I don't know. I just it's been a very long time since I built an app that like that would do the trick. But you're right. Like if I was building something about as complicated as Hacker News, which this is what I'm saying, like I'm just trying to think of an app that like a demo app I build, then I think that like HTMX is probably good. But the problem is like if you take that too far, you end up with GitHub. No one wants GitHub. Right? That's what I picture when I picture HTMX. It's like it scales to GitHub. Right. If you're making the AJAX calls anyways, but when you're not, that's why we have these hybrid models now. And the problem is when you have to deal with two different systems to play this game, it's not a fun game. We've been there before. Anyways, we sidetracked on HTMX hard here for a second. I'm sorry. It keeps on coming up, but it's like one of those things where it's just like I probably already said my piece on it before. Like I don't know why it keeps on coming up in my chat. It's like people expect me to have like some kind of opinion or like do this or kill that. It's just like it's just like there's like a realm where it matters, but when people compare it to stuff like React, it's like it's hard to even put them in the same room. You're just kind of like, oh, you could put them in the same room, but like they're not doing the same thing, right? Like they're not accomplishing the same goal. So anyway, check out Taylor's article. Yeah, it's very insightful. Anyway, we got here because we were talking about Svelte's ability to think inside the box, how no one actually wants to build a different language. Maybe WASM will change it. Like we're hitting the limits of JavaScript. That's why we keep on having these compiler conversations. The problem is, while it is JavaScript, it's still JavaScript. I mean, that's such a funny statement of saying this, but like what we are, like there's a trade-off here. When you use JavaScript syntax, you expect something to be JavaScript-like. So, here we are. Yeah, okay. Sweet. You have my agreement. That's all. That is awesome. Right? But like, was it ever hard to build these sites before? Like, that's confused me a lot. It was like, was this actually ever difficult? Like, was this piece the hard part? I guess there was like, is HTMX solving the problem of the heavier backend? It's like, I don't need Laravel or whatever, or Django or whatever. I can just use, like, those frameworks actually add other features on top of the view layer. Like, yeah, but I mean, there's lots of ways to reach 100 on the benchmark, right? 15 minutes to 6 hours. Wow, we're going hard today. In your HTML 4, thank you. Yeah, okay. Well, I mean, there we have it. All right. I mean, it's all good. Yeah, this is a record. Yeah, no, this is definitely a record. I'm sorry. I blame HTMX. Yeah. The truth of the matter is, it's like I work in a zone of apps. So like even when I go on the more static side, like I would still lean towards more, what's the term, expressive frameworks on the JS side, even into the zone of e-commerce. So like HTMX takes up a zone that it's like, yeah, not even docs. I just don't even know where I'd use HTMX. It's tricky because like if I was not in JavaScript, then maybe I'd consider it. But there's already so many good tools in JavaScript. Like most of the places where you use HTMX, I'd probably just use Astro and then be like, yeah, whatever. Like I can serve some static pages from Astro too. You could build an e-commerce solution with it, I suppose. But yeah, e-commerce might be okay because like there isn't that much state you really want on the client. The source of truth really, like, people can't buy without everything being verified. Yeah, I'll get that. Might be a zone. It's just interesting because most of the tools have been looking at how they expand the range, and HTMX falls into the zone where there's like a lot of overlap at a certain point where like people are kind of getting into like, if I had to choose one tool, the problem is the one tools aren't good enough, I guess, right? So that's why HTMX is a nice refresher, but it's like, nah, Yeah. Anyway. All right. Sorry. We've talked way too much about HTMX. In general, I'm very excited to see more about like the how the Svelte stuff comes along. As I mentioned before, I think it was in response to one of my own tweets. What's interesting here is, it wasn't this one. It was just like now that this is out there, now that like most JavaScript frameworks are using signals, there like it opens the door for a different type of discussion to happen. People talking about standardization, people talking about syntax and stuff. Like these are good conversations to have, and I'm excited for them. So, sorry, I'm just laughing at this. Let's just call it a day. It's been a long stream. The thing is, the model of having SolidKit render Svelte components as HTML frames, sending with the same JSON, dealing with, and it's faster. I can do tests. Well, you're basically building your own server components. So wouldn't it be amazing if you just had like a straightforward DX that did this automatically? Like, it's cool that HTMX is kind of a primitive. The problem is, like, I'd never interface with that primitive directly if I had the choice, I think, because you're introducing a second tier DSL. Anyway, sorry, just still going. Anyways. Yeah, I think we're good, right? Let's call it a stream. Next week, I'm in New York. Don't know what I'm doing any of those evenings, but I'm there. And then, as I said, following week, VComp, gonna be fun. And then, hopefully, cross our fingers, we're gonna be back with Dominic Ganaway to get the real dirt on Svelte 5 and what's been going on. As I said, I think right now we're just reacting to the news, but I think we're just seeing the surface. Like if like, think about it, like it's kind of like what Angular did with the signals. Like you put the signals out there first. Marco with his tags API, you try it with the current version to get a feel for the API, and then the real thing comes. And I want to know about the real thing, and I think all of you should too. So have a good weekend. Till next stream, I'm signing off.